The story we are about to witness consists of a huge number of dark events and even more chilling details. As this kind of story would suggest, there is always a murder or other very serious crime involved. There are a huge number of people in this world who are willing to use their power to attack someone weaker and do something terrible in a fit of impunity. At the moment, the next victim of such a person is a defenseless girl who has lost consciousness. The scoundrel is already preparing to commit his dirty deeds, when suddenly a mysterious figure appears behind him, holding a stick in his hands. The young man shouts at the criminal in order to attract his attention, thereby interrupting his criminal activity. The shocked maniac turns to the side, trying to understand how his location was revealed. The approaching young man says that he has finally caught the man and asks him if he is the rapist everyone is talking about. Without waiting for an answer, he swings his weapon hard to give his opponent no chance to escape just punishment. The dirty criminal watches in horror as inevitable justice comes his way in the form of a mighty blow from a stick. This guardian of the law is the main character named Vincent, who in a past life, through carelessness, crashed to his death. After some time, the man who was once number one in the criminal world found himself in the body of a detective investigating serious crimes in the city of Q. Vincent quickly found himself facing the costs of his profession, as he had to work overtime tonight to conduct the investigation. Vincent understood that only the deaf had not heard about this case, since the police can no longer remain on the sidelines and are obliged to catch the criminal. He also remains unhappy that he ended up in the body of some weakling who doesn't even know how to smoke. And because of this, every puff is difficult for him. As soon as he finishes his indignation, he hears a sound notification and finds that a message has appeared in front of him stating that the trigram system has been successfully launched. He stares in amazement at the inscriptions appearing in front of his face in order to understand what the hell has started to happen to him. He also wonders if this is the same mythical system he heard about when he lived his past life. He sadly recalls some episodes from his past and quickly comes to his senses, realizing that none of this can be returned. Vincent asks himself what good this system is if he is no longer living that life of crime. An additional problem is that he doesn't have a single acquaintance in this damn place, and apparently, he will have to spend the rest of his life here. However, after some time, his indignation gradually dissipates as he discovers something very interesting. Looking to the side, he sees beautiful and long female legs, which immediately capture his attention. Looking up, he begins to examine the incredibly beautiful, captivating woman who attracts absolutely everyone. Being a fairly honest person with himself, Vincent mentally admits that he really likes this girl and would like to meet her. Deciding not to waste time, he quickly stands up and approaches the girl sitting nearby, respectfully addressing her as Milady. Vincent tries to use all the charm he has learned over the years of his criminal life and smiles charismatically at his interlocutor. However, the girl is not impressed by his charisma and says that a night with her costs 3,000, after which Vincent indignantly reflects on the fact that he does not even have 1,000 in his pocket. With sad thoughts that they are trying to rob him, he asks a lady of easy virtue if he can get a discount for his charm. The girl leaves his words unanswered and leaves with the first client she comes across, who tells her that there is a luxurious suite upstairs. Vincent is upset for a while, but then his keen eye immediately spots a mysterious man who arouses suspicion. This man is the young man who has been watching this girl all this time, with whom Vincent has been unsuccessfully trying to start a conversation. After some time, the young man casts a painful glance towards the protagonist, discovering that his behavior has not gone unnoticed. Vincent doesn't pay much attention to the man at first and gives him the middle finger, asking him what the hell he's staring at. The young man quickly rises from the table and puts on his hood, while Vincent reflects on how this man is clearly some kind of drug addict or other scum of society. A few seconds pass and a memory flashes through his mind of being told at a briefing that there had been 3 electric baton rapes in the city, but the third victim had scratched the killer's face. Vincent notes that this man had a wound on his face, and he may well be the very killer that law enforcement agencies are actively searching for. After that, he turns, loaded, towards alcoholic drinks and reflects on the fact that catching bad people is the job of the police, and he does not have to be fair. After some time, his character takes over, and he decides to go outside to follow the possible rapist. He walks carefully through the alleys, hoping that his potential victim will not feel threatened and will not hide from justice. As he moves further and further down the dark alleys, he reflects on how he is an expert in surveillance, as his life of crime has forced him to learn so much. A few meters further, he comes across a lying man who lost consciousness after being hit by some object. Vincent looks closely at the victim and realizes that the man's face seems suspiciously familiar to him, after which he decides to take a closer look at him. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that this is the same young man who took the Lady of Easy Virtue a minute ago, but now someone has knocked him out. After a quick visual analysis, Vincent notes that the man is lying in an extended and unnatural position, which is typical when he has been shocked with a taser. Without thinking twice, he takes out his baton and realizes that he is on the trail of a suspect who must be detained immediately. Quickly finding his prey in the alley, he smiles and says that he has finally found it. The criminal turns around, but is immediately hit with a powerful wooden bat right in the face, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Vincent looks at the results of his work with a smile and understands that now the criminal will not escape from him, which means his mission is accomplished. After some time, he takes the rapist to the police station, and the examination results show a 100% match. For such a prompt capture of the criminal, Vincent receives a solid monetary reward, which cannot but please the man who came here from the criminal world. As he steps outside, Vincent smiles and reflects that things aren't going so badly for a simple detective, which he's never been before. As a reward for catching the criminal, he receives system notifications, as well as an invisible bug, which is used to carry out secret wiretapping without the risk of detection. After carefully reading the description of his gift, he calmly presses the accept button. He also recalls questions from another detective, who wanted to know how Vincent knew that the criminal would appear that night. The main character wonders whether the system really set up this meeting with the criminal in order to reward him with an interesting gadget. As he opens the door to his rented apartment, he also wonders what would have happened if he had not followed this criminal, and how it would have changed his life. Not having come to a clear answer, he decides not to worry about it, since, in the end, the success of his work will depend only on him. Vincent lies down on his bed and stares dreamily at the ceiling, wondering if he would be able to solve the crime if he were to encounter similar mystical cases in the future. He also dreamily reflects that, as soon as the time comes for the awards, he will definitely spend them on meeting some beauties. These bright thoughts about bachelor happiness make him plunge into warm dreams for a while. Unfortunately, the detective's mind rarely allows for the very concept of existence and peace, and the scene of action is transferred to the nearest KFC. Vincent, suffering from insomnia and realizing that the sun will soon rise, eats a small burger with a sad face. He also notes that he never expected his roommate to snore louder than cannon shots or moving trains. After finishing his breakfast, he realizes that it is quite noisy here, so he needs to go outside as soon as possible to get some fresh air. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, he reflects on the fact that he will have to rent a new place and complains that it is impossible to live in this city. Once again convinced that the body he found himself in could hardly tolerate nicotine, he coughed hard to avoid suffocation. After a few moments, he stops, seeing a system notification in front of him, which informs him that the adventure system has started. As he carefully studies the text on the screen, he discovers that the system is recommending that he go with the flow, live in peace and quiet, revolve around nature, and be successful. Vincent smiles and realizes that this system is based on the theory of the 8 trigrams, and then notes that going with the flow is a good idea. His calming thought processes are interrupted by a weakened voice belonging to a woman slowly hobbling towards him. Vincent turns towards the voice to see who just asked for help and freezes in surprise. The girl falls to the ground, and a couple of young people who were nearby let out loud screams when they see a large amount of blood on the girl's body. Vincent quickly takes a closer look at this girl and immediately freezes in horror, realizing that serious changes have occurred with this girl's body. Some maniac cut off an innocent girl's hand and then left her on the street to die. The next morning, television reports that on the morning of April 22nd, a woman collapsed in front of a KFC and was found by Officer Vincent, who was passing by. The announcer also says that the officer helped stop the bleeding, after which he called the police and an ambulance, and at the moment the woman is in the hospital, and her life is not in danger. The news reports that this incident is related to the hand snatcher case, and Vincent, watching it on TV, says that this reconstruction did not sufficiently convey the heroism of his act. Immediately after this, he turns back and asks his interlocutor what she thinks about his comments regarding this report. The maniac's victim, who is constantly in a state of incredible stress, looks at the main character and remains silent for some time, without saying a word. A few moments later, she starts screaming loudly about how Vincent still hasn't been able to track down the criminal, and all he does is ask her stupid questions. Vincent turns to avoid a pillow flying towards him, while the victim states that the entire police force is so useless that they can't even handle such an important case. Vincent decides to cheer up his interlocutor and says that her second hand has incredible power, so she will definitely not get lost in this world. The protagonist's incredible sense of humor does not help to cool the situation, so he is immediately thrown out of the hospital room, ordered never to return. Vincent's assistant tells him that he shouldn't be so rude since the victim lost her arm, and he shouldn't irritate her even more with his weird jokes. Vincent calmly replies that he was just trying to show that it's worth being more positive, noting that at least she still has her left arm, meaning she can provide for herself. After that, he decides to look into the personal file of a girl named Luo Main, since she is already the third victim in this complicated case. Detectives believe the perpetrator was somehow able to hide in her car and ambush her while she was unaware. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, he knocked the girl out and then stopped the car on the street, where he cut off her hand, after which he quietly disappeared. The next morning, the victim woke up in his car, got out, and ran to the nearest building to ask at least someone for help. Vincent reflects on the fact that this is the moment he met her, while his partner talks about how this case concerns a serial hand thief who has appeared for the third time. She states that their squad has been investigating this case for a year and has not been able to find a single lead, reminding him that he has angered the commander too much, so now everything depends on the success of this case. Vincent calmly replies that he has absolutely nothing to fear, since in this world almost nothing is impossible, especially if a person is motivated enough. He also recalls that today this system has appeared again, and thanks to this system he was not only able to catch the rapist, but also rent a new apartment. Vincent further notes that this system can play a decisive role in his life, since he is now more than just a simple man. These guesses are the pure truth, because as long as this system helps the main character, there will not be a more courageous and skilled detective in the world. Vincent asks the assistant what information they have about the other two victims, to which she replies that the first one is named Gao, and that the incident happened a year ago. According to the information received, the girl came to this city for a concert, and the criminal knocked her out and cut off her right hand in an underground passage. The second victim, named Lily, had a much more complicated situation, as she woke up in her home with her arm already cut off. The main character's assistant states that this case is very strange, since it contains a very mysterious detail that no one has been able to explain so far. This detail turns out to be the fact that the burglar-resistant door remained completely undamaged, which means that the criminal somehow ended up with the key to this girl's apartment. Vincent looks at his assistant with genuine surprise, trying to understand how the criminal was able to get the keys to his victim's apartment. Vincent's assistant says that this is not the only suspicious detail that she came across during her earlier investigation of this case. The girl claims that the criminal was able to avoid all the cameras, and they were unable to find a single fingerprint, or even a hair, which is why they think that this criminal is a ghost. Vincent listens attentively to his assistant for some time, after which he interrupts her story, saying that he wants to ask her one very important question. The girl looks closely at the protagonist, after which he asks her if she can lend him some money in case he fails in the investigation. After some time, Vincent and his assistant leave the hospital, and something attracts the attention of a sincere and very inquisitive girl. Looking at the huge camel, she suggests to her boss that they take a photo together, so that they have something to remember them by. Vincent doesn't pay much attention to this request. While in the market itself, a loud cry suddenly rises that someone has been robbed. A moment later, a young man rushes past Vincent and his assistant, quickly fleeing justice in order to sell the stolen goods. The main character's assistant immediately turns to him, saying that they simply need to catch this man in order to immediately restore justice. However, Vincent continues to study the materials, saying that they belong to the Serious Crimes Department, so they have no reason to waste time on a trivial thief. Without thinking twice, he says that they can take a photo with the camel before it leaves, and they still have that opportunity. After a while, he hears a familiar voice shouting loudly that a theft has been committed, and he raises his eyes to take a closer look. Taking a closer look, he recognizes in this girl his beloved named Charlotte, who meant a lot to him in a past life. He wonders if it is really her, as memories of their life together in a parallel world crash into his head. Vincent and Charlotte were very close, and it seemed to them that there was no force that could separate the hearts of these two young people. Watching the girl running past, he wonders with horror if he is not the only one who was reborn in this world. What is happening becomes more and more mysterious, and the main character realizes that everything is much more complicated than he initially assumed. Vincent decides to act as boldly and decisively as possible, after which he throws the case materials to his assistant and jumps into the camel's saddle. The protagonist's assistant looks at her boss and asks him what he has decided to do. Vincent looks around to choose the best route and says that right now he is going to catch the criminal and bring him to justice. Gripping the camel's reins tighter, he immediately sets off in pursuit to catch up with the petty thief, who imagined that he could rule the area. Various vegetables begin to fly around the scene of the exciting chase, as the thief crashes into a couple of counters several times while running away from the main character. However, None of this worked, as the protagonist's unstoppability, as well as the speed advantage of the four-legged vehicle, continue to propel him forward. As a gesture of desperation, the thief takes out a knife, preparing to use it in case of emergency, if Vincent does not give up this dangerous undertaking. Vincent stoically meets such a threat and gives the pathetic thief a powerful slap on the back of the head, after which he asks him if he really decided to take out a knife in such a situation. The disgruntled thief turns to Vincent and asks him where he came from and why he decided to chase him on a camel. Vincent doesn't answer this logical question, and instead simply hits the thief on the head with all his might with the sign that was on the camel's neck. The villain drops his weapon, after which he asks the protagonist who the hell he is and why he is so cruel. Vincent delivers a powerful kick straight to the criminal's face, after which he declares that he is a prince on a horse. In short, after some time, the police arrive on the scene and begin to scold Vincent for behaving like a real psychopath. The police officer states that because of Vincent's prank, the entire alley is now a ruin and all the vendors are coming here to complain. After checking Vincent's documents, the disgruntled officer's colleague tells them that the man does indeed work in the serious crimes unit, adding that he belongs to Section R. Vincent watches the whole thing with an incredibly important look, picking his nose and waiting for the situation to be resolved. After some time, Charlotte approaches him, saying that she is very grateful to him, adding that she works as a nurse at the main hospital and he can contact her in case of problems. Vincent looks closely at the girl and understands that this is definitely not Charlotte from a past life, and most likely, they just have the same names and appearance. He also recalls a tragic episode that occurred in his past life and put an end to their possible happy relationship. Putting the traumatic memories on the back burner, he turns to Charlotte and says that he would like to keep in touch with her, after which he hands her the phone. Vincent reflects that it doesn't matter to him who Charlotte is in this world, as he will do everything to not lose her again. As soon as Charlotte leaves to do her business, the system notifies the protagonist that the encounter has been completed, and he now has an invisible listening device. Vincent accepts the system's offer and wonders if all collisions are set by the system randomly, or if there is some mysterious logic to it. Vincent recalls that just when he thought about investigating the case, the system helped him meet Charlotte, and comes to the conclusion that he should study and understand how the system's scripts work before using it. Clutching the can of narcotic drink tightly, he reflects on how otherwise he will constantly find himself in unnecessary scenarios. Vincent decides to abandon the system for a while and rely on his own strength, for which he needs to get more information. After catching his breath a little, he gets to his feet and tells his assistant that they should go on business, to which she asks him what place he means. After some time, Vincent and his assistant return to the Serious Crimes Department and tell their boss that the criminal had clearly been stalking his victim for some time. The main character's boss, Asura, says that they don't look like slackers, and sternly states that if their department isn't interrogating criminals, it's busy with ongoing investigations. She also says that in order to solve the case, they must take action and not fool around like Vincent does at every opportunity. Vincent tries hard to pretend that he was listening attentively to his boss, after which his attention is drawn to one very important detail that was on the board. He looks closely at this board and says that there are so many details here that he never suspected before, that it simply takes his breath away. The head of the department recalls a conversation with her superior, who told her that she was now being transferred to another team, where a huge number of talented people would report to her. Looking at Vincent, she wonders in her mind how come she has never heard of such a homeless guy who came out of nowhere to take over her case. After a while, she approaches the protagonist and says that she heard that Vincent made a bet with another team that he would solve this case on his own. After that, she makes a happy face and asks Vincent if he really reached a dead end and decided to ask Team B for help so as not to look pathetic. Vincent listens attentively to the words of his boss, who asks him if he really wants her personal help in this matter. The detectives behind Vincent say that the boss is doing the right thing and is putting the squeeze on the impudent Vincent for being too overbearing. In order to regain the initiative, the protagonist makes a quick move forward, which causes him to press his interlocutor against the investigation board. After this, he smiles and thanks his boss for her help, after which he states that she should not misunderstand him. Pulling his hand away, he says that he came here for something that is not related to the case, adding that if they are so afraid that he will solve this case first, they can relax. Still maintaining a proud expression, Vincent says that he felt very sad as soon as he saw that all their work was going nowhere. A little while later, Vincent inserts an earpiece into his ear, which transmits to him the information that his colleagues are talking about in his absence. Unfortunately for his co-workers, the protagonist has an invisible listening device, which he placed right on their board. An important advantage is that absolutely no one except him will be able to see this listening device. Vincent continues to absorb the information carefully, and hears that according to tests, tranquilizers were used on the unfortunate girl to put her to sleep. Vincent's colleagues also claim that the victim's hand was chopped off with one blow using a sharp weapon like an axe. After this, the criminal dragged victim number 1 through the tunnel, so it can be assumed that this is a strong and powerful man, but it could also be a woman. Vincent is immersed in thought processes, finds himself at a mysterious crossroads, where there is also a figure of a killer, dressed in a red cloak. The protagonist wonders what this criminal is already hiding, and what exactly he is trying to hide under this cloak. As soon as the figure of the criminal passes by him, he feels the touch of snow-white hair on his face and quickly turns towards the killer. He doesn't believe his eyes and tries to understand whether the killer is really a woman with mysterious motives that have never been established. Vincent also wonders why this girl only takes the hands of her victims, leaving them alive. After some time, Vincent again finds himself next to the investigation board and confidently states that the criminal's goal is revenge. To the surprised questions of those who don't understand anything, he calmly turns around and says that he understood this thanks to his unerring intuition. Meanwhile, the hand thief continues his dark plans and is located somewhere unknown. In the same place are the severed hands of all her victims, immersed in formaldehyde, which for some reason she collects. Vincent assumes that the criminal takes the severed hand as a trophy, and every time she looks at it, her hatred subsides. Taking out a cigarette, he tries to take another drag, and asks himself why all the victims are missing their right hand. This time, he manages to take a drag without any problems, as his body has gradually adapted to cigarettes. Delighted by such a pleasant change, he smiles and says that the system will most likely help him with this difficult question. Immediately after this, he contacts the system to obtain the necessary parameters. After some time, he goes outside and receives a phone call, hearing a female voice asking him where he disappeared to. The girl who called the main character tells him that she is right in front of the entrance to the police department where he works. Vincent notices the protruding body part of his accomplice, and says that he can just see it. The young girl rises higher and turns towards Vincent with a smile to finally talk to him about something very important. Vincent takes a bottle of refreshing carbonated drink from her bag and asks her what she forgot in this place. The smiling girl answers the main character that they are now real accomplices and must act in a coordinated manner. Vincent briefly reminisces about catching the girl trying to steal money and being told not to tell his father about it. Vincent agreed, saying that he would keep her secret, but now they had to split the stolen goods equally so that each of them would get some benefit. Also, thanks to his acquaintance with this girl, he was able to rent himself more comfortable housing in a more comfortable area. Vincent recalls the system's recommendation and admits that he never thought that the trigram that advised him to go with the flow would lead him to a new home. Shaking the memories out of his head, he turns to his new partner and asks her what she wants from him at the moment and why she decided to call him. A cheerful girl tells the protagonist that he should come to her parent-teacher meeting at school, which makes Vincent a little surprised. Turning away slightly, he says that his friend must have decided to play a joke on him if she is trying to pass him off as her relative. However, the girl does not lag behind the main character, and says that she has already deleted her father's message from her phone and sent a copy of it to Vincent. Vincent says that if her father finds out about this, he will be thrown out of the apartment, and then asks her where he will have to sleep in that case. The carefree girl replies that if Vincent has nowhere to sleep, he can stay with her, after which she once again asks him for help. The girl also smiles at the main character again and asks him what he thinks about this, calling him daddy. Vincent says that he agrees to help her, immediately warning her that she should never call him daddy again in her life. After a while, the scene moves to a music school, where a parent-teacher meeting is taking place, and he reproaches himself for getting involved with this girl. He also looks around with a bored expression and wonders when this stupid meeting will finally end. Vincent turns his eyes to the girls playing the piano and notes that they have rather beautiful hands. After some time, this leads him to the idea that music may have a direct meaning in this series of mysterious crimes that he is investigating. He recalls that the second victim was a music professor at college and had very good piano skills. After checking the data on his phone, he notes that the first victim arrived at the concert on the day of the crime and decides to make inquiries. The assistant, currently at the station, takes Vincent's call and then asks him if he wants to check something. After listening carefully to the protagonist's words, she wonders if he is sure that the piano could somehow be involved. Vincent speculates that if both victims were somehow connected to the piano, then the third victim may also be involved. After a while, his phone starts ringing loudly, attracting the attention of other parents who came to the parent-teacher meeting. Vincent calmly opens the phone and puts it to his ear to start a conversation with his interlocutor. Ignoring the norms of decency, he heads out of the concert hall, saying that he is listening attentively to his assistant. The assistant tells the protagonist that the concert the first victim attended was a piano tour, and then happily says that she hit the jackpot. Parents who watch Vincent leave assume that this man's child is probably a very poor student. Immediately after this, they remember who Vincent came with, and their opinion changes to mercy, while Vincent himself asks his assistant about what information there is about the second victim. In response, the assistant says that all 3 girls studied piano in the 10th grade, but took the exams at different times. Vincent asks his assistant to look into the school history of these girls, and realizes that since the criminal must know these people and play the piano, memories arise in his head, according to which all 3 victims did not know each other, but were somehow connected by playing the piano. Turning towards the musical instrument, he wonders where they could have crossed paths with this criminal who shows such cruelty. Vincent immediately recalls the words of one of the girls who had just said that she had participated in a competition at this school 20 years ago. The detective realizes that the competition is the key word in this whole story, and will help him shed light on the veil of secrecy. His thoughts tell him that the culprit is an excellent pianist who participated in a competition with the victims and lost to them, after which she hated them. Such a motive is a rather laconic explanation for such revenge, which lasted for several years. Vincent realizes that he still doesn't fully understand the exact reason why the girl decided to amputate her hands rather than kill her rivals. The music school's director tries to calm the crowd, but his words are immediately interrupted by Vincent's loud chatter. The assistant says she found information that all 3 victims competed in the 10th city piano competition and made it to the finals. Vincent asks her when it was, to which his assistant replies that it was 18 years ago in the music room of high school number 2. Vincent understands that this is exactly the place where he is standing right now, while the director decides to punish the careless parent. Before the director can say a word, Vincent puts his hand on his shoulder and asks if he has a list of participants in the 10th piano competition. The satisfied protagonist realizes that the alleged criminal will definitely be found on this list, and he will be able to track her down after reading it. Vincent ends up in the school archives, where 2 employees suggest that he forget about the matter, citing the impossibility of finding the list. The second employee says that it was too long ago, and there is no point in the school keeping records of competitions from 18 years ago. Vincent says that he is in no hurry, and then suggests that the staff continue to search for the necessary records, since he is not going anywhere. After some time, his phone starts ringing loudly again, and he decides to accept the call, since it is from his assistant. The persistent and stubborn girl says that she has finally got hold of the list of participants, and Vincent hangs up with a smile. Sometime later, Vincent teams up with his assistant, and they meet one of the contestants who placed 10th in the competition. The woman says that the heads of the school always come to this competition, which consists of very famous teachers from music universities. The woman also says that everyone below 6th place was perceived as ordinary people, not worthy of attention. After hearing this information, Vincent suggests that it was because of this competition that the culprit had to live a life that she did not want at all. Meanwhile, the main character's assistant carefully studies the list of finalists for this competition, and comes to the conclusion that she was wrong again. The protagonist's assistant states that the belly of the woman she just spoke to is too big, so she cannot be considered the prime suspect. The desperate assistant says that if the culprit is not on this list, then they will have to go through all the participants again. Vincent happily announces that this is a good idea, and solemnly declares that he is leaving this difficult task to his assistant. Vincent puts his hand on his partner's shoulder and says that he is simply impatient to quickly catch the culprit and prevent further victims. The attentive assistant looks at the main character and says that he has changed a lot over the past few days. Vincent smiles as he says that in his past life he was a gangster and has only recently begun to get used to the life of a policeman. The protagonist's assistant says that she meant that the bags under his eyes had gotten even bigger in a few days. She looks at him worriedly and says that he has hardly slept all last week, which means he should rest in order to restore his strength. The assistant adds that this will help clarify his thoughts, and Vincent will understand what to do next, since they are definitely going in the right direction. The protagonist again receives a system notification that the lucky encounter has ended, and he has received a universal key that allows him to open any lock. Having carefully weighed all the information received, he comes to the conclusion that it is necessary to return home and try to activate the system again. Smiling at his assistant, he tells her that she should also rest, and then says goodbye to her, wishing her a good evening. Left alone with his own thoughts, he realizes that if the criminal is going to act the same way as last year, then she should appear tomorrow. A sly smile appears on the talented detective's face, and he promises himself that he will definitely catch the culprit of these crimes. Despite this, the main character was not destined to get enough sleep, since at 5 a.m. he was awakened by a very loud knock on his door. Listening to a loud scream, Vincent realizes that the girl named Stella, with whom he came to the parent-teacher meeting, is breaking into his apartment. Immediately after this, he recalls approaching the school principal, saying that he needed to get a list of finalists from the competition 18 years ago. It was at this point that he showed the director his identification and admitted that he was an officer investigating a case of extreme importance. Vincent realizes that he completely forgot about the parent-teacher conference, and now Stella has come here to sort it out. Jumping out of bed, he hears Stella saying that if he's not going to open the door, she'll come in on her own. Vincent tries to hide under the bed, while an angry Stella screams that she has keys that fit the lock perfectly. The protagonist turns around and realizes that he has very little time left to choose a suitable place to hide. Just a few moments later, the door begins to open, and the room is illuminated by a thin beam of light that gradually expands as the door opens. Stella quickly opens the door and looks around the room, wondering where that obnoxious detective has disappeared to. She decides to slowly approach the bed to make sure that her untrustworthy accomplice is not hiding right underneath it. Looking down, the feeling of victory on her face immediately disappeared, as it turned out that Vincent was in a completely different place. The girl opens the curtains and wonders where Vincent could have gone, trying to find him on the balcony. These attempts also prove futile, and the girl angrily closes the balcony, slamming the door, while Vincent watches this from another balcony. After making sure Stella has left, Vincent chides himself for forgetting that this girl is his landlord and has keys to his apartment. Trying to open the door, he discovers that the naughty girl has closed the door to the balcony for some reason, and now he can't get back into his house. Vincent wonders how he can get inside now and makes the bold suggestion that perhaps he should use the neighboring apartment. He remembers the words of Stella's father, who told him that 4 beautiful girls who possess unprecedented beauty live next to him. Stella's father also drew attention to the fact that one of these girls worked at night, but Vincent did not attach much importance to this. The detective realizes that this could work to his advantage, since it is now 5 a.m., and the girl is unlikely to be in her apartment. After making sure that there is no one in this apartment, he smiles and rejoices at the fact that he is incredibly lucky, since now he can return to his apartment safely. He thought for a long time. Leaving the balcony, he heads into the corridor, slightly closing his eyes from drowsiness and pride in what she wants. However, after just a few seconds, a beautiful girl with a truly amazing body appears in front of him. Vincent looks at the girl in shock, who is almost as surprised as he is, and understands that now he will have to act quite radically. Seeing a stranger in her apartment, the girl tries to scream loudly, but Vincent quickly covers her mouth with his hand so that she does not make noise. He also understands that this time it will be extremely difficult for him to prove his innocence, because he has no good reason to be in someone else's house. Having calmed down, the girl turns to Vincent, saying that she did not expect to see the officer who saved her life in her apartment. Vincent looks at the girl standing in front of him, expresses hope that he remembers her, and reminds her that he was the one who saved her from a terrible rapist. Vincent briefly immerses himself in memories and realizes that this is exactly the girl who could become a new potential victim of the maniac with a stun gun. Having let the girl go, he says with a smile that he lives next door, and it so happened that he was locked on the balcony, so he decided to try to get out through this apartment. Vincent also says that he couldn't imagine meeting such a person here, to which the girl smiles and takes out a cigarette. Immediately after this, she takes a few steps towards the kitchen table to get a lighter. She lights a cigarette and states that she would normally still be at work at this time. But what happened left a mark on her heart, causing her schedule to change. Approaching Vincent again, the girl says that she decided to take a little rest and exhales some cigarette smoke right into his face. She also states that there is something else that has been on her mind since the moment she was attacked. After a short pause, she presses herself against Vincent and asks him how he knew that the rapist would attack her. Vincent calmly replies that there was no girl in that bar more beautiful than her, so the rapist most likely held the same opinion as he did. The girl of easy virtue giggles sincerely, after which she places her hand on Vincent's chest, beginning to apply increasing force. Before Vincent can even comprehend what is happening, the girl pushes him onto the bed, and they slowly move closer to him. Smiling mysteriously, the girl says that it turns out that Officer Vincent is quite romantic and does not know how to talk to a girl properly. Having climbed onto the main character, she states that her neighbor will return only after noon, which means that they have a huge amount of free time. Gradually hovering over Vincent's face, she talks about how they have been given an incredibly rare chance. She also asks him why they don't spend this time usefully, as well as with a lot of pleasant emotions. Vincent realizes that he sees nothing wrong with accepting the offer from the rescued girl, when suddenly her phone starts buzzing. Vincent takes a quick look at her phone's wallpaper and discovers that she played the piano at some point in her life. He immediately notes that this photograph seems quite interesting to him, which attracts the girl's attention. The rescued lady says that at that time she was still studying at a music school and showed great promise as a musician. Vincent takes the phone for a long time, and with his other hand he hugs the rescued girl, after which he asks her if she knows how to play the piano. The girl takes the initiative again and pushes the main character onto the bed, after which she takes the phone and asks him if she doesn't give the impression of being a musician. After this, the girl talks about how her mother made her learn to play the piano as soon as she learned to talk, and she participated in the No. 2 middle school competition. This information turns out to be very important for the main character, and he immediately turns the girl over onto her back and lays her on the bed, hanging over her, asking how she found the competition. The unsuspecting girl says that she was participating in the 10th competition at this school. Vincent smiles contentedly, realizing that it was in this competition that the criminal he is so desperately trying to catch also took part. After this, he asks the girl if she is familiar with the names Luo Main and Lily, adding that they took 5th and 4th place in this competition. The girl briefly covers Vincent's mouth with her thin finger, after which she says that these girls were finalists, but she couldn't even get into the top 20. After this, the interested girl presses Vincent, who is hanging over her, a little closer to herself and says that she has one question. She genuinely asks Vincent why he is asking her about this at such an inconvenient moment for interrogation. Vincent smiles again and asks her if she has heard anything about a criminal called the Hand Snatcher. The excited girl immediately stops all the flirting and asks Vincent if he means the matter that everyone has been talking about non-stop lately. Vincent claims that all the victims involved in this case were participants in that competition and had fairly good piano playing skills. This information is very frightening for the unfortunate girl, who has already recently experienced a rather serious shock in the form of an attack by a rapist. She immediately clings to Vincent in fear and asks him if she too is at risk and could be the next potential victim. Vincent states that all the victims have been finalists so far, and then encourages the girl to tell him if she remembers anything from that evening. The frightened girl dives into the depths of her memory and says that something strange really happened there. After some time, Vincent teams up with his assistant and rushes into the city at full speed to check out some of his leads. The assistant tells him that a girl named Diana, who was a child prodigy and a local celebrity, also participated in this competition. According to the data the assistant received, this girl was a very promising participant, but suddenly gave up the day before the final. Vincent smiles and says that he heard that Diana's family is quite poor. They had to sell their family estate to pay for piano lessons. Vincent also says that this was the only chance this girl had, so she definitely could not have been persuaded to surrender by any kind of bribery. Vincent reflects that if a person can make it into the top 3, their life will change completely, and it looks like something big happened during the competition. The assistant asks Vincent what they should do now, and adds that there is not a single record left in the department, and her family. It's as if they have disappeared. Vincent asks the assistant if they are currently keeping an eye on the next possible victim, to which she replies that everything was done according to instructions. Vincent happily suggests that in that case they will go to a professional in finding missing persons, to which the assistant replies that if he means Hector, then it will not be easy. Vincent looks at his subordinate in surprise and asks her why she is overcome with such serious doubts. The assistant admits to Vincent that he is the kind of person who only works when there is a direct benefit for him. She also says that because of his cunning nature, this man was nicknamed the Cunning Eel, and most police officers hate working with him. Vincent smiles and turns his car around sharply, saying that in that case they should go to this sly fellow immediately. A few minutes into the drive, Vincent arrives at the right place and enters a small bar that has a pool table. Seeing him, Hector asks him with a smile about how he decided to come here and what he wants to know this time. Vincent continues to smile slyly, looking at his interlocutors, and understands that he will have to sweat seriously in order to extract the necessary information. The assistant speaks rudely to Hector, saying that he himself knows perfectly well why they came here. Vincent remembers that Hector had already promised to help him find one person, and states that he is expecting good news from him right now. In response to this, Hector smiles and takes out a cue to play billiards, simultaneously asking the protagonist questions about why he is in such a hurry. The other villains surrounding Hector only laugh at Vincent, but he does not react at all to these pathetic provocations. Hector approaches the main character, puts his hand on his back, offering to play together and reminding that they rarely get a good rest. Vincent asks Hector how much they are playing for, to which he smiles and replies that they both make enough, so they can start betting at $50. The detective asks the informant how many moves he has left, to which he sarcastically replies that Vincent can hit the ball as many times as he wants. Vincent smiles and realizes that it is time to act more decisively than ever and prepare to surprise his opponents. With these words, he smashes the pool cue with all his might onto the table surface and turns towards the scoundrels, who were shocked by this prank. Vincent says the starting price will indeed be just $50. Immediately after this, he breaks another cue in half, saying that the bet has now increased to $100. Finally, he breaks a few more pieces, but is stopped by a huge brute who asks him if he really wanted to go to the next world. Vincent is not impressed by this threat, hits him hard in the face, and then says, "Doesn't he realize how bad his breath stinks?" Immediately after this, he kicks another bandit and asks him if his mother didn't teach him to brush his teeth before bed and take care of himself. An angry bandit complains about Vincent using dirty tricks during battles, saying that he will pay for it. Trying to overcome the incredible attacks of pain, he orders his friends to take the pool cues and not leave Vincent alive under any circumstances. As the enemies approach, Vincent turns to his assistant, recommending that she step aside and not get involved in this fight. He cracks his knuckles with a juicy crunch and declares that he is very glad for such a fight, because he has not warmed up for a long time. Rushing forward, he immediately delivers several blows to the enemies approaching him in order to knock them to the ground. These blows are powerful enough that he can easily deal with even an enemy that outnumbers him. After some time, another villain falls to the ground, unable to fight such an experienced opponent who kept the entire criminal world in fear. Having finished this brutal fight, he again warms up his fists, realizing that only Hector, who is the one he needs, remains standing on his feet. He immediately turns to face the frightened informant, who says that they can settle this issue and just talk. Vincent smiles and grabs Hector's hand, saying that in that case they should have a proper dinner and discuss important matters. He also says that he can pay for Hector's dinner out of his own pocket, but the frightened informant says that he is always happy to help his friend. Having received the necessary information, Vincent and his assistant finally find themselves in the necessary place, where the mysterious Diana lives. Vincent recalls his conversation with Hector, who told him that everyone gets sick, and therefore, it doesn't matter how they change their first or last name, because it will all be preserved in the medical records. Some asked for information about how 15 years ago she had to visit the hospital several times, and last year her mother was hospitalized due to a tumor. Quite quickly he found Diana's address, not forgetting to warn that it could either be wrong or made solely for additional conspiracy. Vincent realizes that this location is 100 meters away from the street where his incident with the third victim occurred, and somehow Diana managed to avoid all the cameras. This can only mean that she is familiar with this alley, and she most likely even lives here. However, the detectives are tormented by the question of why this girl is simply carrying home a severed limb as if nothing had happened, in the hope that it will not be noticed. Returning to the present from his mental palace, he decides to knock on these doors to see who will open the door for him. After some time, the huge, heavy metal door begins to creak loudly and open. Vincent looks ahead suspiciously and notices that the silhouette of a mysterious man is gradually materializing before his eyes, but he still can't make him out. This person turns out to be an elderly woman who, judging by the description, looks very much like Diana's sick mother. Vincent's assistant shows her ID and asks her if a girl named Diana lives there. After some time, they go into the apartment, and Vincent asks the elderly woman if her daughter played the piano in the past. The woman replies that the piano became a big taboo in their family, and they never talked about it after Diana's father died. Vincent's assistant asks the woman what happened, to which she sadly replies that Diana has always been a very famous child, and in the past she has won first place in many competitions. This sincere and naive girl thought that the difference between them and the other participants was small, which is why she decided to increase the difficulty in the final, where the pianists were allowed to choose the pieces themselves. The sponsors organized the practice the day before the final. At the very last moment, a terrible event occurred that changed this girl's life forever. At first, everything seemed absolutely normal, because the girl was in her usual element and continued to play her favorite musical instrument. The happy parents watched what was happening and saw how easily she could perform rather difficult pieces of music. Everything changed when the rest of the people left, and Diana stayed to practice and became very immersed in the game. At some point, the girl felt terrible pain in her arm and began to scream loudly. As soon as the parents ran to the unfortunate girl, they discovered that all the piano keys were splashed with fresh blood, which belonged to their daughter. At the hospital, the doctor said that Diana's middle finger had been cut off by a sharp object, and part of the finger could still be reattached, but if they didn't find it in time, it would be too late. For a child whose only possession was a piano, The loss of a finger was like a fatal injury, but her father hurried back to the high school classroom. However, when he returned, it was too late, as the blood had already been thoroughly washed off the piano, and part of Diana's finger was missing. The mother of the unfortunate girl says that the sponsors did not want this situation to have any impact on other participants, so the incident was hidden. It was known, or rather confirmed, that Diana's finger had been cut off by a blade that someone had placed between a black and white key. The blade was placed in a place rarely used by pianists, but Diana pressed that key because of the piece she had chosen. From her point of view, whoever placed the blade was very jealous of Diana's talent and was worried that he would lose, while the girl herself could not stop shaking at the sight of the piano, even after physical therapy. The woman claims that Diana was not only physically hurt, but also emotionally, and her father soon suffered a heart attack due to heart disease, and eventually died. Vincent listens attentively to the story of the grief-stricken woman, realizing that everything is much more complicated and contradictory than it initially seemed to him. However, he realizes that all the information he has fits together perfectly, meaning there is only one thing left to do. With these words, he turns towards the closed door and reflects on the fact that he needs to find evidence of Diana's involvement. After a short pause to let the woman calm down, he asks her who the room belongs to, and she replies that it belongs to someone who committed these acts. Vincent asks the woman where Diana is and is told that Diana has left with a theater group to perform in the village. Vincent remembers that the film the criminal used in victim number 3's car is also used in the theater. With these words, he takes out a master key that allows him to open all the locks, and states that, most likely, Diana is involved in their case. Slowly fingering the keys in his hands, he says that someone is most likely targeting her. Vincent's assistant, as well as Diana's mother, wonder what he means, not believing their own ears. Vincent suggests that it may be the same person who placed the blade, and states that he needs to check Diana's room for evidence. Diana's mother tries to stop Vincent, saying that she doesn't like people coming into her room, but he tells her not to worry. He turns around with a smile and states that they are only doing this to ensure her safety, and will do it so carefully that no one will suspect a break-in. After a few deft movements of the key, the lock gives way and Vincent pushes the door forward, quickly looking into the room to check what is inside. A second later, a huge skeletal head appears from the door, causing Vincent's assistant to start screaming loudly in fear, unable to control her emotions. Vincent himself calmly looks at the approaching skeleton, realizing that there is absolutely nothing scary about it. However, the girl throws herself into his arms in order to get at least some protection from the approaching monster. Vincent looks closely at the skeleton that fell out from behind the door and smiles, realizing that the girl was very nervous and scared of a simple model. He tries to calm his assistant down, saying that everything is fine and it just seemed that way, but she doesn't immediately believe him. Vincent smiles and suggests that she turn around and look at the skeleton if she doesn't take his word for it. Diana's surprised mother turns on the light in the room and asks the frightened assistant if she was really scared by a simple model of a human skeleton. Vincent walks forward and with a keen eye spots books on anesthetics and proper dissection on the shelves, after which he asks Diana's mother what medical books are doing here. While the assistant catches her breath, Diana's mother replies that her daughter worked as an assistant at a veterinary clinic for some time. Vincent immediately recalls overhearing a conversation between his colleagues, who said that one of the anesthetics used on the sedated victims was often used on large animals. Looking around, he also wonders why there is not a single table in this room, realizing that this makes everything even more suspicious. Diana's mother asks the officers what exactly they are looking for, to which the assistant says that they want to take a look. Vincent quickly looks under the mattress of the bed and immediately puts it down, saying that they found everything they were looking for, and begins to look at his mother. He says that her daughter actually has things that are very important to their investigation, so she should wait in the hallway while he and his colleague take a couple of pictures. An older woman asks Vincent if this will affect her daughter in any way, to which he assures her that she will be fine since their department will now be looking after her. Vincent's assistant escorts the elderly woman out and asks her boss why he continues to lie and what the intentions of their visit are. Turning towards him, she sees something so terrible that she decides to quickly close her mouth so as not to let out a frightened scream. As she gets closer, she discovers severed hands in formaldehyde, as well as some equipment for stealth entry into houses. All this evidence points to Diana being the very same hand thief who hunts other girls and deprives them of their limbs. Upon further inspection, it turns out that the severed hands, placed in containers of formalin, also contain name tags. The assistant overcomes her fear and says that her boss is just a genius, after which she asks him how he guessed that she hides everything in her room. Vincent, speaking about the fact that Diana locks her door, which in itself raises considerable suspicions about the contents of her room. He also claims that Diana's right arm was damaged, like all the victims, and that her mother had surgery last year just after the 2 arm-cutting incidents. Vincent continues his reasoning, stating that 9 months later, when his mother's condition returned to normal, Diana committed a 3rd crime. After that, he turns his attention to the huge number of special photographs of his victims, as well as the necessary equipment that can help her. Vincent quickly studies everything and says that he now sees before him a clear picture of those strange crimes that took place over the past year. He states that on that day, the 24th, Diana was present at the same concert, and after it ended, she followed her victim. Having chosen the necessary moments, she knocked out her victim and dragged her to the distribution room. Immediately after this, she cut off her hand, but did not immediately leave the scene of the crime in order to act rather cunningly. From Vincent's point of view, she placed the victim's hand in a container of formalin and hid it, returning for it only 2 months later to collect it. That day, Diana sat in the ventilation until dawn, and then made her way through the ventilation pipe into the gym, and blending into the crowd, was able to get out of the building. That same day, she went to her second victim's home and waited on the roof until the night of the next day. Using a ladder, Diana climbed onto the roof of her victim's house, thereby gaining the opportunity to sneak onto her balcony. The ladder, she decided to use the rope since she could take it with her. Diana made a duplicate of the victim's key and installed a listening device to make sure the victim would be home alone. Once she had cut off her victim's hand, she hid underground for 7 days, having prepared herself in advance to be in such conditions. Vincent claims that Diana prepared the toilet chamber and left no traces or evidence after leaving the crime scene. Vincent's assistant is surprised by how much hatred Diana felt towards her victims, adding that only one person harmed her, but she decided to take revenge on everyone. Vincent continues to examine various photographs and discovers something strange, after which he falls silent for a while. He wonders why Diana might need a water pistol, and is then drawn to a photograph of a cemetery. This photograph shows an excavated grave, which makes him suspicious, but does not give a clear answer as to why it had to be done. After listening for a while, Vincent's assistant draws his attention to another photograph, which contains a portrait of a girl unknown to him. She claims to be a famous international trade entrepreneur named Elizabeth who has moved to Australia. The assistant wonders why there is so much information about this person here, while Vincent remembers that his name was on the list of finalists. And after thinking for a long time, he realizes that this girl is the next victim of Diana, who decided to finish the job to the end. He looks up at the photo of the plane ticket again and realizes that a plane from Australia is arriving in the city today, then looks at the time and realizes that the plane arrived an hour ago. Vincent quickly runs out of Diana's apartment and says that he must urgently find her before it is too late. Finally, he tells his assistant that she should film all this evidence and rush to the department for reinforcements. The assistant runs after the main character and declares that this girl was accepted into the National Conservatory of Folk Music, and she began her work with musical equipment. The neighbor also says that this woman should be in Australia, but Vincent understands that the grave that was in the photograph belongs to her father. From his point of view, Diana deliberately dug a hole there in order to lure her next victim here. He adds that, among other things, the girl sent a fake document stating that her father's grave had collapsed for no apparent reason. Finally, Vincent says that there is very little time left, and Elizabeth's plane landed an hour ago, so he will have to rush as fast as he can. The action moves to an unknown cemetery where Elizabeth's father is buried, whose grave was disturbed by Diana, poisoned by her thirst for revenge. Elizabeth looks closely at the grave and wonders who could have such intentions to disturb someone else's grave. Meanwhile, Diana spots her victim, slowly approaching her, holding an axe in her hands and preparing to commit another terrible crime. Vincent calls the station and is told that Diana's phone cannot be tracked, but he offers to track Elizabeth's phone. The assistant asks Vincent for some time, while the protagonist stops at a red traffic light. Immediately after this, he takes out his phone and thinks about where Diana plans to attack her victim, after which disturbing thoughts creep into his head. A chain of coincidences tells him that if Elizabeth came only on this business, then she could not have gone anywhere except to the cemetery. Quickly opening the map, he realizes that there is not a single surveillance camera in this location, making it the perfect place to strike. Immediately after this, he decides not to waste a second and presses the pedal to the floor, crossing the intersection on a red light. Seeing this, a child walking next to his grandmother says that this person drove through a red light, to which the grandmother says that this is a very bad person. Meanwhile, Diana had already begun to carry out her plan, somehow mysteriously putting the unsuspecting Elizabeth to sleep, who fell to the ground. Diana takes a few steps closer before swinging her massive axe to deliver a powerful blow. However, before she can carry out her plan, Vincent stops her with a loud shout, ordering her to freeze in place immediately. Realizing that she has been exposed, Diana immediately takes off running. But Vincent loses hope of catching the dangerous criminal and finally solving this case. They run around other people's graves for quite a long time, but Diana cannot break away from Vincent's pursuit, while he himself cannot catch up with the beautiful girl. After a while, Diana runs herself into a dead end, while Vincent says he thinks he's a damn fast runner. After this, he takes out the handcuffs and asks her why she is frozen in place, adding that now she has no escape route left. He begins to cheerfully spin the handcuffs on his finger, saying that next time she will need to practice better. In his premature celebration, Vincent fails to notice Diana quickly turn around and pull out a water pistol, quickly aiming it at him. Before he can react to this lightning-fast action, a dart is thrust into his shoulder, causing him to instantly stagger to the side. His consciousness begins to cloud over, and he realizes that this water pistol was used to tranquilize victims. A moment later, he falls to the ground, and his gaze is finally turned into the wireless darkness, which completely engulfs him for a while. After some time, he begins to hear familiar voices and slowly opens his eyes, seeing in front of him a specialist doctor from his department named Juno. The realization that he has lost the fugitive criminal immediately hits the protagonist's head, and he immediately takes off. She tries to stop him, telling him that he shouldn't make any sudden movements, adding that the effect of the strong sleeping pill hasn't worn off yet. Vincent tries to take a few more steps, but his strength immediately leaves him, causing him to once again lose the ability to coordinate his movements normally. This puts him in a rather delicate situation as he falls on Juno, causing her to also lose her balance. However, a smile appears on her face again, which suggests that she is not very alarmed by such a fall and is even glad that Vincent did not run off somewhere headlong. Vincent's assistant realizes that this situation looks quite embarrassing and tells him that he should get up immediately so as not to embarrass others. Vincent gradually comes to his senses, after which he looks at Juno and notes that he had hardly crossed paths with this woman before. The girl responds to Vincent with a reciprocal smile, after which she extends her hand to him so that he can help her up from her awkward position. Acting like a true gentleman, he immediately gently takes the medical examiner's hand to help her to her feet. She gets to her feet and says that she heard that there is a hooligan detective on Team A who has been the subject of so many rumors. After this, she straightens her medical gown and says that the last thing she expected was that this hooligan would turn out to be Vincent. Vincent understands that what happened looked rather awkward, and immediately apologizes to the girl for this incident, adding that he will try to prevent something like this from happening again. A few seconds later, he remembers again why he was trying to get to his feet so abruptly. He asks his assistant where Elizabeth went and what happened to her hand. Behind him, the team captain's voices can be heard saying that Elizabeth is okay. The main character's boss, Luke, says that if the killer escapes the city, they will all be in deep trouble. He also accuses Vincent of incompetence, saying that he is primarily concerned with the bets made and not the outcome of the investigation. Juno stands up for the protagonist, stating that if he had not rushed to the crime scene first, Elizabeth could have already lost her arm. Suddenly, Vincent starts laughing incredibly loudly, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. He takes a few steps forward and puts his hand on his superior's shoulder, asking him if the deal was that he would catch the killer. One of the employees approaches Juno and asks her to examine Vincent again, since the anesthesia has affected his brain. Meanwhile, Vincent approaches one of the graves and the assistant stops him, asking where he is going, suggesting that the anesthesia is still wearing on him. Vincent ignores all of his comrades' warnings as he reaches the required spot, then lifts his leg to deliver a powerful kick. As soon as Vincent unleashes the full force of his blow onto the ground, it immediately begins to crack, as if it were made of cardboard. Luke doesn't have time to get a word out before the main character suddenly falls into a huge crevice that has formed where he had just been standing. The rest of the police officers quickly run up to the hole that has formed to check if everything is okay with them and their comrade. In fact, Vincent smiles sincerely and says that his allies should hurry to take a close-up photo of him against the backdrop of the criminal. Within a few minutes, handcuffs are put on the criminal's hands, and the main character's assistant looks at her boss with admiration. She asks him how he knew that Diana was hiding in this particular grave, to which he tries to find a suitable answer. The reason for his insecurity is that he cannot admit to his assistant that he did something not very correct before he fainted. With the last of his strength, he moves forward to attach an invisible tracking device to a rather delicate part of the criminal's body. Vincent tries to come up with some excuse, saying that last time, in order to cut off the victim's hand, I hit on the roof of the whole building, which means you wouldn't go far now. The assistant is not impressed by this answer, and asks him how he knew which grave the fugitive criminal was in. The assistant states that it all looked like he knew her location perfectly, and Vincent realizes he has no normal explanation. The young assistant herself comes to the aid of the main character, who says that most likely he pretended to lose consciousness and saw with his own eyes where she climbed. Vincent understands that sometimes the desire to surpass one's mentor takes people too far, and they begin to mistake wishful thinking for reality. However, this version plays into his hands, and he pretends that he has been figured out, praising his assistant for her excellent deductive skills. He also says that nothing can be hidden from her, after which another system notification and another useful reward are received. This time, he is given an invisible lie detector that will allow him to read the intentions of other people with incredible ease, without arousing unnecessary suspicion. Several hours pass and Vincent finds himself in the interrogation room to find out all of Diana's motives. The system also notifies him that thunder follows fierce lightning, or that together they split everything in two, causing all 5 elements to rage. Vincent carefully studies the text of the system and asks himself if this is some kind of hint about meeting the killer. Diana sits motionless for a moment, then asks Vincent who it really was. Vincent looks at her in surprise, and after a while asks what she means by these strange questions and what she is trying to achieve. Self-control, and forcefully hits the table with his hands, after which he rises above it and looks menacingly at the main character. She repeats her questions, only this time she starts shouting and asks who put the razor blades in the piano that ended her career. Vincent asks her in surprise if she really didn't know who it was, and just tore off the arm of absolutely everyone who made it past the finals. Diana looks down and says that all these girls have ruined her whole life with an act that can no longer be corrected. After a short pause, she loudly shouts that everyone who made it to the finals bears equal responsibility for what happened to her life, after which she adds that one of the 3 victims confessed to what happened. Vincent says that Diana is mistaken in believing that other than the victims confessing to the attack, they had no way to find her. The girl looks at the detective in surprise, after which he tells her that none of the 3 victims admitted to hurting her. The only thing that connects them is their participation in the competition. He also claims that by putting 2 and 2 together, he simply ran through the list of all the participants and thus found her house. Diana continues to insist that this is impossible, recalling that the location of her house was unknown. But Vincent claims that they were helped by records of her mother's hospitalization. Diana states that in any case it was impossible to know which grave she would hide in, but Vincent replies that her anesthesia will last and everything will be the same as before, in parallel. Hearing this, Diana loses touch with reality for a while, and continues to repeat that everything that is happening seems absolutely impossible to her. After a while she falls silent, causing Vincent himself to briefly reflect on how hard this girl's life was. Taking a breath, Diana says that her father placed all his hopes on her, but it all turned out to be in vain. Tears start to flow down her eyes, and she declares that she is no longer capable of anything. Her father died, and her mother is sick with cancer, which requires financial investment. Finally, she declares that now there is absolutely nothing left in her life. But Vincent leaves these words unanswered. After that, she gets up from her chair and heads towards the exit, stopping at the end and asking where they are. He asks her if she thought about her mother before she planned to take revenge, and then asks another question about how her mother would be able to survive if she wasn't around. Diana realizes that the thirst for revenge has completely overshadowed her nature, which is why she absolutely did not think about the fate of the last close person who was in her life. As a sign of resignation to her fate, she closes her eyes and continues to cry quietly, occasionally shuddering. Vincent says that the human heart cannot lose its balance, and hatred should not cross the line no matter what the circumstances. After leaving the interrogation room, Vincent realizes that he still has some things to do that need to be dealt with urgently. This case is about catching the man who harmed Diana and started this terrible cycle of violence that has only now been stopped. After some time, he approaches one of the police station offices and opens the door. As soon as he enters, he is met by a strange young man who points at him and says that he has finally reached him. There are 2 points next to this person that receive the command that this person needs to be dealt with. The avalanche moves towards Vincent, while the instigator says that this is the one they are looking for and that he must be captured immediately. Vincent looks at the approaching big guy with skepticism, as in his past criminal life he fought against opponents much more serious than this one. After some time, he throws the arrogant bandit outside the police station so that he does not bother the law enforcement officers with his antics. The team leader says that representatives of the traders from the alley, whose goods he destroyed during the chase on a camel, have come here. Vincent looks closely at these people, and reflects on the fact that these traders are more like some small-time extortionists that he managed to see in his past life. The main instigator grabs him by the ear and says that now his older brothers will teach him something. Showing the instigator and extortionist the amount of compensation, he says that he did not cause any interesting damage, after which he asks where such large numbers come from. He also says that giving false testimony is a criminal offense, which means that the extortionist can go to jail right now for his money. Officer Vincent's righteous anger is interrupted by a soft female voice calling him by name in order to get his attention. Turning around, he sees Elizabeth approaching him, extending her hand to him, and stating that she wants to give him 100,000 yuan as a token of her gratitude. She also comes even closer to him, placing her hand on his shoulder, stating that she is incredibly grateful that he saved her hand. She also asks him what he thinks about having dinner together that could be scheduled for today. Vincent looks with interest at the offered suitcase, which contains a whole bunch of money, but his boring captain declares that he should not take this money. After thinking for a moment, Vincent carefully removes his hand, hands over his key, and says that he cannot accept her invitation because he follows his own rules. After this, he says that if Lisa wants to give him this money, she should write a statement about a voluntary donation so that he does not have problems. Elizabeth smiles sincerely at her savior and says that she will gladly fulfill his demands. Immediately after this, she hands him her business card, after which Vincent accepts it with a smile, in order to make some inquiries in the future. As she leaves, Elizabeth tells the protagonist that if he needs her help, he can call at any time. Vincent quickly hides the business card and says that he will definitely take advantage of this opportunity, while the extortionist tries to slip away behind his back. Vincent quickly turns around and grabs the extortionist by the hair, after which he offers him a wad of bills and tells him that he should take this money and give it to those traders. The extortionists immediately leave, saying that they will do, especially as he says, and all the merchants will get their share. Vincent watches them carefully, making sure that they have finally left the police station premises and can now breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after this, he turns to his dear colleagues and says that this evening they can go to a corporate party, during which he will be the host. Upon hearing this news, other police officers are very happy and say that something like this should definitely be celebrated. Vincent himself cannot boast of a good mood, since he still has several days of completed work left. He looks closely at the list of the 10th high school piano competition, realizing that there are still a few people to question. Taking a closer look, he realizes that there is something obviously wrong with this list, which means he needs to call Elizabeth immediately to talk to her. After some time, the two heroes meet in a cafe, and Vincent says that these are the results of that year's competition, noting that Elizabeth's scores were very high. Based on this, he confidently states that only 4 participants could benefit from Diana's withdrawal from the competition. Vincent notes that if even one of the 3 victims had been guilty of this, Diana would have been caught long ago, and it would not have been her turn. Elizabeth asks him what he means, then loses her temper and says that he cannot blame her for hurting her. Vincent lets his interlocutor speak, after which he looks at her carefully and asks if she is the person who ruined his life. Vincent claims that when he mentioned her name, she had no doubts because she already knew the name of the person who wanted to attack her. Vincent adds that he checked the personal data, and in order to participate in the competition, the father forged Elizabeth's documents. The detective also reveals that she competed in the 9th competition, but failed to make it to the finals, making her the only finalist who would have a motive to harm Diana. Elizabeth sadly says that she sees no evidence, noting that so far these are all just empty accusations against her. Vincent calmly says that Elizabeth already knows perfectly well that if it weren't for that blade, then this girl's life would now be as good as hers, if not better. Vincent states that now this girl has lost her father, her mother has been diagnosed with cancer, and a wild hatred burns in her soul that will sooner or later destroy her. Having heard some pretty difficult information, Elizabeth screams that she doesn't want to hear anything anymore. After this, genuine tears appear on her face, and she asks Vincent if he can imagine how she lived all these years, adding that with her actions, she deprived her of everything. Elizabeth speaks bitterly about how she has lived with the inevitable shadow of her past for so many years, but she cannot get rid of it. Vincent looks at Elizabeth in shock before handing her a handkerchief to wipe the tears from her face. Elizabeth confesses that she is indeed indirectly involved in this matter, which ruined the life of the unfortunate Diana. Elizabeth says that 18 years ago, the day before the competition, she, on the orders of the committee, rehearsed until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then went to her room. In the evening, her father told her that he had forgotten something in the hall and had to go back, and forbade her to follow him so as not to spoil anything. Elizabeth immediately sensed that something was wrong, as her father rarely spoke to her in a raised voice. But that day she could not sleep. It was already 11 p.m. when he finally returned, after which, with a strange expression on his face, he told her that she should try hard. On the day of the award ceremony, Elizabeth was too nervous and decided to go to the restroom, noticing Diana's sobbing mother, and only then learned that the girl had dropped out of the competition. Being a rather intelligent girl, Elizabeth immediately realized that the time when this happened completely coincided with what time her father left. This knowledge poisoned her life from the very first second. So at the awards ceremony, the girl stood as if dead. Despite her best efforts, she absolutely could not force a smile, hoping with all her heart that her father had nothing to do with this. However, that day when they were packing their bags to go home, she found a whole box of special blades in his bag. That evening, they had an incredibly violent fight. But it was this that served as the reason for her father to finally confess to what he had done. He begged her for a long time not to tell anyone about this, adding that it would put an end to their success. Elizabeth states that her parents divorced when she was a child, and her father was the only one who cared for her and was willing to do anything for her. Elizabeth admits that at times he worked 3 jobs, and she really didn't want him to go to jail for what he did, even though it ruined someone's life. Elizabeth also says that karma caught up with him, and soon he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and he died suddenly. But the feeling of guilt continued to choke Elizabeth. The girl claims that after that competition she never touched the piano again, and every time she saw this musical instrument, poor Diana and her severed fingers popped into her head. After a while, the confident girl pulls herself together and says that Officer Vincent doesn't have to worry, since she will take this matter under her own control. She confidently states that she will hire the best lawyers to protect Diana and take care of her mother, who urgently needs money. Vincent continues to observe Elizabeth's behavior, realizing that this time the girl is speaking from the heart and sincerely wants to help Diana. The girl states that money cannot solve all problems and does not expect any forgiveness. But she just wants the life of the unfortunate girl not to get even worse. This mood in Elizabeth's soul restores some faith in people to Vincent, and he smiles, realizing that justice has been restored at least to some extent. He smiles and says that he is happy with this development of events, and he hopes that Elizabeth will live up to all the hopes he has for her. The following evening, the Crime Stoppers department throws a raucous corporate party, at which Vincent performs as a karaoke star. Other department employees chat loudly, sharing their impressions of how they managed to solve this difficult case. After some time, Vincent notices that his incredible vocal feats have been followed by medical experts from their department. Turning his head in her direction, he discovers that Juno is handing him a glass of strong drink and smiling affably. Vincent smiles back at her, realizing that this friendly relationship could be used to build some kind of far-reaching plans. After some time, he gets into the car with Juno, who agreed to give him a lift home. The girl asks him if he has had too much to drink, but he replies that if he hasn't started kissing her yet, then he hasn't had that much to drink. Juno smiles and says that she didn't expect such straightforwardness from him, after which she adds that in fact his house is located on the other side. Vincent looks at his interlocutor in surprise, wondering if she really wants to get something specific from him if she is still taking him home. Juno says that Vincent shouldn't think about anything indecent, after which she states that a body from the reservoir was delivered to the city today, and in order to attend the corporate party, she only finished half of the autopsy. Juno looks down wearily and talks about how her hands have touched a lot of corpses, then looks at Vincent and asks him if it repulses him. Vincent calmly says that these people did not die from her touch, and if he could die at the hands of such a beauty, he would have no complaints. Such high-quality compliments have an effect on the forensic expert Juno, and Vincent even manages to notice a slight embarrassment on her cheeks. After this, she regains her calm expression and smiles, realizing that she definitely finds this man interesting. After a while, they arrive at the place, and Juno tells Vincent that he can get out of the car. Still hopeful, Vincent approaches Juno and asks her if she would like to come to his house, noting that if she needs to improve her corpse examination skills, he can pretend to be dead. Unfortunately, his brilliant approach is not successful, and after a while Juno leaves back to work, and Vincent goes home. In response to his proposal, Juno smiled politely and said that they would definitely try something similar the next time she brought her surgical knife with her. Inspired by the results of that night, Vincent goes into his group's office the next morning and asks his colleague if she would like to give him a new case. Immediately after this, he puts his arm around Juno's shoulders and says that he could help her, adding that in the evening they could talk about the results of her autopsy. However, Vincent's colleague informs him that he has a lot of work to do, and he himself goes to police training in order to complete the arts program. Arriving at the training site, Vincent is bored, thinking about how the system has been giving him some strange items lately. However, after some time, his attention is instantly drawn to Officer Valeria, who enjoys incredible popularity among other employees. Vincent immediately jumps up from his seat and says that this woman is very beautiful, to which his colleague says that she is a detective and very beautiful. Before he can finish this thought, Vincent is immediately next to Officer Valeria and greets her in order to introduce himself to the teacher. In front of the astonished audience, he declares that he saw Valeria just come to the gym and did not see the fighting techniques that were just demonstrated. He immediately declares that he would be happy to help his dear colleague, not hearing the whispers of others about the fact that in front of him stands a two-time champion in elite sparring, who makes a cutlet out of her opponents. Nevertheless, the young girl accepts her colleague's invitation and says that she would be happy to participate in sparring with him. Vincent says that he will first teach her a special elbow hold, after which he invites her to attack him. Valeria launches a swift blow towards Vincent, but he easily intercepts it, forcing the girl to stop for a while. Immediately after this, he performs an elbow grip, saying that there is nothing complicated about it, and that it is necessary to clamp the hand in this way. Valeria smiles and turns towards Vincent, saying that she feels like she can easily escape this hold, despite his skill. Vincent asks her how she plans to escape his capture, but a moment later he receives a powerful punch right on his cheek. This attack takes the protagonist by surprise, but he immediately discovers that the danger has not passed in the least. Having gained the advantage, Valeria flushes out the air in order to deliver an incredibly powerful flying kick to an unsuspecting opponent. Vincent turns out to be not so simple and manages to raise his hand in order to block this attack. However, the legs are incredibly strong, causing Vincent to bounce several meters to the side and hit the safety ropes hard. Gradually coming to his senses, he wipes the sweat from his cheeks and notes that this blow was very skillful and quite strong. He also notes that now he understands why no one approaches this girl to spar, because she pretends to be a sissy, but in fact she's an experienced karateka. Valeria smiles at Vincent, apologizes to him, saying that she slightly miscalculated her strength, and expresses hope that he is not angry with her. To tease him, she asks Vincent if he can teach her a hold that is definitely impossible to escape from. Vincent realizes that he now needs to play big, and states that he actually knows a great move to escape the hold. Valeria looks at her opponent in surprise and asks him what technique he wants to show her this time. She takes a fighting stance and mentally asks Vincent to come closer, unless he is afraid that she might break his arm with her strength. After a brief pause, Vincent lunges forward and Valeria easily breaks free from his grasp, unaware that this was his plan. She initially believes that he is going to punch her in the face, but in fact, Vincent hits her arm perfectly and begins to grab her again. He finishes performing the move and asks her what she thinks about his technique for performing the hold. Unlike the previous hold, this time Vincent gained control of both of her arms, and now Valeria cannot escape so easily. The girl begins to angrily demand that the protagonist let her go immediately, but he states that her blow was so painful that he can no longer move. Other colleagues begin to chuckle at the irony of the whole situation, but Vincent realizes that he needs to take action. He continues to perform the hold and says that Valeria can now call him Brother Vincent, and in that case, he will teach her a great many different techniques. Valeria continues to get angry and prepares to use another hold escape move, despite the fact that her arms are blocked. Taking careful aim, she delivers a powerful headbutt towards Vincent's face, hitting him square in the nose, causing him to immediately recoil. Taking a painful blow right to his head, he allows her to break free from her grip, then quickly wipes his face to ease the pain. After a while, he opens his eyes and sees that Valeria is now preparing to launch another powerful attack directly at his body. Confident, the girl lifts her leg in order to bring her heel down with all her might on Vincent's chest, causing him to lose his balance. Vincent intercepts the blow and praises Valeria's legs for their neatness, neat appearance, and beauty. For a while, both heroes freeze in place, trying to figure out what to do and how they ended up in such an awkward position. Vincent smiles and says that Valeria needs to train her powers a little so that this attack can't be blocked so easily. Valeria feels a wave of serious embarrassment and realizes that it's time to show off her signature move. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, she blurs the air, then pushes one leg into Vincent's body and wraps the other around his neck from behind. Immediately after this, she throws him to the ground and places her foot in such a way as to prevent him from quickly getting to his feet. Vincent is amazed by such amazing coordination of movements and incredible determination demonstrated by his new colleague. Valeria looks haughtily at her opponent, wondering what this unbearable man will do now to avoid inevitable defeat. Unfortunately, Valeria doesn't know that Vincent was a famous crime boss in the past, and is ready to do anything to win, even bite his buttocks. Valeria lets out a loud scream, which is somewhat reminiscent of a tone, and loses her composure for a moment. Immediately after this, she rushes at the main character, begins to hit him right in the face, saying that it was incredibly painful for her. The referee intervenes and asks them what they are doing here in broad daylight, while the rest of their colleagues continue to watch what is happening. Vincent and Valeria get to their feet and the police scold them for not coming here to lie on top of each other. Valeria turns to Vincent and warns him not to let her see him again, as she will kill him immediately for what he did. Vincent says that he can repeat the same thing to her, noting that she did not frighten him at all with her empty threats. The police order them to calm down immediately and say that tomorrow he will report to their superior so that they can conduct educational work with them. After some time, the scene moves to a hospital, where the deputy chief of the police department asks his colleague if he is joking. The deputy says that this person is new and does nothing but fool around all day, and therefore is not suitable for the role of successor to the head of the department. The head of the department states that his drive and fighting spirit are much stronger than any criminals, and this cannot be underestimated. The head of the department says with a smile that he has already taken care of everything, and now it is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Vincent continues his detective work and finds himself at another crime scene, noting that the destroyed house doesn't look so bad. He notes that this very place was once the house where the murdered man, whose death they are investigating, lived. His assistant is just saying that Vincent just returned from training and has already been sent to investigate the case with missing details. Vincent says that the detective's job is to investigate a crime, but his assistant says that this is a very old and complicated case. The main character is not discouraged and says that in 10 years this case could not be solved only because he was not assigned to this case. He carefully opens the door and declares that once they figure out this mystery, he will treat her to something very tasty. The creaky door gives way and opens rather quickly, after which Vincent finds himself in an already neglected room. He looks closely at the sofa, next to which there are still a huge number of bottles of beer lying around, and immerses himself in his deductive work. He reflects on the fact that 10 years ago at 8 o'clock in the evening, it was raining, accompanied by thunder. And at the moment the crime was committed, a blurry figure armed with a knife appeared on the alley of the block. Since there was no CCTV camera nearby, no other information about what happened could be obtained. The unknown assailant bent over his victim and then committed an extremely brutal murder using a knife. According to the data, the victim was stabbed more than 40 times, which led to immediate death from massive blood loss and pain shock. There were also no fingerprints or traces of the killer found at the crime scene, and even the door handle was completely untouched. Vincent suggests that the victim could have opened the door himself, or that the killer somehow had a duplicate key, which allowed him to get inside. The killer also left a huge inscription on the wall, which states that everyone pays their debts, and, remarkably, decided to use the victim's blood. Vincent muses that if the killer was seeking revenge, he wouldn't have written the word debt. But if he did owe him, he wouldn't have had to torture the victim so cruelly 40 times. Vincent takes stock and realizes that the killer left a pool of blood at the scene and added a misleading message to it. Coming closer to the metaphorical figure of the killer, the protagonist wonders what his goal was and what he wanted to say with this act. Vincent's thoughts are interrupted by a loud ringing sound coming from the pockets where his mobile phone is located. As soon as he looks at the phone, he finds that Charlotte is calling him right now to have a little chat with him. As soon as he picks up the phone, she asks him if he's busy, adding that she would very much like to treat him to lunch as a token of her gratitude. Vincent agrees to this offer and goes to a restaurant, where Charlotte states that she wanted to treat him for a long time, because if it were not for him, her bag would have been stolen. She also states that the bag was a gift from her dear boyfriend, and she would not like to lose it. Immediately after this, she tries to add something else, but falls silent because she becomes too awkward. Vincent also senses his interlocutor's shyness and understands that he needs to persuade her to open up to him. He states that if she has something to say, she should speak up, because then he will help her in any way he can. Hearing these words, a smile immediately appears on the street, and she asks Vincent if he can check out her boyfriend. Vincent contacts Hector and claims that Stella's boyfriend is constantly borrowing money from her, and she is afraid that he is in some serious trouble. Hector states that Stella's boyfriend is named Fred, and then says that as soon as he gets more news, he will be sure to pass it on to him. Vincent thanks Hector for his help, and then promises him that the next time they meet, they will go play pool together. Immediately after this, he hangs up the phone and turns his gaze to the woman who is casually walking with her daughter. This girl is the ex-wife of the stabbed man, whose name is Eleanor, and in the past she suffered long-term beatings from her husband, which led to a miscarriage. According to the information received, her husband threatened her entire family that he would break her father's leg. And on the night of her husband's death, Eleanor was at the hospital to help her cousin give birth. This information gives her an ironclad alibi, making her unable to be a real suspect in this case. The very next day, as soon as Eleanor saw the phone, she became afraid of death and called the police. Neighbors helped, but after that she tried to kill herself several times. Vincent understands that this woman is very unlikely to be the killer, but the probability is still not zero. A moment later, Hector calls again and replies that he has finally found the man he has been looking for so long. He states that Fred is producing defective goods in his factory and is going to the bus and market today to sell them, after which he sends him the location. Vincent discovers that the system has been successfully activated again and decides to investigate the place in order to find some clues. Suddenly, his exploration is interrupted by a loud scream that seems incredibly familiar to him, and he decides to raise his head to find out what happened. A criminal runs in front of him, followed by the learned officer Valeria, warning him that he had better stop if he doesn't want trouble. The confident girl demands that the criminal stop immediately if he does not want to end up in a wheelchair. Vincent calmly waits for the moment when the criminal is near him and trips him up to put an end to his attempts to escape justice. Before Vincent can figure out what's going on, Valeria runs past him, accidentally punching him right in the face. Immediately after this, she finds herself within jumping distance, and, with the help of the incredible strength contained in her legs, she soars into the air. She immediately chooses the perfect moment to deliver a powerful flying blow right to the head of the rising criminal, and tells him that he should have stopped right away. Vincent watches her beat up the criminal and mentally calls her a freak, then wonders why the hell she punched him in the face. Immediately after this, Vincent rudely pushes her away and orders her to immediately move away so that she does not get in his way. Coming closer to the unfortunate criminal, he delivers another blow directly to his face and says that he should not have run away from the police officer. Valeria, who is watching this, is incredibly offended that this man dared to push her to the side instead of politely asking her to move. Immediately after that, she puts her hand on his shoulder, and Vincent turns around to find out what the hell just happened and why Valeria is acting so rude. However, when they meet each other's eyes, they do not say a single word and prepare to start a fight and restore their hurt pride after the last fight. Valerie decides to take advantage of her incredible agility and flexibility, then leaps into the air to deliver another well-aimed flying kick. Vincent is also a difficult person, so he decides to counterattack his opponent with a powerful punch. Two police officers begin to fight each other instead of catching a criminal, but are quickly interrupted by their colleagues at the scene. Vincent indignantly says that he helped her catch this criminal, and instead of gratitude, he received a strong blow to the face. Valerie continues to naively insist on her own and states that she could not know for sure whether he was a criminal in collusion with him. Two police officers once again exchange threats, saying that if they ever see each other again, another fight will break out. Finding himself alone, he discovers that because of this fight, he has become completely distant from his original goal and decides. He also claims that this woman constantly confuses all his plans and acts as if she is smarter than others. However, he admits that this girl has one hell of a punch, after which he puts the wallet he stole from the criminal in time into his hand. He unfolds it and notes that he at least has some results, and decides to carefully examine the evidence he has received. He carefully pulls the photo to find out what this guy did wrong and what motives he might have to commit the crime. Vincent slowly pulls out the photograph, still wondering why he was caught and what crime he wanted to commit. A few moments later, as soon as he puts the photograph away, another photograph appears in front of his face, this one showing a beaten Eleanor. After receiving several tips, Hector says that the man's name is Lucius. He is 41 years old, and he is a clothing retailer with a total of about 1 million yuan on his cards. Vincent continues to study the suspect's photograph closely and asks Hector what this has to do with her. Hector is surprised, turns towards the main character and declares that no one has been able to solve this case for 10 years, and Vincent simply picked up someone's wallet and found evidence. Vincent realizes that this was once again the system's trick, and discovers that as a reward for completing the stage, he received an invisible listening device. After looking closely at this photograph, he comes to the conclusion that it was most likely taken secretly without Eleanor's consent. Vincent comes to the conclusion that he needs to ask Lucius about this photograph, since he most likely knows this woman well. Without thinking twice, he realizes that he is in a rather difficult situation, since the suspect is being held in that very department. The protagonist's assistant looks around, wondering if anyone knows anyone in the U department, and then the room goes dead silent. Vincent understands that he has once again drawn an unpleasant lot, because he has acquaintances in this department, but he only regrets this acquaintance. Realizing that otherwise he will not achieve any progress in the investigation, he heads straight to the U department to make inquiries. Quite quickly he runs into an acquaintance of his, who asks him if he really had the nerve to come here after everything that happened. Valerie looks at him with disdain, then asks if he really came here again to make a mess and do nonsense. Vincent leans towards Captain Valerie and addresses her by her rank, stating that she speaks as if he is some kind of maniac, even though he is here on business. Valerie immediately pushes Vincent away along with his documents, saying that these papers are not enough, and if he brings his official documents with the investigations, then they can talk. Vincent indignantly replies that he will need a month for the official documents, and he does not have that much time to wait, after which he realizes that things will not work out this way. Without thinking twice, he decides to turn on his unreal charm and leans towards the girl again, reminding her that last time she allowed him to bite her butt. Looking at Valerie, who was seething with embarrassment and anger, he asks her if she is still angry about such a prank during a friendly duel. Valerie pushes the protagonist aside and says that anyone can come to the interrogation except him. Immediately after this, she irritably tells the protagonist to go back to where he came from. Vincent realizes that he will have some difficulties in this matter and clicks his tongue in irritation, trying to figure out what he should do now. After some time, the verbal altercation between the two heroes attracts the attention of other department employees. They go out into the corridor to look at Vincent and say that if he dared to anger the captain, then now he will definitely not live. Vincent does not fall for such provocations and asks Valerie if she really refuses to help him investigate a very important case. Afterwards, he passes by her and asks her if she believes that he can cut off their separation from the world in the blink of an eye. With incredible self-confidence, he says that he has a superpower that can render the entire building without communication. They look at such bragging with some surprise and try to understand why her colleague is behaving as if he is 15 years old. After a while, she realizes that this man is simply hopelessly bluffing, and the same haughty smile appears on her face. Valerie leans over to the protagonist and states that if he can actually knock out the entire building's cell signal, she will allow him to enter to interrogate the suspect. Vincent watches his interlocutor's expression with interest and says that such words should not be thrown around left and right. Immediately after this, he puts his hand on her shoulder and expresses his sincere hope that she keeps her word, which must be very expensive. Immediately after this, he slightly approaches the surprised girl and says that now is the time to read the appropriate spell. Valerie punches Vincent in the arm, then turns to her subordinate and demands that he bring the signal detector in order to check his actions. Vincent takes the pose of the great magician and loudly pronounces the words about Captain Valerie being a naive fool several times in order to convey to you great significance. Realizing that her colleagues are just messing around to make a fool of her, Valerie raises her fist and then asks him if he really wanted to try it on. However, a few moments later, her subordinates say with horror that the signal in the entire building has just disappeared. The employees talk to each other in surprise and ask if they have cell phone reception, but they cannot get a single positive answer. Valerie also takes out her cell phone, but discovers that it, like all the other equipment, has no cellular signal. She turns to the protagonist in surprise, trying to understand what he was planning and how he managed to muffle the entire building in the blink of an eye. Vincent celebrates his victory and asks Captain Valerie if he can finally interrogate the suspect. After some time, the scene moves to a special interrogation room, where Lucius is currently located. Suddenly, his peace is interrupted by the loud sound of a metal door opening, which Vincent hits absolutely mercilessly. After thinking for a long time, he walks around the room and freezes for a while to give his appearance incredible significance and cool pathos. However, a few moments later, he receives a push from Valerie, who was also heading into the interrogation room to talk to the suspect. She advises Vincent not to block the passage and not to try to show off at every opportunity, after which she herself enters the room. Sitting down on a chair, she looks closely at the main character and thinks about what is wrong with this idiot, and how it happened that the signal really disappeared. Vincent reflects on the fact that he had an invisible signal jammer, and now the people around him actually believed in his incredible superpower. After thinking for a while, he decides to try an invisible lie detector in order to throw out absolutely everything that is possible and impossible from the suspect. After clearing his throat properly, he turns to the suspect and says that when he starts asking him questions, he will have to answer only yes or no. To test the system, he asks the suspect if he is a man, to which he responds in the affirmative with surprise. An invisible detector tells the protagonist that the suspect was not lying, and he understands that this thing really works. Immediately after this, he asks the suspect if he is a woman, to which he receives a negative answer. after which he asks him if his name is Lucius. Having received another affirmative answer, he again asks the suspect if he likes pies, after which he asks if his parents are divorced. After a few relaxing questions, Vincent abruptly asks the suspect if he is the man who killed Eleanor's husband. Upon hearing this name, the suspect's face immediately distorts with terrible fear and incomprehension. In desperation, he immediately says that he never killed this man, but already shows a red signal. Grabbing the criminal by the horns, Vincent rises from his chair and says that Lucius is lying when he says he did not kill Eleanor's husband. Vincent interrogates Lucius and asks him if he knows the murdered man's wife, Eleanor, to which he replies that he does not know her. Valerie looks at the scene with concern and wonders why this man is so nervous after asking him several questions. After this, she turns her gaze to Vincent, and she begins to wonder what this man knows that makes him act so confident. After a while, Vincent sits down at a table and decides to portray a small turtle. He speculates that this man is the murderer they are looking for, but they still have no proof. With these thoughts, he raises his murderous gaze to the suspect, making him even more nervous. Looking around, he realizes that he needs to come up with a way to make this man confess to what he did as soon as possible. After a while, he turns around and notices that Valerie is talking to her subordinate and also checking the necessary reports. Saved for some time, he opens the door to her office and takes a few steps towards her in order to take her by surprise. Immediately after this, he puts his hand on her shoulder and brazenly asks her if they can talk face to face in order to catch some questions. Valerie turns to him with a smile and says that they can talk, since now is the perfect moment for it. Vincent is surprised by such a soft reaction, wondering why Captain Valerie suddenly began to treat him with such warmth. After some time, Valerie enters the office and shows the killer the inscription that was left at the crime scene. After a short pause, the girl says that this is written in a way that 91% matches Lucius's handwriting, which was analyzed. She also states that the height of the dark figure that was captured on surveillance cameras that evening also completely matches Lucius's height. Valerie notes that Lucius did absolutely everything possible to avoid leaving traces and fingerprints at the scene. Immediately after this, she takes out a small folder and states that he managed to find the only evidence that does not belong to the victim. Throwing the folder down on the table with a loud slam, she declares that this hair is a perfect match to the DNA they took from him. Lucius begins to scream in panic that all this is impossible and that they are trying to slander him, after which he begins to scream that he demands a lawyer. Vincent continues to look closely at the suspect, drilling him with his inquisitive gaze. Valerie quickly turns around and looks at her partner, assuming that this way they won't be able to expose the man. However, Vincent makes a noise and takes a few steps towards the suspect, after which he recommends that he take a closer look. He takes out photographs and says that in addition to the material evidence, they have another piece of evidence proving his absolute guilt. He shows Lucius a photo of Eleanor and says that they have another witness who confirmed everything. Lucius looks at the photo in shock and wonders if she really told the whole story. Vincent and Valerie suspect him and wonder what he means when he says these words. Quickly coming to his senses, Vincent asks the suspect if he really only just realized all this now. Valerie turns her gaze back to the protagonist and notes that this man never ceases to amaze her with his antics. Exactly 15 minutes ago, he told her about his absolute certainty that Lucius was the killer, and suggested that she put on a show for him. Vincent said that we needed to work the evidence a little, make him nervous, and then get him to confess to the crime on his own. Lucius hangs his head down helplessly and says that all the accusations are the pure truth. After a short pause, he says that he is the man who killed Eleanor's husband on that fateful night 10 years ago. Hearing this information, Vincent and Valerie exchange glances, mentally rejoicing that they finally managed to crack this man. Lucius says that he and Eleanor signed an agreement called a murder swap contract. The detectives listen in amazement to the horrific details, trying to figure out what this contract for exchanging murders could mean. Vincent is genuinely surprised to learn that the innocent girl who is Eleanor is actually also a murderer. Vincent reminisces and says that he and Eleanor's husband went to the same high school. According to his story, at that time he loved a girl named Adriana. Eleanor's future husband failed to win Adriana's heart and spread rumors that she had already slept with him. His lies spread like wildfire, and the whole village found out about it. Soon after, Adriana was forced to drop out of school and move to another city just to find a job. Angry people report that after some time, rumors reached him that she had become a prostitute. And because of this, Eleanor's future husband fully deserved to die. Valerie says that this is why Lucius asked Eleanor to go to his house and kill his wife. Vincent is surprised by the news that this man ordered the murder of his wife, and immediately guesses why Valerie changed her attitude towards him. Looking at this outstanding detective, he understands that she needed his help in order to make him confess to everything. Valerie asks Lucius why he ordered the murder of his own wife, to which he replies that he wanted her dead from the very beginning. According to him, this woman absolutely never respected him and did not value him at all. Lucius himself, from a tired point of view, was just a nanny who had to clean up after her and throw the next suitors out of her bed. However, each such scene made the heart of the naive Lucius break more and more. And now you are in pieces. However, there is a limit to everything, and at some point, his wife's arrogance and entrepreneurial attitude turned into genuine hatred. After some time, he saw in a movie how people make contracts to exchange murders and decided that it was necessary to find a similar person. After some time, he found a kindred spirit, who turned out to be Eleanor, who had endured her husband's beatings for so many years. Lucius wanted to use her not only to avenge his old friend, but also to kill his own wife. But she rejected his offer, and the matter was postponed. Unfortunately, all this led to was Eleanor's husband beating her nearly to death, causing her to have a miscarriage. Thus, the cornered woman signed the agreement, after which she recorded her consent to participate in this adventure on a dictaphone. The killer states that on the day of his wife's death he was at Plant A, and on the day of Eleanor's husband's death she was in the hospital helping a relative give birth. Immediately after this, he declares that he lived well for 10 years, and now, having confessed absolutely everything, he feels an unprecedented relief. After some time, the two departments decide to celebrate a murder case that has remained unsolved for 10 years. Vincent's colleagues say it took their department 10 years to solve the crime and suspect that he is a Sherlock from another universe. The system also congratulates Vincent on solving the case and notes that he just received 3 invisible surveillance cameras. A few hours ago, he had cautiously shaken Valerie's hand as a sign of at least temporary reconciliation and hope for pleasant cooperation in the future. Valerie told him that she would report the details of the 2 cases to her superior, after which they would both cooperate in the investigation of the case. She also takes out her phone and states that she will send him all the details, to which Vincent replies that they need to go back to the station and close the case. Valerie says that before this case can be closed, a warrant must be obtained for Eleanor's arrest. Upon hearing this information, Vincent falls silent for a moment, which attracts the attention of Valerie, who was also surprised by his change in mood. She asks him what happened, trying to figure out why such a professional would suddenly decide to get nervous. Vincent honestly admits to his colleague that he still cannot believe that the killer is an innocent girl, to which she replies that this is not yet certain. Returning from his memories to the present, Vincent reflects on how this girl is not only beautiful and smart, but also has gentle hands and soft skin. After some time, his thoughts are interrupted by an urgent phone call, and he decides to answer it immediately. Captain Valeri contacts him via video link and asks him to urgently come to the specified location to discuss something. Vincent rushes off to the U-Bank and is there within 10 or 15 minutes. He is met by a surprised Valerie, who says that he arrived here quite quickly, and she did not expect to meet him in such a short period of time. The slightly drunk protagonist replies that he called a taxi, after which he demands that she immediately tell him what exactly happened. An unsuspecting Valerie reveals that they just interrogated Eleanor, and she said that she used a knife to stab Lucius' wife to death. She also notes that the autopsy report clearly showed that Lucius's wife died of suffocation, but Vincent realizes that he is going to vomit. He struggles to close his mouth and tries to regain his composure as Valerie reveals that the victim's body does indeed have shallow stab wounds. She also states that, apparently, Eleanor was not the cause of her crime, but the protagonist suddenly suggests that Eleanor is not the killer. Valerie turns to Vincent in surprise and says that several shoe prints were found at the crime scene, but Eleanor was wearing shoe covers. The captain also states that it all looked like a robbery, after which Vincent adds that there was a third person at the crime scene on that fateful day. Valerie suggests that this third person first strangled Lucius's wife, and then Eleanor came and mistakenly believed that she had killed her. After a while, she turns her head and sees Vincent standing in front of her, who has completely lost all strength in the fight against his attack of nausea. Before the unfortunate girl can even do anything, Vincent splashes her with a stream of vomit. There is no need to go into detail about how seriously Captain Valerie did not like this prank. However, the captain's indignant cry was heard throughout the entire police station. After a while, a couple of right-wing detectives end up in the interrogation room, and Vincent simply tells a story to get her to answer these questions. He states that Eleanor must answer only yes or no, to which the girl answers yes. He asks Eleanor if she is the person who killed Lucius's wife, to which the girl replies that she did it. To the protagonist's surprise, the invisible lie detector confidently declares that this answer is a lie. Vincent doesn't understand anything, and asks Eleanor if Lucius's wife was killed with a knife, to which the lie detector gives a positive answer, which is also marked as a lie. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist comes to the conclusion that this girl really believes that she stabbed Lucius's wife, or is deliberately covering up for the killer. To make sure of this, he asks her if she knows who the killer of Lucius's wife is, to which the girl, surprised, asks what he means. Vincent demands that this question be answered either affirmatively or negatively. Now the woman answers that she knows perfectly well who the killer of Lucius's wife is, but the lie detector again marks this answer as false. Vincent is genuinely surprised by this coincidence and understands that this girl is not lying and absolutely does not know who killed Lucius's wife. He decides to continue asking leading questions, asking Eleanor if Lucius's wife was already dead when she stabbed her. The unfortunate girl says that she does not know this, because she was very scared. She simply stabbed the blanket several times, but the victim did not move. Vincent and Valerie begin to suspect something, while the protagonist comes to the conclusion that Eleanor mistakenly believed that she killed Lucius's wife. This leads him to a rather obvious and positive conclusion for him that the real killer is not her at all. After some time, the detectives get to the roof of the building, and Valerie says that Eleanor has already confessed to the crime, so the case can be closed. Vincent reminds Valera that she herself heard perfectly well that at the moment when the girl pierced the blanket with a knife, she did not even know whether Lucius's wife was alive or not. Valerie says that as a senior officer, she must remind him that if they close this case now, everything will be easier for them, and they will not have to rack their brains. She also says that it's been 10 years, and if they start investigating this case again now, and Lucius's own wives make a fuss about it, they won't calm down until they find out the truth. Valerie also reminds that Vincent is not in the best position and must understand that a case from 10 years ago can cause a lot of problems. Having finished her thoughts, the girl says that she has said everything she had to say, and now she wants to hear the opinion of her colleague. She asks him if they should close the case or continue investigating, at which point Vincent smiles genuinely, holding a cigarette in his teeth. After taking a good drag on his cigarette, he turns to his partner and says that if she could close this case with a clear conscience, she wouldn't have called him here. He also states that Valerie would not read him a huge summary, still leaving the possibility of continuing to investigate the case. Smiling slightly, Valerie loses her nose, saying that she already regretted calling him, as he poured his vomit all over her. Vincent places his hand on his partner's shoulder and asks her not to be forgetful, after which he suggests that they catch the real killer together. After some time, Vincent comes to his department with Lucius and tells Hector that, for now, he will keep him here to investigate everything. Their thoughts are interrupted by a strange sight that attracts the attention of the protagonist, and he asks his assistant where this crowd of people is running. The assistant says the suspect in the case was a tracer athlete who escaped from the reservoir but has now been found. The assistant also adds that according to the data received from this reservoir, a man in handcuffs was seen. Vincent remembers that the work was a reservoir, and wonders why the killer suddenly decided to return to the crime scene. Hector says that there are a lot of settlements near my storage, but he says that he is leaving with the others right now. Vincent's colleague tells him that his boss wanted to see him, to which Vincent replies that he needs to understand the criminal, so he will come see him later. 3 days later, Vincent continues to patrol the area and reflect on how the system has only been giving him navigation and signal boosters in recent days. The protagonist's assistant tells him that the villagers reported seeing the criminal in the western part of the reservoir, but now they are heading east. Vincent replies that the fact that they saw the criminal does not mean that he is still there, and most likely he will head towards the east. He also reminds that the police have already searched the entire northern and southern parts, but this has led them to absolutely nothing. Stopping, he looks closely at the people nearby and discovers that one of the girls seems a little familiar to him. He remembers that this girl looks very similar to someone from Valerie's circle, which raises the question of what she is doing here. Meanwhile, the police officer thanks her fellow officer and then bids him farewell, saying that she will be happy to see him soon. Vincent quietly gets out of the car and approaches the girl, also asking who this very person is with whom he just spoke. The frightened girl lets out a loud scream of surprise, but Vincent continues to look at her, interested with a curious gaze. The girl replies irritably that she just spoke to the detective who was investigating her wife's case at the time and who has now retired a couple of years ago. Vincent recalls that Valerie handed Lucius over to them and decided to send officers to talk to colleagues who investigated the case 10 years ago. Vincent is dissatisfied with the fact that Valerie has not yet shared any information with him and decides to ask the operative about how the investigation is going. Having slightly overtaken the girl, he snatches the dictaphone from her hand and asks her if this was the device on which her last conversation was recorded. The operative recalls her conversation with the captain, who said that she could not share data with Vincent, who was rushing to catch the criminals in the reservoir. Snatching the recorder, the girl replies that she has the right to keep this information confidential, since it has nothing to do with the case that Vincent is handling. Vincent objects and says that both of their departments are working on this case, so there is no point in hiding any information from each other. The stubborn operative reiterates that if Vincent has any questions, he should contact their captain instead of pestering her. Vincent loses his patience and resolutely puts his hand on the car window, preventing the girl from opening the door and driving away. The operative turns around in surprise, and Vincent says that when he wants something, no one dares to refuse him. This slightly awkward interrogation scene is interrupted by Vincent's assistant, who calls out to her boss to find out what is going on. The operative immediately decides to take advantage of the moment and hides in the car, while the main character's assistant asks him why he suddenly stopped here. Looking after the car as it quickly drives away, she also asks him who this woman is. Vincent takes out a small voice recorder, which he managed to pull out in time during a very short pause, and reflects on the fact that no one dares to play these games with him. Without hiding his sly smile, he declares that most police officers are still too young to fool him in such matters. When he turns on the recording, he learns that the suspect is at least 1.88 meters tall and limps on his right leg. Also, according to the data received, pieces of dirt were found on the victim's body, which means that the killer most likely pressed himself against the wall before strangling. After some time, Vincent receives an important call from Valerie and listens attentively to her very loud scream, demanding that the recorder be returned immediately. Vincent plays dumb and says he has no idea what kind of recorder they are talking about, but Valerie sternly demands that he stop pretending. She also tells him the shocking news that Eleanor's stationery store was destroyed, and in addition, someone set fire to Lucius's storeroom. From Valerie's point of view, the relatives of the murdered wives began to rage. They demanded that they quickly catch the criminal. Vincent realizes that he needs to get his business done as quickly as possible, so he stops at a gas station to return the recorder. The operative angrily takes the voice recorder from the main character and says that there are a huge number of cliffs here that one could accidentally fall off. Quickly getting into the car, the angry woman says that Vincent is unfamiliar with this area and therefore should drive more carefully. The detective calmly watches the girl leave and forgets to pick up the delicious ice cream, gradually delving into his thoughts. Pretty soon, a very brilliant idea comes to his mind, and he realizes that the criminal could have ended up near the air for a reason. He immediately turns to his assistant and asks her to quickly check what the suspect was doing before they tried to arrest him. The assistant states that the suspect was a clerk at the technology bureau, to which Vincent responds that, as an employee, the suspect could have explored the area. Quickly running his eyes over the newly received data, he realizes that it is now clear why he was hiding near the reservoir, because he is well acquainted with this region. Vincent asks the assistant if the suspect was involved in any large-scale scientific research projects in the region. The assistant is pleased to say that her boss's guess is correct, since the suspect was involved in a reformation project in the old mine. She also states that this village is quite close to us, and praises her boss for his incredible intuition. Vincent smiles and says that now they must head to the specified village as quickly as possible in order to comb it. After some time, night falls, and Vincent and his assistant decide to stay in a small hotel. A sleepy girl asks her boss if he is not going to sleep, reminding him that it is already late at night. Vincent, saying that he will go to bed later, then wishes his assistant good night and begins to think about where the criminal could be hiding. Looking at the map, he realizes that finding him here won't be much easier, since there are a huge number of mines in which one can disappear. His thoughts are interrupted by a dog that has crept up on him unnoticed and attracted his attention. Taking a closer look, he realizes that in front of him is a small mongrel, which is happily wagging its tail, having smelled delicious food. Vincent looks down at his chicken leg and realizes that this dog has probably given absolutely everything he has to get a proper snack. Vincent decides to do another good deed and goes back to the diner owner to buy a few more chicken legs from him. Sitting down on a bench, he treats the dog to a chicken leg and tells her not to rush with her meal. Looking at the dog, he mentally wonders what this man eats if he hides in the mines all the time. A slightly tipsy detective smiles and shows the dog a photograph of the criminal and says that if the dog were a police dog, it would definitely help. However, he decides not to lose hope and asks the dog if she knows this man and if she can help in his search. The dog doesn't respond, and Vincent laughs good-naturedly, saying that he must have had too much to drink. However, to the main character's surprise, the dog suddenly turns around and starts running rapidly into the forest, barking loudly along the way so that he would follow it. Vincent takes off running after the dog, wondering if this dog can really find this man. After some time, the dog suddenly stops and sits down on its hind legs in order to rest a little. Vincent also stops to catch his breath, as he has used up a lot of his stamina following that fast dog. However, unfortunately, it turns out that the main character was led by a dog not exactly to a criminal, but to something much less valuable. As Vincent takes a closer look at the so-called clue that the stray dog kindly provided him, he realizes that it is not quite what he had hoped for. However, his keen hearing immediately picks up the barely audible clanging of a metallic object, and he immediately turns towards the noise. Turning on the flashlight on his phone, he discovers a man running away, making the same metallic sound with every step. Looking closer, he discovers that the man is still wearing the handcuffs he was never able to get rid of. A memory resurfaces in his mind, in which the assistant reminded him that the criminal was still wearing handcuffs on his hands. Vincent begins to celebrate his victory and reflect on the fact that now this criminal will never be able to escape from the hands of justice. He takes out a flashlight and begins to pursue the victim, mentally cursing at the fact that in this darkness he can see absolutely nothing. Vincent realizes that his victim is a tracer and knows the area very well, which greatly increases his chances of escape. He also understands that in this darkness he can see absolutely nothing. But immediately after that, he remembers that the system had prepared a gift for him long ago. Without thinking twice, he decides to open his inventory, and a sincere smile appears on his face. Using an invisible night vision device, he notes that now is a very good time to take advantage of this gift. Looking around, he finally finds a small cave in which the criminal hid in the hope of escaping from his pursuer. Vincent immediately rushes forward, plunging further and further into the cave and forgetting to look around periodically. After a while, he stops to catch his breath, wondering which way the bastard ran. The answer comes to the protagonist quite quickly, because in front of him once again appears, yes, the friendly mongrel that he recently fed chicken. After barking a little in front of the main character, the dog immediately rushes into the darkness, and Vincent guesses that the dog is leading him to the criminal. He praises the good boy and expresses incredible hope that he will be able to help him catch this scoundrel. As Vincent continued to move forward, he began to clearly hear the clicking of metal handcuffs, deciding that he was on the right track. After walking a few more meters, he notices the beam of a flashlight held by the criminal and starts running, ordering the villain to stop immediately. This time, Vincent managed to fully restore his strength, so the criminal did not have a single chance to escape from him. He catches up with him and knocks him down, after which he carries out a lightning-fast grab, taking the criminal's hand behind his back so that he cannot resist. Vincent feels like he is the winner in this battle and says that the criminal should have abandoned his pathetic attempts to escape at the very beginning. However, the villain does not give up trying to escape to freedom at any cost and delivers a stealthy knife blow, thereby knocking out the night vision goggles. Within a moment, he begins to deliver a lightning-fast blow with a knife, which is aimed straight at Detective Vincent's eye. Luckily for everyone but the criminal, the protagonist has incredible agility, which allows him to return even from such a fast attack. However, in order to recover from the knife attack, he has to let go of the criminal, who immediately prepares to escape. Vincent turns around and feels a thin stream of blood running down his cheek, before calling his opponent pathetic. Without thinking twice, he immediately jumps out from behind his victim in order to prevent her from getting far. After some time, he sees a small wooden barrier in front of him, through which the enemy easily crawls, using a small opening. Vincent takes a few steps towards this barrier, while the criminal prepares to cut him with a knife. Vincent does not dare to rush into trouble, but stops for a while in order to properly plan his further actions. The criminal does not realize that Vincent clearly heard him stop moving, which means his frustration was revealed. Having outwitted his opponent, Vincent asks him with a smirk if he was so naive as to hope for such a cheap trick. The criminal tries to reach for his knife and again rushes into the attack, trying to finish off Vincent. Vincent delivers a powerful two-finger strike to his opponent's nose and asks him if he really enjoys swinging a knife that much. With great effort, he throws his opponent back, causing him to hit his head with all his might against a stone wall. After taking a few more steps, Vincent feels his legs giving way and he wonders what the hell is happening to him. Hearing a dog barking behind him, he reflects that he could not have lost his strength so quickly. The system immediately warns the protagonist that there is an acute oxygen shortage in this area, so it is necessary to leave this area immediately. Vincent finds the most accurate answer to why his powers began to fade and finally puts handcuffs on his victim. He pulls his hand towards himself in order to move his opponent's unconscious body and thinks about how he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. However, something catches his eye, and he stops his gaze on a small object that lies right in front of him. Taking a closer look, he discovers that in front of him is a bag filled to the brim with something, most likely, very valuable. Vincent carries the criminal and gets to a place where the air quality is considered acceptable, after which he discovers that there is no signal there. Luckily for the protagonist, He remembers that he has an invisible GPS and a signal booster that was given to him by the system a long time ago. After contacting his unit, he relays his location to them, to which they respond that they are leaving right now. Finally, Vincent's colleagues say that they will arrive here in 2 hours, which gives him time to thoroughly examine the lying bag. As soon as he picks it up, he immediately discovers that this bag is incredibly voluminous, and he opens the lock with interest. In front of him there immediately appears a considerable number of old banknotes with a total value of 100,000, without taking into account their antiquity. Vincent turns around and wonders how there could have been so much money in an old abandoned mine. After some time, the police arrive at the scene and take a photo of the main character happily posing with the unconscious criminal. The police officer says locals reported seeing the criminal heading west, but he somehow ended up on the east side of the storage facility. As Vincent approaches the car, he addresses his partners, saying that his assistant, Bonnie, is still at the hotel and recommends that they pick her up on the way. The detective is about to get into the car, but a homeless dog sits down next to him and has become attached to him in a short time. Vincent realizes that his kind heart will not allow him to abandon the poor animal, and he offers the dog to get into the car. As soon as the dog jumps into the car, Vincent closes the doors and drives home, telling his new travel companion that he has won him over with his cuteness. Arriving home, Vincent stops by the store for a short while to buy some groceries and goes upstairs, receiving another gift from the system. As soon as he gets to the floor where his apartment is located, he discovers that the dog has run up to someone's shoe and is carefully sniffing it. Opening the door slightly and looking up, he discovers that a girl is lying near his door, but she does not show any signs of consciousness. Vincent looks at her in surprise and tries to understand what the hell a young, beautiful girl who suddenly decided to lose consciousness is doing here. A few minutes pass, and the girl gradually comes to her senses, quietly saying that she feels an unimaginable stench next to her face. Opening her eyes, she sees right next to her the wet nose of a dog, who sniffs her with interest, trying to understand whether it is a friend or an enemy. Shocked by what she saw, the girl begins to scream loudly, which greatly frightens the dog, who takes a few steps towards its new owner. Vincent starts not opening his door with the key, after which he asks the girl why she is sleeping in the entrance at such a late hour. The girl claims that she forgot her keys inside and just decided to sit here until her friend, who is her roommate, arrived. Vincent looks closely at the girl's face and realizes that she has bruises on her face, which means someone beat her up. Keeping a calm expression on his face, he opens the door to his apartment and invites the unfortunate girl to come inside to rest. After some time, the girl decides to wash the friendly dog properly and asks Vincent what the dog's name is. Vincent enjoys his freshly bought bananas and says that this dog is called a specialist in very important clues. The girl doesn't understand what Vincent means by this ironic nickname, after which she says that the dog is finally completely washed. Vincent also goes into the bathroom, decides to dry his new pet thoroughly with a hairdryer, and notes major changes in the dog's appearance. After a good wash and a quality dry, this dog looks like he was born again and now has incredible beauty. After some time, he hears the voice of his interlocutor, who says that this dog belongs to the Belgian Shepherd breed. The girl claims that the police often use them as bloodhounds, after which she explains her deep knowledge by the fact that her family breeds dogs of different breeds. Vincent listens to the new information with interest, after which he asks the girl how old the dog is, judging by its appearance. The girl decides to also treat herself to a banana and states that this dog looks 2 or 3 years old, after which she approaches the door, where there is a knock. The girl comes closer and says that Vincent doesn't have to get up, since she will open the door herself. As the door opens, it becomes clear that the roommate of the rescued girl, who in turn was once saved by the main character from a rapist, has looked in. Looking closer, the girl sees that her friend has just gotten out of the shower and is eating a banana, while Vincent and the funny dog are looking at her intently. However, this fills the night worker's head with false thoughts, and she assumes that something happened between them in her absence. The night worker's friend and neighbor runs after her, telling her that everything is wrong and that she was just helping the dog take a shower, which is why she got a little wet. Vincent calmly turns to his new friend and tells him that he had no bad intentions, but he responds with a confident bark. After some time, the scene moves to a restaurant, where Vincent talks to his assistant, who states that she has not yet finished the last report. After this, she praises the protagonist for having already caught the suspect in the reservoir, and does not have time to catch up with him in terms of the speed of catching criminals. Vincent takes the compliments in stride and asks his assistant how the other cases are going, but she replies that the case has been solved. Vincent remembers that it was about a theft in a retirement home and asks his assistant how the case was solved. The assistant replies that everyone was confused by the lack of records of the robberies, but the captain of the R section, named Asura, immediately assumed that it was someone from the inside. Bonnie then goes on to say that the thief was a security guard who made a copy of the basement control room office director's key. While Bonnie and Vincent are talking to each other, a verbal altercation begins between a group of young people at a nearby table. One of them, who clearly has a criminal past, breaks a bottle and orders the man sitting at the table to get out of there immediately. He also approaches an unsuspecting person with a broken bottle and says that he will teach him a lesson. The man realizes that he is causing serious trouble because he does not have sufficient fighting skills to repel this attack. At the same time, a briefing is taking place in Department R, during which the chief of the bureau announces that the head of the main department will soon arrive at the department. One of the protagonist's colleagues wonders where he disappeared to, since his boss will really want to see him. It quickly becomes known that Vincent has gone somewhere with his assistant Bonnie, while other colleagues wonder why the boss decided to check on them. Meanwhile, the brawl in the restaurant takes a completely bizarre turn when Vincent gets involved. He throws a plate of food, which also contains very hot cutlets, into the bandit's face to stop him from posing a threat to the invisible man. Immediately after this, he appears behind him, hitting him on the arm with chopsticks so that he drops the sharp bottle. He immediately, having killed, looks at his potential victim and says that if he came here to eat, then he should eat, and not do all sorts of nonsense. Without waiting for an answer from his opponent, he asks him if he really wanted to eat in the cell. The criminals realize that they are dealing with a police officer and decide not to tempt their fate, since they still enjoy living on the outside. Without thinking twice, they immediately leave the room, while Vincent sits back down and complains that he is not allowed to eat in peace. Bonnie relays the information she received over the phone and states that a new supervisor from the Supervisory Bureau is about to be introduced to the department, so they need to be there immediately. After some time, the scene moves to the R department, where the arriving chief named Carter gives a very important and inspiring speech. This boss turns out to be the very man whom Vincent, by pure chance, saved during his visit to the restaurant. Carter says that he already heard that you went to eat someone named Vincent, and he has already managed to solve several cases in a row. He asks his colleagues if they know who this man is, and they immediately point him to Vincent, who is busy talking on the phone. Vincent continues talking on the phone when he suddenly sees someone approaching him and briefly distracts his attention. Carter extends his hand to Vincent and tells him that he was recently transferred here, and now they can become colleagues. Vincent smiles at his interlocutor and shakes his hand warmly, saying that he did not expect that fate would bring them together much earlier than this speech. Carter immediately suggests going to a restaurant in the evening so that he can thank him for the service rendered, to which Vincent replies that he will also treat him as a greeting. After some time, Vincent returns to his house and hears loud screams coming from his entrance, demanding that a girl named Evelyn come out immediately. Evelyn's friend Haley tells the bully that he doesn't dare come here after beating up poor Evelyn if he has any humanity left in him. Vincent looks closely at the hooligans standing near the door to the apartment and realizes that these were the people who beat up the unfortunate girl that night. After drinking his juice, he smiles and realizes that his fists are itching really badly and that this needs to be fixed immediately. Approaching the obnoxious bandits, he addresses them as loudly as possible to attract their attention. As soon as they turn their gaze to him, he introduces himself with a false name and asks them who is the boss. The hooligans push one of their men forward, adding that they have never heard anything about Vincent. Vincent comes a little closer and says that he recently heard news that there is the finest merchandise in the area, and even he cannot afford it. The hooligans immediately begin to talk about how all the goods in the area belong to their leader, and Vincent discreetly turns on the recorder in order to collect evidence. Having received everything he needs, he says that the leader of these bandits is indeed a big man in the area. After this, he smiles and says that now this changes everything, and takes a few more steps towards the criminals. While warming up, the shark says to someone that in that case, if he gives these bandits a beating, your name will also fly around the entire area. Evelina and Haley begin to hear the sounds of a violent fight, but after a while everything calms down, and they decide to check if everything is okay. Moving carefully, they open the door of their apartment to find out if the hooligans have changed their minds about breaking into their house. They immediately see Vincent in front of them, sitting on the immobilized leader and declaring that he sent the recording to the station, and the police will soon bring him here. Smiling slyly, the detective says that this man faces charges for selling drugs and violence against women, which are serious crimes. Evelina and Haley thank their savior, saying that if it weren't for him, something bad would have happened to them. Vincent calmly accepts the gratitude, after which he states that his services are not free at all. Looking at the two girls, he orders them to immediately go to his room and take a good bath before a very important event. He also says that these girls will have to work hard to save themselves, which brings serious surprise to their faces. After some time, Valerie comes to Vincent's home and talks with the owner of the apartment. The owner of the apartment says that a group of police officers just came to them and took 3 bandits away from here, after which she asks Valerie if she came with them. Valerie replies that she came here in a completely different way, to which the owner of the apartment says that the person they were looking for lives here, discovering that the door is open. Entering the room, Valerie finds Evelina and Haley massaging Vincent's stiff body, which has been very tired for the past few weeks. Vincent turns his head sharply to the side and looks in horror at Valerie, who suddenly appeared on the threshold of his apartment, whom he did not expect to see at all. He asks her what the hell she is doing here, but the girl starts to feel shy and frowns deeply, not saying another word. After a while, she pulls herself together and says that she went to say hello to his superiors, since they were asked to go to the department and help with the trial. Looking away slightly, she assumes that Vincent is a little busy at the moment and can't get dressed quickly and go with her. Vincent smiles awkwardly, while Haley and Evelina hide slightly behind his back and look closely at Valerie, who has arrived. The detective at the same moment says that Valerie can wait for him a little, and he will immediately change his clothes to follow with her. Having completed all the necessary procedures and starting to descend the stairs, Vincent suddenly turns his gaze to Valerie, thinking that with each meeting she seems more beautiful to him. He takes a moment to look at his partner, and realizes that he has never thought of this girl in this way before. The typical thoughts immediately rush into his head that, unfortunately, he cannot use his market on it. Along with these thoughts, an image of Valerie taking a shower after a hard evening at the police department bursts into his head. His sweet dreams are shattered when Valerie glares at him and asks what he's staring at. Vincent says he was just thinking and wondering what will happen to Eleanor once they catch the real killer. Valerie rightly points out that this girl still had malicious intent, so they will wait for the judge's official verdict. She also states that her husband said that he hired the best lawyer to defend her, so she has a good chance. After some time, they arrive at a restaurant, and Vincent takes out a not very tasty ginseng root to quietly get rid of it. Seeing that Valerie still hasn't finished her breakfast, Vincent hands her the piece, saying that she needs vitamins to be healthy. In response, Valerie calmly picks up her plate and throws Vincent his ginseng root along with the other scraps. Suddenly, a colleague sits down next to the main character and asks him how he figured out that a person involved in copying keys was involved in this case. Vincent says that earlier during interrogation, Leonora said that the door of the house was locked, meaning the killer could not have easily entered inside. From Vincent's point of view, the detectives found no signs of forced entry during their search, which means that the killer had the keys, which means he is most likely connected to whoever makes the duplicates. Valerie eats silently, watching the protagonist's process of self-admiration, and mentally calls him a pathetic show-off. However, she states that Officer Vincent is indeed a sharp mind, adding that they are in dire need of such personnel. Vincent smiles and says that Valerie makes him feel embarrassed, and he himself is not used to such displays of flattery. Valerie also states that she was just at his house and met 2 of his girls who massaged his shoulders and feet, however he was still unhappy. Vincent looks closely at his interlocutor, creating a mental question about whether she is praising him or trying to mock him. Deciding to counterattack, he states that Valerie is an amazing martial artist, and last time she beat him up so badly that he literally had to bite her butt. The reminder of such a shameful event causes Valerie to immediately lose her composure, and she abruptly stands up from the table, loudly slamming her hands on it. A moment later she drinks him away, telling him that he must get out of here immediately and never show his face again. Vincent takes out his phone and thinks about how she was the one who started teasing him, and now she got offended because of a simple joke. After reviewing the data from his app, he realizes that there is no way to catch a taxi here, so he will have to walk. The detective also wonders why Valerie was so offended by his self-admiration, and whether she really doesn't want to see him anymore. After walking a few more meters forward, he suddenly stumbles upon 2 rogues who are drinking. A sly smile immediately appears on the protagonist's face, and he reflects on the fact that he really needed smart assistance. Sometime later, Valerie emerges from the alley to head to her own car, unsuspecting. However, as soon as she takes a closer look at her car, she discovers that there is a man standing next to her who is urinating on the wheel. Valerie immediately rushes forward to punish the obnoxious bully and asks him if he really wanted to die at such a young age. Vincent, watching this, realizes that he has never seen anything funnier in his life, while Valerie begins to pursue the villain. The thing is that just a few minutes ago, he approached these 2 hooligans and asked them for help. He pointed to Valerie's car and said that the owner of this car had come to see him personally, after which he asked them to urinate on the car's wheel to teach her a lesson. By the way, he handed them a $500 bill and said that they had the right to refuse if they wanted. One of the hooligans agrees to such an event, saying that he has just drunk too much, and now he needs to relieve himself. Now Valerie beats up this hooligan and says that he won't leave here until he washes the whole car until it shines. Vincent laughs heartily when he suddenly hears the air of people claiming that they just heard their comrade screaming and decides to find out what is going on. After a quick inspection of the glass walls of the first floor of this building, he discovers that something is obviously wrong with this house. The idea immediately comes to his mind that the people who work in this place are involved in smuggling. Looking towards Valerie, he discovers that the number of people wanting to deal with her has increased several times. Vincent skillfully blends into the crowd and realizes that this time he has gone too far. And now he needs to somehow save his partner. Meanwhile, Valerie continues to hand out punches to absolutely everyone who was stupid enough to approach her with an attempt to strike. However, everything has its limits, and one of the villains approached the girl almost point blank and swung his stool. The girl turns around too late, at the moment when the stool is already a few centimeters from her face. Vincent comes to her aid, delivering a powerful kick in the air, knocking out his opponent. Valerie looks at Vincent in surprise and asks why he suddenly decided to help her, despite the fact that she treated him quite rudely. However, her questions are interrupted by another villain who tries to grab her, but she easily wriggles out of it. In response, she uses another counterattack, delivering a powerful knee strike directly to her opponent's head. In a desperate attempt to avenge the blows he received, one of the criminals makes a backhanded blow, but Valerie jumps aside. Having gained enough speed from this maneuver, she crashes into the back of the main character, who suddenly turns in her direction. Frightened, Valerie launches an elbow attack straight at Vincent's face, causing him to stagger back, feeling a searing pain on his face. Valerie smiles, then apologizes to him, saying that she didn't see that it was he who was charged under the article, and not some other scoundrel. Vincent, annoyed, wipes the blood from his nose and thinks about how this girl hit him again for no reason. Vincent decides that now he simply has to teach her a lesson so that she knows her place in their relationship. He walks forward, handing out a few to every scoundrel who has the courage to approach him when he is in a bad mood. Valerie also takes care of any opponents that get within kicking distance, leaving no one with a single chance. Vincent comes up behind her and immediately grabs her by the shoulder, immediately turning her towards him before she can even react. The surprised girl looks at Vincent, but he takes a bold action and kisses her so that she will stop hitting him at least for a while. Absolutely every person who watched this scene will be forced to admit that he did not expect such a turn of events. Valerie stands motionless for a moment, after which she begins to come to her senses a little, slightly closing her eyes. Pulling herself together, she pushes Vincent away and orders him to get away from her immediately, after which she tries to figure out what the hell just happened. Vincent, in turn, also falls silent and does not try to resist Valerie in any way. A huge number of police officers arrive on the scene, wondering what is going on, who all these people are, and why Vincent kissed Valerie. Vincent calmly replies that his colleagues can arrest these people because they are involved in smuggling. The police officers say that they will do it perfectly, to which he adds that they hide all the stolen goods in a building located nearby. Watching Vincent, Valerie bites her lip in embarrassment, after which she says that her colleague is a real psychopath. Returning home, Vincent decides to take a shower, but the conversation takes its toll, causing him to slam his hand right on the wall. Looking at himself in the mirror, he calls himself a damned idiot who acted extremely wisely and carelessly. His head is pulsating with anxious questions about what would have happened if she had suffered because of his stupid prank. Along with this question, he again remembers how a stool flies towards Valerie, which could have caused serious damage. As he gets closer to the mirror, he realizes that he no longer has to act like a street smartass and think about the consequences before he does anything. Coming out of the bathroom, he receives a letter from Evelyn and tries to understand why the girl suddenly decided to contact him. Looking up, he discovers that the girls have moved in with him and have already moved all their things from the neighboring apartments. In the message, the girl stated that the boss's henchmen would definitely want to take revenge on him, so they would need to live in another place. Vincent admits that he never expected that these girls would just up and move in with him, despite the fact that it is not very safe. An unprecedented tiredness appears on his face, and he realizes that he actually wanted to sleep on the bed today too. Not wanting to wake up his roommates, he simply lies down on the bed close to them in order to at least get a little sleep. Unfortunately, he quickly learns all the delights of spending the night in the same bed with other women who love to actively toss and turn. The physically strong detective is easily pushed to the floor, and he understands that he will have to spend the night somewhere else to get some sleep. The next day, he checks in at the department and places in front of his colleague the very same bag with a large number of old banknotes that he found in the cave. He praises his colleague's competence and says that he will certainly be able to name the price of these bills at a quick glance. The appraiser looks closely at these bills and says that there is no less than 200,000 yen here. After taking a closer look, he says that these are very old bills that are worth more than their face value, and then asks him where he found them. Vincent looks at his comrade in surprise and asks him why this is such a big deal. The officer says that this bag contains a huge amount of money for ransom, which is related to a very serious matter. Reminds us that all this is money that parents gave to their children's kidnappers. The frightened officer asks his comrade if he has any connection to the kidnappers. Vincent laughs sincerely and asks him if he can guess on his own without additional hints. Bonnie tells us that 26 years ago, several wealthy families lived in the village, and because the educational conditions were not the best, they decided to send them to a private school. According to the case file, the family hired a driver named Vladimir to take them to a private school and continue to accompany them as needed. The children quickly became friends with this driver and believed that they were in absolutely no danger. The driver hid his intentions from the unfortunate children and took them away in an unknown direction. The last thing that was found out was that the car was heading into a tunnel, after which it seemed to disappear into thin air along with its passengers. Taking advantage of this clue, the police summoned several squads to go to the mine, arriving there late at night. Here she says that 3 days after the car disappeared, the kidnappers contacted the families and demanded a ransom of $1,200,000. She also says that as soon as the money was handed over, the kidnappers stopped communicating, and for all these 26 years the police have not found any leads. Hector says that the ransom bag had a butterfly sticker on it that exactly matches the one on the bag Vincent picked up. Vincent speculates that this is all a system trick, since such a large sum could hardly have ended up in such an abandoned place. Vincent expresses hope that it would be nice if this terrible case could somehow be solved with his help. However, these dreams are not destined to come true, as police are horrified to say that they have found something very creepy. After some time, reporters bombard one of the officers with questions, asking whether they really managed to find the bodies of the children kidnapped 26 years ago. The officer says that as soon as they have news, they will give official comments, but for now they cannot disclose anything. Vincent moves on and reflects on how absolutely no one could have guessed that there were dead children lying in that mine for all those 26 years. He continues to walk down the corridor, looking sadly at his feet, but after a while he decides to pull himself together. Opening the door, he hears a loud voice saying that the investigation into the kidnapped children in the area is starting right now. Bonnie turns to Vincent and waves at him as the department heads continue their briefing. Vincent sits down on a chair and listens to how, with the help of DNA tests, they were able to determine the identity of 4 children who were killed. He also says that in addition to the dead children, the body of the driver was also found, who was also killed. It's midnight, but Vincent is still at the police station, thinking about what happened a few hours earlier. One of Vincent's colleagues brought the parents of the dead children to him, and said that it was this man who found the crime scene and their bag of money. The exhausted parents shook the protagonist's hand and sincerely thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Tears welled up in their eyes. They said that they were already tired of the unknown, and he thus gave them a chance to say goodbye to their son. The grief-stricken father could only squeeze out a phrase about how they would definitely find the one who did this. Vincent muses that they still haven't found one girl. If she's still alive, she would be around 33 years old. He wonders if it is possible to find this girl from the image that the experts have drawn. Suddenly he sees that the light is still on in one of the offices and is surprised that someone stayed there so late at night. He decides to check who it could be and discovers the familiar silhouette of the head of his department. Looking at Astra, he understands that this girl always takes her investigations seriously and absolutely never loses hope. Astra notices the presence of a stranger and turns towards him in surprise. She asks him what he is doing here, to which he replies with a smile that he came here to get something from her. Astra says with an important air that she doesn't really like Vincent, but she sincerely appreciates his talents. Immediately after this, she becomes much more friendly and hands him a pencil, after which she remains a question about what his thoughts are on the matter. Vincent gives her a friendly smile and realizes that now they can brainstorm together. He immediately puts his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder and takes the pencil, after which he says that he will take these words as a compliment. Immediately after this, he says that it is time to move on to serious things, and states that for so many years the police could not find any leads because they thought that the criminals had a plan. Astra listens carefully to her colleague's thought process to understand where he wants to lead her. Vincent himself, meanwhile, crosses out the hypothesis in the ideal plan of abduction, and wonders whether this is really so. After this, he turns around and asks her about what if the kidnapping was just an accident that was not planned in advance. Astra looks at Vincent in surprise and asks him why he came to this conclusion and what the logic is. Vincent says that usually after a kidnapping, criminals immediately contact the victim's family and demand a ransom. The purpose of such an appeal is to try to encourage parents to contact the police. But if this happens only 3 days after the disappearance, then this is suspicious. Vincent also says that the kidnappers take away their victims in their own cars. This time, their car, which by the way is quite noticeable, also disappeared along with the children. The detective also reminds that, judging by the information they received from physics, there were at least 3. It may follow from this that if there are 5 children and 1 adult in the car, it will be quite problematic for 3 criminals to fit in there. From his point of view, these arguments make the hypothesis of a perfect abduction plan highly unlikely. Tomorrow reflects on the fact that this hypothesis is indeed interesting and notes the incredible confidence in Vincent's voice. After that, she says that if they are not professionals, then how could they have thought of calling, demanding a ransom, killing the hostages and escaping? Vincent smiles and says that she has never kidnapped anyone, so she knows nothing about it, and adds that kidnapping is a matter that requires a high level of skill. Vincent says that he knew many kidnappers, and no one could have committed such a perfect crime, so they just wanted to steal the car. He also says that these people probably didn't expect that there would be so many people in the car. But Astra picks up on his other words. She asks him what he means by saying he has never kidnapped anyone, and then asks him if he has ever participated in anything like that. Vincent realizes he's stirred up a little too much and quickly clears his throat, then asks her what she's thinking, recommending she think like a criminal. Astra says that if we follow Vincent's logic, then the driver who was in the car is innocent and was not on the same team as the kidnappers. Vincent saying that he and the children were from the same village and enjoyed his work. But if the kidnapped were still alive, then they were all rich. Astra says this gives them a small lead, as they can now check on anyone who suddenly made a decent amount of money during those years. After a while he approaches Juno, asks her, and then she's really waiting for him, offering me a glass of wine along the way. Juno smiles at her interlocutor and says that she is really looking forward to him solving the crime, calling him Mr. Detective. She also hands him the results of the autopsy, for which Vincent sincerely thanks her. Vincent carefully reads the medical report and realizes that the mine collapsed due to an explosion, and all 5 victims have marks from the shockwave on their bodies. However, he still does not know whether the victims died as a result of the explosion, or whether the explosion occurred after they were already dead. He also learns from the documents that ropes were found near the bodies, and it can be assumed that they were all tied up, and even during the explosion, the ropes were still on them. In addition, the medical report shows that traces of blows from some sharp object were found on the left side of the driver's body. Vincent speculates that he was beaten while still alive, and that the blow landed near his heart, which could have been the cause of death. Meanwhile, his colleagues continue to stroll calmly around the premises and plan friendly dinners after this hard day at work. Vincent is very irritated by these conversations and understands that almost no one, compared to Astra, is trying to solve this difficult case. Feeling the tension filling his body, he shouts loudly to his colleagues that if they want to eat, they should get out of here immediately. But he also states that they have already gotten on his nerves with their chatter, which greatly interferes with his concentration, which is really important work. The city council leader wonders if he really wants all his teammates to hate him. The rest of the protagonist's colleagues watch the head of the city council in surprise and wonder what he is doing here. After a while, he puts his hand on Vincent's shoulder and greets him, after which he calls him Dear Nephew. Needless to say, Vincent's colleagues are very surprised by this information, since none of them could have guessed their relationship. Meanwhile, the city council leader asks Vincent to follow him because they need to talk about something very important. Vincent looks at his interlocutor with irritation and mentally asks questions about who this person even is. Nevertheless, he decides to find out what this man is up to and asks the director if he really has any business with him. The city council chief pulls out a can of energy drink and says he did absolutely everything he could. Immediately after this, he puts his hand on his shoulder and advises him to try not to show his character in the future and to work hard. As soon as he steps away, Vincent's colleagues approach him and quietly ask him what they were talking about. Vincent replies that there was nothing interesting in their conversation, but other officers say that this is absolutely not true. After some time, he finds himself near a mine and decides to walk through the mountainous area to look around. Looking down, he realizes that this is the very place where the kidnappers demanded ransom, after which he suddenly hears Bonnie's voice. At first, he doesn't react to it, but as soon as Bonnie starts screaming incredibly loudly, his thought process is interrupted, and he flinches in fear. He turns sharply to his assistant and asks her why she is yelling at him, to which she replies that she called him several times. Offering him ice cream, she asks him what his ideas are, to which he suggests that when the children's parents approached the cliff, they saw a walkie-talkie that the kidnappers had prepared for them. From his point of view, this means that at least one of the kidnappers was near them and observed their actions. According to the kidnappers' demands, they were forced to stand near the red line they had drawn and throw the bags of money in the same place where another bandit was located. The third criminal had to look after the children so that they would not run away at the first opportunity. Bonnie says that if Captain Astra's report is followed, the criminals were able to take the money under close police surveillance and cover their tracks. Vincent picks up his phone and says that there was someone among the criminals who did detailed work, and then decides to answer the call. Immediately after this, he greets his interlocutor on the phone and says that he is listening to him most attentively. After a while, he wonders in surprise why he has to portray himself as a bully this time. After some time, he beats up another hooligan who crossed his path. Holding his head in her hands, she calls him a pathetic nobody and asks if he knows who he crossed this time. Immediately after this, he points his finger at Carter, who is sitting nearby, and demands that he be treated with more respect, since this man is the senior boss. Carter watches the proceedings and struggles to contain his laughter at the detective's incredibly confident acting. It's such a pity. It quickly beats confessions out of criminals that they were paid money to try to drive all the visitors out of here. Vincent looks at the criminals with irritation, which causes them to immediately say that they will definitely make amends to him. After a while, all the hooligans leave the restaurant. Carter begins to laugh sincerely and loudly, making sure that no one can hear them. He claims that Vincent is an acting genius, because he acted so naturally that even he believed him. Carter also informs Vincent that the offer to join the disciplinary review department, which they had just discussed, will be considered approved. Vincent says that he didn't expect that Chief Carter would come here undercover to conduct his own investigation. Carter praises Vincent for just getting the bandits to reveal the name of one of their leaders by pretending to be a bandit, to which he only smiles. After this, he asks him if he really thinks that he too looks like a bandit, to which Carter smiles and says that the word "looks like" is clearly unnecessary here. After this, they clink glasses again and begin to laugh sincerely at this successful joke. Suddenly, the protagonist's laughter stops as he reflects on how these words reminded him very much of one person. And after thinking for a long time, he quickly gets up from the table, straightens his jacket, and says that he has urgent business, so they will meet a little later. Carter smiles and reflects on how the man never sits still, but that's what allows him to be so effective. Vincent is sent to a prison that was created specifically to hold dangerous criminals. Thanks to his authority and persuasive skills, he quickly negotiates a meeting with one of the most dangerous criminals. Looking at this scoundrel, Vincent understands that in matters of kidnapping, this man is the most mannered professional. The man in front of him, named Plato, is a skilled murderer and kidnapper who has earned a life sentence. Vincent says from the doorway that he came to ask a few questions, after which he asks him in what situation he could have killed the hostage. This question proves incredibly discouraging, even for such a hardened scoundrel as Plato. Immediately after this, he begins to try to justify himself and says that the case file states that the woman he kidnapped had a heart attack. Vincent says that he is investigating another case and has come to get the necessary information from him. He also states that if Plato finds it useful, he can contribute to his possible release. Plato states that there are actually many reasons for killing hostages, one of which is that the victim saw the kidnapper's face. Plato adds that he, too, has heard about the case Vincent is investigating, and suggests that it is much more complicated than it seems at first glance. To the protagonist's surprise, Plato states that real psychopaths may be involved in this case, who simply took the money and killed the hostages in cold blood. Plato says that if he were in the kidnapper's place, he would definitely not take the driver hostage if he could be much more useful. Vincent wonders if the driver is somehow involved in this matter, and then remembers that there is another criminal sitting here who can help him. After some time, another prisoner is brought into the interrogation room. This prisoner is the murderer who drowned the victim in the reservoir, and was subsequently caught by Vincent in the same mine, where the bag with the ransom was found. The criminal says he has nothing to do with the kidnapping, but Vincent says he needs to know how he discovered the mine. The criminal claims that in the early years, mining operations in the city's mines were carried out under contract with private individuals. Anyone could invest in exploring several mines at once, try their luck, and if successful, become incredibly rich. The criminal also states that if the mine turned out to be empty, then the result would also be disastrous, and on the drawings these mines were marked as empty. Vincent asks the criminal who installed the fence in this mine, to which he replies that the fence was there all the time, and he knows nothing about it. Vincent asks the criminal who the contract to explore the mine was signed with, to which he replies that the contract was signed with a rich upstart. After some thought, the criminal states that this rich man's name was Jack. After some time, Vincent returns to the police station and discusses with Captain Astra everything he managed to find out. Vincent states that he has been thinking that Jack may be one of the kidnappers who, having got hold of a lot of money, signed the contract for this mine. He also says that this man had a conflict with his partners, which is why he was killed, and his family is now left on the street, and the captain praises his theory. She smiles slightly, looking at the detective, and says that he surprised her again by being able to get information about the criminals themselves. Vincent immediately launches his highly honed self-admiration algorithm, and asks Captain Astra if this is really the first day they have known each other. The girl tries to prevent him from continuing his rant, and covers his mouth with her hand. She states that as soon as she starts praising him, he immediately starts to get arrogant, and it is very difficult to stop him at that moment. Vincent says that once they close this case, she should share half of the bonus with him, to which the girl replies that he will not get a single coin from her. Immediately after this, she admits that if this case is solved, she may force him to join her for dinner. Vincent says that this proposal sounds absolutely wonderful, adding that in this case, he will pay for dinner himself. This night was quite difficult for Vincent, because at 7 o'clock in the morning, the R department received a fateful call that would change his life. Vincent wakes up with difficulty and picks up the phone, after which he asks what his interlocutor wants to tell him at such an early hour. The information he receives makes him immediately cast off any sleep, and he asks the person on the other side of the line what the hell he is talking about. The information that keeps coming in causes his phone to level up, which in turn breaks down quite easily. Vincent runs headlong to the crime scene, feeling his breathing become harder with each passing second. Looking around at his colleagues, he irritably asks them why the hell they are standing there doing nothing. He tries to reason with the doctors, telling them that they must act faster because the girl needs to be taken to the hospital. They try to calm Vincent down, but he still continues to ask them why they continue to stand still and adds that Astra could not have died. Unfortunately, all of this is just a result of his very severe injury, as Astra was actually brutally murdered by some maniac. Juno sits silently over the body of her murdered colleague, while Vincent continues to yell at the others that she is still alive. He asks them why they are still standing and demands immediate help, and this does not go unnoticed. Juno takes a few steps towards him, then gives him a hard slap, and also recommends that he get it together immediately. After this, she says in a cold voice that Astra is dead and absolutely nothing can bring her back from the other world. One of the police officers approaches Juno and states that they must take the body to the station in order to determine the cause of her death. The chief of the department asks other police officers to lift the body in order to transport the car and take it away. Vincent, with a heavy heart, approaches his murdered colleague and picks her up in his arms to take her to the morgue. Sometime later, a briefing is held in the R department, according to which yesterday, late at night, when Officer Astra was driving home, unforeseen circumstances occurred on the way. The police officer says that they can assume that the pedestrian in front of her was actually a criminal and tried to rob her, but it all escalated into murder. Vincent listens carefully to this argument, after which he reflects that this is complete nonsense, and the criminal probably killed her intentionally. After this, he begins to speculate about how likely it is that Officer Astra did not die by accident, which leads him to an even more disturbing question. Vincent is trying hard to understand who could need the death of the squad captain at such an important moment. Immediately after this, he remembers their conversation yesterday about Jack, her words about sending people to get information about him. Everything gradually begins to come together into a single picture, and Vincent realizes with horror that it is quite possible that this is somehow connected with this man. In a large room, Juno suddenly says that the results of the autopsy seem very strange and mysterious to her. Juno says that Astra's body had multiple stab wounds, but it was the one aimed at her back that was fatal. The girl adds that this blow hit the heart area and broke all the bones in this area of the body, which means that the killer was a professional. Another employee states that they have news that a knife belonging to a certain Harold was found about a kilometer from the crime scene. The officers say that this man has already been behind bars, and begin to review the footage from the cameras, which show Harold with Officer Astra's purse. The indignant officers immediately rush forward, saying that they simply must avenge the death of their colleague. Vincent is not quick to jump to these conclusions, and reflects on the fact that the weapon was found within a 1-kilometer radius of the crime scene. But Harold does not have a knife on the recording. Having looked closely at the criminal's behavior, he realizes that this man was either drunk or had taken another dose of drugs. Vincent realizes that in this state he would not be able to harm an experienced officer, and this only means that there was another killer at the crime scene. That night, the officers constantly talked to each other about whether they had managed to find the criminal, but all searches were fruitless. Vincent looks closely at the photograph of Officer Astra in order to hold it in his hands for a moment. After a while, he asks his colleagues if they were looking for information about a man named Jack last night. One of the officers says they tried to find information, but found nothing, and then went home. One of the officers also says that he offered to give Officer Astra a ride, but she refused, saying that she was fine. A feeling of guilt overwhelms this man. He says that if he had insisted on his own, then most likely the squad captain would be alive now. Vincent himself recalls his last conversation with her, who praised him for his incredible ability to solve crimes. Vincent vows that he will not let her die in vain, and will not only catch the criminal, but also catch the one who dared to attack her. Immediately after this, he turns to his colleagues and declares that he has a way to make Harold appear in the light. Returning to his comrades, he asks them who among them is ready to go with him. After some time, they arrive at the agreed location from which a couple of thugs emerge, calling Vincent their boss. Vincent watches them approach him carefully and waits for further report from the side. The thug claims that they caught the scumbag in the morning and interrogated her, after which they found out that Harold had called her in the morning and told her to get into some kind of trouble. The thug also states that apparently the man tried to ask for help from a certain Roger, and Vincent asks his informant if the girl received her punishment. The criminal states that it couldn't have been any other way, after which he adds that this devil resisted for a long time and they had to break a couple of her bones. Meanwhile, other criminals overpower the officer who was supposed to be looking after Harold's girlfriend. Vincent throws his cigarette aside and advises the officer to relax, adding that he will get him out of there very soon. Immediately after this, Vincent and his colleagues walk away, while the bandits declare that they will do everything as he was ordered. According to new information, Harold's girlfriend deceived police officers in order to put them on the wrong track. One of the policemen states that he heard that this Jack has big connections in the government, and that he also has a lot of henchmen in his tea club. The red-haired policeman states that they have already questioned the man, and he insisted that he had no connection with Harold. They ask Vincent what to do if he doesn't confess again, but the protagonist only asks them if they have weapons with them. After some time, they enter a richly decorated tea restaurant that belongs to Jack and order no one to move. The officers state that they are on the scene and order everyone to do what they believe is law enforcement. Jack says in a soft voice that he has lived in this area for many years and has never had anything against the respected police. After this, he states that even the police chief is afraid to cross his path and asks the officers what a bunch of youngsters can do to him. Vincent looks at Jack and takes a few steps towards him, but after a while he stops. The unsuspecting criminal continues to provoke the detectives and asks him if he really doesn't have the guts. Vincent realizes that he will now be speaking to this man in a language he understands, and delivers a powerful blow right to his face. Vincent put all his strength into this blow, to throw his opponent back and take away the smug expression on his face. Jack flies several meters to the side, after which he hits his back on a small wooden stand. The insulted criminal looks at the approaching Vincent and asks him how dare he hit him. However, Vincent decides not to coddle his victim and loudly orders him to immediately spill everything he knows if he doesn't want things to get any worse. Looking at him with a murderous look, he asks him where Harold is right now. Jack starts screaming hysterically about how he's already answered these questions, adding that no one will leave here alive after what they did. Vincent gives a signal to his comrade, who instantly accepts it and prepares to take action. Without thinking twice, he raises his hand with a pistol in order to shoot into the air and scare off all the thugs who dare to approach him. Hearing the sound of a shot, all the bandits and civilians who were in this room become frightened and take a few steps back. Vincent says that they are investigating the murder of Officer Astra, adding that this case is very serious. He adds that anyone who takes even one more step towards him will be immediately shot as an accomplice to murder. He also comes closer and closer to Jack and tells him that if there were no orders from above, they would not have even come here. After this, he raises his leg and says that if Jack does not want to tell the truth, he will remain crippled for the rest of his life. Seeing this, Jack immediately becomes frightened and tries to stop Vincent, saying that he does not know where Harold is going, adding that he can, of course, help find him. Vincent continues to look at his victim with undisguised cruelty and delivers a powerful kick to Jack's vulnerable spot, instantly crippling him. Jack begins to scream from incredible pain, which immediately fills all the free space. Tears of pain appear in his eyes, and he begins to beg Vincent to spare him and stop hitting him again. Vincent ignores the mobster's requests and raises his leg again to deliver a monstrous blow, causing him to completely surrender and reveal Harold's location. According to the information received, this person is located in Warehouse N, several kilometers from this place. Vincent and his colleagues immediately head towards the warehouse, contacting other police officers, demanding that they send reinforcements. One of the police officers says that they were informed that Harold is hiding right in this place, so they need to move as quickly as possible. After this, he turns to Vincent and says that the warehouse is very large, and they do not know exactly where their suspect is. He also suggests waiting for reinforcements, but Vincent states that they don't have time to wait since they don't know for sure if Jack will be able to warn his henchmen. They begin to animatedly discuss their plan of action, stating that they will continue searching and see if there is anything strange on the map. Suddenly they hear a loud yawn and turn around to find out who suddenly decided to walk through the night alleys at that moment. This man, by pure chance, turns out to be none other than Harold, who accidentally stumbled upon law enforcement officers. Vincent immediately rushes forward and orders Harold to stop immediately, but he runs away in the other direction. The detective chases him and tells him that if he doesn't freeze right now, he'll be in serious trouble with the police. Trying to escape from law enforcement, Harold runs into a large warehouse to get to safety. Vincent and his colleagues immediately rush after him to prevent the criminal from escaping justice and answering for all his actions. However, it quickly becomes clear that all light sources in this warehouse are turned off, so finding the criminals in pitch darkness will not be so easy. A moment later, a bright spotlight begins to shine in the police officers' faces, forcing them to stop. Once Vincent's eyes adjust to the light, he discovers that the place is a huge lair of criminals, who were awakened by the noise that Harold was making. The detective understands that now they will have to fight for their lives to catch this criminal and get out of here alive. Harold turns to his comrades and orders them to stop these scoundrels so that he can escape. Having just learned that they have an opportunity to beat up the police, a huge number of criminals jump out of their beds and arm themselves. Vincent and only 2 other police officers are forced to fight a huge crowd that outnumbers them many times over. However, brave police officers rush forward to crush their opponents so that this does not happen. Vincent throws punches left and right, then orders his colleagues to concentrate on catching Harold. One of the police officers rushes after Harold and shouts at him to stop immediately if he values his life. Vincent tries to follow his colleague, but one of the villains grabs him by the shoulder to gain an advantage in the fight. The criminal doesn't even understand who he's dealing with, and so he gets elbowed straight in the chest. Another enemy sneaks up on Vincent from the side and delivers a powerful attack with a baseball bat right to his head. This blow causes serious damage to the protagonist, but is not enough to break his will to live and fight. The frightened criminal takes a few steps back, speaking as if the detective had just suffered a powerful blow to the head. Vincent's colleagues turn towards him, looking on in fear as he staggers a little after the blow he received. However, the detective turns out to be much stronger than he seems at first glance, and grabs a piece of a wooden bat, after which he rushes at his opponent. With incredible cruelty and determination, he plunges a sharpened stick into his opponent's shoulder to instantly incapacitate him. From the outside, this sight seems quite creepy, but such are the realities of the cruel life and the past world from which he came. A piercing scream begins to resound throughout the warehouse from a man who was unfortunate enough to stand in Vincent's way. The other bandits also freeze in place due to the incredible screams they heard, and turn their gaze towards the main character. Looking at his terrifying appearance, they assume that this man has gone completely mad and is now preparing to brutally kill everyone he comes across. All you can do is prevent another bandit from appearing behind him, armed with a long knife. However, Vincent hears movement behind him in time, and immediately pulls his improvised weapon out of the body of his defeated opponent. Before the criminal has time to even react to his movement, he plunges a sharpened stick into his body. Having received serious damage, the enemy falls to the ground and begins to scream as loudly as before, attracting the attention of other bandits. Taking advantage of the general panic, Vincent immediately grabs a knife in order to gain an advantage in the further battle. However, the bandits immediately freeze, seeing how one detective poses an incredible threat to each of them. Fear completely consumes their bodies, and they decide not to make their situation worse and immediately begin to surrender their weapons. The sound of a huge number of baseball bats and knives falling at the same time merges into a single cacophony. Vincent just leaves silently, realizing that he doesn't need to get to the escaped criminal as quickly as possible. His colleagues follow him and understand that they need to put in as much effort as possible to speed up. Vincent runs into an alley and discovers that there is an abandoned motorcycle nearby, which, unfortunately, is not running. The detective remembers that he has a master key, which he received as a reward for completing the task, and can now easily start the motorcycle. His thoughts are quickly interrupted by the sound of a gunshot, and he abruptly turns his gaze towards the source of the sound. He notices that the shot was fired by his colleague, who most likely missed because he ran for too long and was unable to aim properly. Having reached his friend, he asks him what happened, to which he replies that the escaped criminal is a few meters away from them. He also adds that the man has a weapon, so it is necessary to act with caution, to which Vincent replies that he can be relied on. Meanwhile, Harold is thinking that his strength is running out, and he will not be able to run any longer if the chase continues for even a few more minutes. A few moments later, he sees a bright light behind him and turns around, only to realize that he has been exposed once again. In a gesture of desperation, he quickly turns around and takes out a revolver, after which he pulls the trigger several times. However, as soon as he opens his eyes, it becomes clear that an empty motorcycle was heading towards him, and the driver had somehow disappeared. A motorcycle slowly passes by him, and he wonders what the hell is going on. A moment later, the motorcycle makes a strange movement, knocking down the unsuspecting criminal. The blow hits his stomach, causing him to fall to the ground and screaming about how incredibly painful it is. The reflection of the bright light from the lantern suddenly reveals a ghost in front of the notorious criminal, who lifts the barrel. A moment later, the barrel lands right on Harold, completely knocking out his desire to fight for his life. Harold opens his eyes to see Vincent standing in front of him, aiming his pistol at him with a determined look. After some time, Vincent finds himself in the R department and asks Juno if they decided to act a little more gently, adding that he is a living person, not a corpse. Juno says that the answer to this request will only be negative, because if she is soft, she will not be able to stitch up his wound. Vincent continues to clutch Juno's clothes in order to somehow cope with the intense pain he experiences from the action of the needle and thread. After some time, Juno says that the procedure is complete, adding that he still needs to make an appointment at the hospital and undergo a full examination. Vincent just waves it off and says that it was complete nonsense, and that everything will actually be fine. After this, he turns his gaze to his colleague, who is watching him closely as if he were a dangerous criminal. Vincent asks his colleague why she is watching him, to which she replies that if she stops watching him for even a second, he will start acting up again. After some time, several people dressed in police uniforms enter the room. They immediately stop and greet Vincent, saying that they wanted to talk to him about something, and hiding their sincere despair and tears in their eyes. They say that they are members of Group B, and on behalf of their captain Astra they thank him for his help. They also say that they are always ready to help him if necessary, to which he replies that these formalities are not necessary, since Astra was his friend too. Another colleague approaches Vincent and tells him that his boss really wanted to see him. After some time, Vincent arrives at the office of the head of the department and asks him why the hell he wants to remove him from work. The department's chief said Vincent abused his authority, hired men to beat up the suspect's girlfriend, and interfered with his officers' investigations. He also says that Vincent managed to create a huge number of problems with his actions, to which he replies that they were ambushed and had to act according to the situation. The police chief demands that Vincent immediately shut up and stop worrying, and then reminds them that they must take responsibility for their actions. Vincent also loses his composure and states that, before Astra's death, they were investigating cases that were highly likely related to her murder. He then says that in the video from Astra's murder scene, you can see Harold leaving, but there is no footage of him arriving there. From Vincent's point of view, the man had no weapon and was most likely framed by someone to shift blame, and in fact, there was a mole in their department. The police chief says that when solving crimes, you need to have hard evidence for it to make any sense. The chief also says that if he hadn't caught Harold, he would already be behind bars for what he did. Vincent kicks his boss's desk and tells him to go to hell, saying that if he doesn't want him to work, he'll have to deal with his own problems. After some time, Vincent goes to bed and finds himself in a strange place, discovering Captain Astra sitting in front of him. Vincent asks her what she's doing here, to which she responds with a counter-question asking where else she should be. Astra says that it seems that Vincent really wanted to have lunch with her after he solved the case, and created this fantasy for himself. Vincent says that if he hadn't made her look for information about Jack, then most likely nothing would have happened to her, which means it's all his fault. Astra tells him with an air of importance that he should stop being a hero, then asks how he knows that the child abduction case has anything to do with it. Vincent raises his glass resolutely and says that he will definitely find who killed her and get them all out of the ground, even if it takes time. Astra raises her glass to clink with him with a smile and says that she has no doubt about it. While sleeping, Vincent again swears that he will definitely avenge her. Tears begin to flow from his eyes. After some time, the funeral ceremony begins to pay last respects to the brave police captain. A huge number of police officers are present at this ceremony, as well as the closest relatives of this woman. The still naive, ignorant daughter asks her father why her mother doesn't wake up and asks him to wake her up so that they can play together. Vincent watches this heartbreaking dialogue and understands that it doesn't matter at all what it takes, but he must return to the station and continue the investigation. Vincent tells himself that if he can't cope with this, he will never forgive himself for this mistake. After a while, he hears his phone start buzzing and decides to take the call immediately to find out who decided to contact him. A voice on the phone tells him that there is a car to his left, which he must approach completely alone and as quickly as possible. As he approaches the car, he wonders why this annoying guy might need his services again. This annoying guy turns out to be none other than the head of the city council named Steven, who suddenly decided to set up a meeting with the main character. Vincent says he feels like he's dating a real spy as Steven walks to the back door of his car. Once he opens it, Vincent finds that the director of Department R, named Daniel, is sitting there, still recovering from his illness. The old man immediately turns rudely to Vincent and asks what the hell he is doing, after which he immediately orders him to be raised. As soon as Vincent puts the old man in the wheelchair, he asks him how Captain Astra died. Vincent tries to start telling the whole story when he suddenly notices that the old man's slipper has fallen off his foot. Without thinking twice, Vincent picks up the slipper to put it back on the old man's foot. Immediately after this, he continues to lead the old man to the right place, when suddenly he quietly throws off the slipper from his other foot. Vincent looks at the man suspiciously and wonders what the hell is going on, and realizes that the old man is trying to make fun of him. After a while, the old man orders him to quickly pick up the slipper, which causes Vincent to continue to fume. Vincent thinks he should have made the man stand up on his own if he thought he was so smart. After a while, the old man takes a good swing and hits the protagonist on the head with a bouquet of flowers. The detective asks Daniel why he is acting so strange, reminding him that he has stitches on his head that could come apart. Daniel says he needs to get to the car as quickly as possible, while Vincent speculates that his interlocutor is a psychopath. After some time, Steven hands Vincent a book, saying that once Daniel dies, this book will need to be cremated with him. From Steven's point of view, since he was the one who helped him, the book now belongs to him. Steven also says that Daniel was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, and that amputating both legs would have given him an extra 4 months to live, but he didn't want to bother. Afterwards, they decide to take a proper walk, and Steven asks the detective if he knows about the massacre in N City, to which he replies that he heard about it. Steven states that the book contains 5 major national Tier 1 cases, all of which are unsolved because Daniel is already at the end of his life. According to Steven, Daniel saw Vincent as his successor, and decided to give him the book so that he could solve these cases. Vincent calls Steven an impudent fox and asks him if they really wanted to put a huge amount of work on him. Steven smiles and says that if the detective doesn't want the book, he can just give it back to him. Vincent states that he is a detective who hates evil and upholds justice, and therefore he cannot let villains escape justice. Vincent also states that the last time they encountered Steven, he thought that something was clearly wrong with him, but it turns out that Mr. Daniel trusted him. After a short pause, the detective admits that he is currently sidelined by his idiotic boss and can do nothing. Steven says that there was never any paperwork for Vincent's suspension and that his boss really just wants to teach him a lesson. Steven also adds that if it weren't for the efforts of his boss, he would have been in handcuffs a long time ago for what he does to criminals. Among other things, he states that this Jack just can't leave him alone and uses his last connections to capture him. Vincent says it's time to deal with this obnoxious man, but Steven warns him not to cause trouble. After some time, Vincent arrives at the tea house and asks Jack if this tea is very expensive. With a smile on his face, he declares that he would like to buy a few of these packages in honor of the CEO. After this, he looks at his interlocutor again and asks him if this tea is really that tasty. Jack, standing in front of him, can hardly contain the incredible attacks of rage that consume him more and more with each passing second. Trying to pull himself together, Jack says that Vincent for some reason was so brave that he came to him himself. Vincent responds to this smile and says that he came here today to turn their hostile relationship into friendship. Jack says that it won't be too difficult to restore the terrible relationship, adding that in that case, he'll just order his legs to be broken. Jack also orders Vincent to bow low and admit his mistake, and then they can talk about the possibility of forgiveness. Vincent smiles evilly and gives up his chair, saying that, apparently, they will not be able to come to a normal agreement. Jack backs away, trying to figure out how to react to this situation, when suddenly his phone starts buzzing and ringing frantically. After taking the call, he receives information that their food stall was checked by the police and contraband was found. Jack yells at Vincent, saying that he won't be afraid of him after this circus, adding that he has too much money to ever miss these dive bars. Vincent takes a few steps towards the crime boss and quickly touches his forehead with 2 fingers. After this, he smiles and says that he just took his soul and advises him to be more honest, because otherwise he will not like the consequences. Without thinking twice, he turns around and leaves, while Jack asks him if he has completely lost his mind. Immediately after this, he yells back at him that a pack of tea costs over $1,000 and gets angry that Vincent leaves without paying a cent. After some time, Vincent calls Jack and tells him that he is rather leisurely, also noting that he eats pork. After some time, he calls him again, saying that there are 2 men and women next to him, and they are all dressed as persons. Jack starts looking around frantically, trying to figure out how Vincent was able to follow him. While observing his target with an invisible camera, Vincent advises her not to try to find him as he is far away. Looking at his interlocutors, he says that these people are clearly representatives of the judicial field. Jack also tries to shake off some camera, assuming that Vincent managed to put it on him. Taking advantage of the moment, realizing that he is not succeeding, he freezes in place, wondering what is happening and where it is all heading. After a while, he reaches the shower room and realizes that Vincent has been watching him all this time. Looking around, he confidently declares that he is not going to undress while there is an invisible camera somewhere on him, while Vincent laughs at his pale skin. He also states that he appears to have a birthmark near his belly button. This sensitive information causes Jack to become seriously indignant, and he tries to figure out where this damn camera is. Unable to contain his incredible anger, he furiously turns off the phones and orders Vincent to shut up immediately, and not to distract him. After some time, he returns home, and incredible fatigue is visible on his face. He is met by a true beauty, who playfully says that she has been waiting for his return. Immediately after this, she comes up to him to stroke his face and tells him that he always comes back very late. After a while, the girl's phone starts ringing and she hands it to her husband, saying that someone wants to talk to him. The caller turns out to be Vincent, who asks Jack what he was expecting by turning on the phone. Immediately after this, he says that his wife is incredibly beautiful, which completely infuriates the crime boss. Finally, he offers to turn on the live broadcast from his camera, and an angry Jack throws the phone at the wall to turn it off. Meanwhile, Vincent decides to settle his differences with his boss, and brings him a valuable gift. He says that he recently accidentally broke his cup, but will quickly fix it now and asks if he can continue working. The director asks him why he is so confident, to which he replies that he always admits and deals with his mistakes, being a kind and honest employee. The director informs him that the leader of the group in the criminal squad has arrived to their squad, and now it is time to get acquainted. Vincent, surprised, turns around to see who will now be his boss, and immediately discovers a familiar person. This person turns out to be a police officer, Captain Valerie, who says that she has arrived here to carry out orders. Vincent immediately realizes that his affairs have become incredibly complicated, since he could clearly have problems with this girl. A spark immediately arises between the 2 heroes. But, unfortunately, this spark is difficult to classify as one that usually arises between people who are friendly towards each other. Vincent puts on a cartoonish smile and says it's nice to meet you, while the boss says he's a Group A representative. After this, the director says that Captain Valerie is an excellent officer and expresses hope for their good cooperation. Valerie displays far less acting skills and calmly shakes hands with her old acquaintance. After this, the director suggests that Vincent take Mrs. Valerie to the crime investigation department and get to know each other amicably. Vincent discovers that the system rewards him for another stage of the happy encounter and grants him a force shield. After some time, an angry and irritated Valerie leaves the office and goes to a new department, while Vincent follows her closely. Looking at her, he wonders if he should attach an invisible camera to her to see where she lives. He also wonders in his mind if she has a boyfriend, and realizes that this camera can also give him answers to this question. Coming closer, he asks her why she transferred to Squad R and became its leader if she did an excellent job in her previous positions. He asks her if she's gotten into any trouble, which brings back memories of the sudden kiss in the young girl's mind. Vincent continues his satisfied tirade, and says that most likely the girl was transferred here precisely because of him, after which he looks questioningly at Valerie. The angry girl realizes that she has had enough, and is about to deliver a powerful kick to the arrogant detective. Vincent realizes that he must act immediately if he wants to keep his head safe and sound. Meanwhile, Vincent's unsuspecting colleagues discuss among themselves that Jack was rich even before the incident, so he is unlikely to be guilty of this matter. They come to a fairly logical conclusion and agree with each other, when suddenly they feel an incredible tremor in the ground, and try to figure out if an earthquake has occurred. Peering carefully from behind the door, they discover that Vincent has somehow managed to recover from that incredibly powerful blow. There is silence between all the characters in this slightly awkward scene, as no one expected that the fragile girl would be able to make a crack in the wall. Vincent smiles and points to his partner's leg, saying that this is the new leader of their squad, who will now work with them. After some time, Vincent enters the R detention center, where Harold is being detained, in order to interrogate him. While the employee is looking for the necessary clearances, he reflects on the fact that if they can't get to the right person, then they will have to start by investigating Astra's death. His thoughts are interrupted by the employee's words that right now this man is being interrogated by their colleague. After that, he hands him another pass and asks him to sign it here so that he can move around the department without any problems. Vincent looks at the man who signed the sheet before him and realizes that right now their suspect is being interrogated by Valerie. After a while, Valerie leaves the interrogation room to take a little rest and think about what best questions to ask. A moment later, she hears Vincent say that she still hasn't had lunch and turns her head in his direction. The detective eats a slice of pizza and announces that he has ordered delivery, after which he suggests that they have lunch together to share their thoughts on the case. An irritated Valerie asks him if he really allows himself to follow her after everything that happened. Not wanting to get an answer to her questions, she turns away from him and says that she doesn't really care. Vincent immediately appears in her path and says that he will try to guess everything that has happened recently. Vincent takes a few more steps towards Valerie and says that there doesn't seem to be anything interesting going on right now, so they can try interrogating him again. Immediately after this, he puts a small piece of pizza in his mouth and declares that he, like no one else, knows a little about Harold's addiction. So it is necessary to add that this man was under the influence of substances, could not have killed someone from the forensic squad. After which Valerie asks him what he means by this. Vincent asks his partner if she remembers the interrogation process of Lucius and how everything ended well. Valerie dives into her memories and realizes that Vincent was indeed able to break the man with his extraordinary interrogation technique. Vincent understands that he has already achieved his result with the help of convincing arguments and suggests that the girl eat first. After a good meal, they enter the courtroom and decide to continue the interrogation process. But Harold does not share their enthusiasm. Valerie carefully turns off the camera while Harold calls her a mad beast who will put a spoke in his wheel again. The girl immediately comes closer to him and says that his wound has not yet healed and, apparently, blood is slowly flowing from it. In response to the criminal's question, she replies that she can easily help him drain all the blood from her. Vincent tries to restrain an angry Valerie and says that if the criminal has an open wound, the doctor will definitely wonder where it came from. Harold continues to call Valerie names, after which Vincent advises him to shut up, as it is becoming more difficult for him to hold on to the formidable girl. Harold, looking angrily at Vincent, says that he knows him too and calls him a scoundrel, adding that it was Vincent who shot him in the leg. He also adds that he will do absolutely everything to make sure this comes out when the trial takes place, which instantly changes Vincent's views on how this interrogation should be conducted. And after thinking for a long time, he lets go of Valerie, who immediately rushes at the frightened criminal. After some time, Harold receives serious psychological trauma and realizes that there are two real devils in front of him. Vincent, saying that they are here only for the sake of the truth, adds that if he did not kill anyone, then he should tell everything, since it will help in the investigation. Harold says that he did indeed do something last night, but he can't remember anything about it. Vincent asks the criminal how he was able to remember being caught that very night. Harold is lost in his memories, and his face shows surprise as he still doesn't understand how the detective suddenly disappeared. Vincent, saying that Harold was just hypnotized. That's why he saw the motorcycle without a person. Looking at him, he wonders if this man really remembers absolutely nothing, and decides to resort to more effective measures. Having activated the lie detector, he says that now it will ask him questions that must be answered only yes or no. Without thinking twice, he directly asks Harold if he killed Officer Astra on that fateful night, to which he replies that he did not do it. The lie detector immediately notifies the protagonist that this man told the truth, and he really has nothing to do with Astra's murder. After a while, Vincent asks him if he knows who is behind this, but he replies that he does not know, and the lie detector again confirms his words. Vincent guesses that this man is not even an accomplice, but just a pawn, after which he asks him if he came to the scene of Astra's death alone. The criminal replies that he was so dizzy from the drugs that it felt like he was being pushed into the car. But the lie detector disproves this. The detective asks the criminal if the murder of Officer Astra is connected to the child abduction case, to which he replies that he has no idea. The detector warns Vincent that he should not ask questions that are not relevant, and he realizes that he must act more subtly and cunningly. After thinking for a moment, he orders the criminal to answer yes to any question he has not asked him. Immediately after this, he asks him if the killer of Officer Astra was alone, to which he answers positively, and the detective refutes this information. What follows is a simple number-crunching exercise to figure out how many people tried to kill the officer. After some time, by raising the number, he asks questions about whether it could be that Astra was plotting to kill more than 10 people. Harold follows the commands and says that this assumption is true. The lie detector answers that the criminal is not lying. This information shocks Vincent, and he wonders what Astra did to deserve the wrath of so many people. Valerie notices a sudden change in Vincent's behavior and asks him if he is okay. The detective replies that he finally has the answer, and now they can leave here and focus on more important matters. Valerie looks at him in surprise and asks what exactly he asked, but he doesn't answer and simply leaves the room. Valerie follows him and demands that he not be so mysterious, adding that she also needs to know the information he received. Vincent, saying that they have very different goals, adds that he came to interrogate Harold about Astra's death and to learn something about the child abduction case. Immediately after this, he asks her why she transferred to this department, adding that she hardly wanted to simply investigate the death of a colleague. Valerie looks at Vincent in surprise and tries to figure out how to respond to such a straightforward question. Vincent smiles and says that not everything is decided between them yet. Right now, she can tell him the truth if she really wants to. Valerie smiles and realizes that apparently she will have to interact with this man for some time. A few minutes later, they find themselves in her car, and Vincent asks her not to act so suspiciously. As he watches her scan his body using a special program on her smartphone, he says that he does not have any tracking devices. After completing the scanning procedure, Valerie looks closely at her interlocutor and demands that he confess how he knew that she was hiding something. Vincent says that being unexpectedly demoted, transferred to their department, and then finding Harold on her first day on the job proves that she has her own goals. Valerie looks at Vincent appraisingly and mentally expresses the hope that she probably understands this man. After some time, she asks him to make the right decision after what she will tell him right now. Valerie states that they are in the same boat and if they fail, they will share Astra's fate, after which Vincent immediately shuts her mouth, saying that in that case he will not listen to her. Valerie hits Vincent on the arm and says that before Astra came to Department R, she was investigating a special case that was more dangerous than the kidnapping case involving children. Valerie claims that it was because of this case that Astra died, and that she herself was sent by the top brass to secretly dig up the truth. Valerie also says that it's too late, so even if Vincent doesn't want to know, he'll have to blame his brain for being too clever in getting him here. Immediately after this, she begins to pat him on the cheek and says that she is glad that such a hooligan as Vincent is helping her. Vincent asks her if she thinks that the rats in the department are him, but the girl replies that he is too clean, and she has already made all the inquiries about him. Vincent says that these are very dangerous tasks, and asks her if he shouldn't be rewarded for it. Valerie looks at Vincent in surprise and reflects on how she didn't expect this man to still think about beautiful things, even at a time like this. After some time, Valerie makes a final decision, and says that if he helps her with this task, he will receive a reward. As a reward, Valerie offers the opportunity to go on a date with him once in order to at least get to know each other a little better. Vincent says that this is a very dangerous operation to expect simple dates for, after which he declares that they can spend the night together. Before he can say this sentence, Valerie, using brute force, hints to him that it is too early to talk about such proposals. After some time, they arrive at the miner's house, who says that Jack is the biggest monopolist in the mining area of the city of Q. He also states that the stores have been empty lately, so production was stopped due to large debts. The miner recalls that Jack's wife could not bear the persecution of those to whom he owed money and hanged herself, after which Vincent recalls the words of one of the criminals. After finishing the conversation with the miner, he contacts Hector and says that he sent him information about the people who need to be found. Immediately after finishing his conversation with Hector, he receives a strange call and realizes that Valerie is calling him right now. After some time, the girl puts a mysterious watch on his hand, which from a distance looks like a toy pig. Vincent sincerely asks her why she decided to give him a watch in the shape of a pig, while gobbling up some corn. Valerie claims that this watch has a built-in phone that is only used for calls, and that this watch is also untraceable and has a built-in locator. After that, she says that she heard that today he investigated M's case alone. Vincent says he had a feeling Jack knew who was responsible, but Valerie says the entire team gave up and believes he was rich and had no reason to join the bandwagon. Vincent says that he feels like Astra's death was too timely, and the reasons why she was killed were somehow connected to this man. He also insists that if they continue to study the connections that Astra managed to get, they will definitely get on the trail of the criminal. Valerie listens attentively to her colleague and looks at him with concern, realizing that they are now starting to play a serious game. After this, she puts on a brave face and says that tomorrow she will be their partner so that they can investigate this case together. Vincent looks happily at his partner and says that he is very glad to hear this and really wants to go there with her. Immediately after this, he begins to make fun of her, saying that she went to the parents of the kidnapped children, but there was no point in this, after which he asks to lead him further. Finally, he says that she is a true leader whom he will follow even to the ends of the earth. But the girl quickly survives him with a blow to the head. After some time, Valerie heads home in her car, talking to her mother along the way and using wireless headphones. Mother asks Valerie how she is enjoying her new job, to which she replies that she had to meet the person she least wants to see. However, she quickly changes her mood and says that after this day he will be faithful, listening to her every word. Smiling sincerely, unaware that there is an invisible listening device around her neck, she repeats Vincent's words about wanting her to lead him further. Vincent doesn't miss the opportunity to listen to what the object of his interest is doing, and says that now he will definitely pay her back for her mockery. Meanwhile, Valerie arrives at her home, and her mother tells her that if she feels that a subordinate in the department is collaborating with her, she will send her past colleagues. Valerie says that earlier, when the vice captain of the department flirted with her, everything should have ended with her beating him. After this, she reminds her mother that she insisted that this man be transferred to another department, and if she continues to do this, then none of her colleagues will be friends with her. Vincent listens carefully to all these words and realizes that the other person who tried to flirt with her was transferred, so he is in great danger. He also remembers what he did not so long ago, and guesses that it goes beyond any kind of flirting. He also wonders who Valerie's mother is if for her transferring people to another department is child's play. He realizes that he must make every effort not to offend his partner, after which he begins to hear the sound of water. Valerie begins humming her favorite tune while taking a shower, and Vincent realizes that he is eavesdropping on his partner in a less than appropriate setting. Valerie continues to wash her body with warm water, while Vincent reproaches himself for only installing a wiretap. Immediately after this, he reflects on the fact that he should have also installed a camera to get the full experience. After some time, Valerie completely finishes her water procedures and carefully opens the shower stall, going outside. She ties a towel around her body to make it easier for her to walk to her room. Suddenly, something gets in her way, causing the unfortunate girl to fall to the floor, barely holding onto her towel. This man turns out to be none other than Vincent, who has donned an invisibility cloak and says that this suit has never let him down. Immediately after this, he rips the towel off Valerie and hugs her by the shoulders, ignoring her loud, indignant statements. Immediately after this, he tries to take off his t-shirt, recommending that she be obedient tonight so as not to do anything stupid. Within moments, he realizes that the shirt won't come off no matter how hard he tries, and he tries to figure out what the hell is going on. It turns out that it was just a dream, and when he wakes up, he wonders why even in his dreams he cannot be happy. After some time, he comes to visit the suspect in the case M, who says that now his grandfather does not live here and has moved to another city. Vincent reminds Hector that the kidnappers were rich, adding that their suspect is very wealthy and the villa he bought is in the best location. Hector tells the detective that he looked into the matter and found out that the man founded the company many years ago and that his business is now thriving. Valerie says that this man named Frederick is not in the department's database and asks him how he found him. Vincent assures that everyone in the base is the ones the detectives are watching near the mine, and he just thought that the kidnapper must be familiar with the excavations. After that, he started investigating the man's connections and asked people about him, and thus found a couple of leads simply by approaching some locals. Valerie says that this is very good news, reminding them that since they are investigating Jack's relationship, there is someone they should ask. Valerie claims that his wife could not bear the persecution of debt collectors, hanged herself, and of all his relatives, only his son remained. Valerie states that he is the closest person to him, so he may know something very important. The phrase "in a close person" reminds Vincent of the rather intimate dreams he had that night. Deciding that now was the perfect moment to confess, he puts his hand on Valerie's car and tells her that he dreamed about her today. Immediately after this, he takes a half step closer to her, keeping a charming, sly smile on his face. Valerie looks at him in surprise and asks what was in this dream, without revealing her true intentions. Vincent falls silent for a while, then carefully begins to tell what he actually dreamed about. The images he had imagined while listening flash through his mind again, and he claims that in this dream, Valerie was in the shower. Valerie lifts the protagonist's shirt slightly and asks if there was anything else there besides this detail. A moment later, she pinches Vincent hard and repeats her question, to which he declares that she should not let go of her hands. Immediately fleeing, he claims that he did nothing criminal in his sleep, but Valerie continues to pursue him, saying that he is finished. After some time, they end up in an interrogation room, and Valerie says that Jack's son has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for attempted murder. She also adds that he attempted to assassinate a businessman named Stifler, who is the well-known CEO of Core R. And after thinking for a long time, Jack's son says that Stifler is a bastard who destroyed their entire family. Vincent asks him why he stabbed him so many times in front of people. Jack's son says that Stifler was a very greedy businessman who stole all of his father's clients, and then continued to send debt collectors who abused his family. He also claims that it was this man who started the people to kidnap his sister and arrange a car accident, after which his mother hanged herself and his father became seriously ill. So Jack found himself in a situation where all of his dearest relatives were dead. Getting emotional, he states that all he was trying to do was try to drag this man down with him. Immediately after this, he decides to honestly admit that he will only be satisfied when he personally finishes off this man. Vincent decides to continue the conversation with Jack's son and asks him about when he started his business, adding that, apparently, something is fishy here. The criminal says that this happened somewhere in 1995. I remember that it seemed very unexpected to him, since he immediately opened many stores. Looking back, he adds that Stifler and his father used to fight, but he can't remember the exact reasons. After some time, Vincent returns to the station with Valerie, comes to the conclusion that Stifler started his business 5 years ago after a major incident with child abduction. Vincent wonders where he got the money to start up, and whether it could be a ransom from that very department. Well, suddenly their thoughts are interrupted by Hector, who states that Stifler and another important figure in this case named Kenny knew each other. As his surprised colleagues approach him, Hector reveals that they served in the army when they were young, and Stifler became a local policeman after being discharged. After this, he shows him a photograph of 3 people, and Vincent asks Hector about the identity of the man with red hair. Hector states that the man's name is Connor, and he only has one history of being hospitalized in a mental hospital. Reading through the documents further, he discovers that the medical report has the signature of a family member named Arabella, which immediately gives Vincent an idea. Vincent claims that this woman is the mother of one of the dead children. Bonnie states that Connor died of a heart attack in a mental hospital 6 years ago, and his family runs a pharmaceutical business. He also adds that they live mainly in the mountainous region of Country M, and Vincent understands that this is the area where the abduction took place. Following the general line of thought, Valerie circles the entire list of suspects and says that all 3 people were right here. After this, she confidently states that absolutely all the evidence converges and fits into one picture. According to this hypothesis, Connor, thanks to which it was easy to avoid the police. The genius was well acquainted with the mine, so he knew how to detonate the pyrotechnics, and it was he who killed the hostages. Stifler worked as a local police officer, which made him familiar with police activities and able to get rid of the bugs in the ransom bags. The fight does not say that Connor was the uncle of one of the kidnapped children, but rather begs the question of why he would want to kidnap and kill his nephew. Valerie claims that one of the criminals, named Thornton, has been hijacking the mental hospital in order to deal with Connor's situation. Immediately after this, she turns to Vincent and invites him to walk with her in order to discuss something. Vincent looks at his interlocutor in surprise, but decides not to refuse her such a tempting offer. Immediately after he is with her or not, he asks her if she really wants to give him some advice. Valerie, saying that he has no advice, but he does have a very strong fist, asks him if he wants to get it. Vincent smiles and says that Valerie might get hurt if she hits him, and suggests that they just spend the evening together. He also puts his hand on his soft spot and says that he will expose it to a blow if she wants it. Deciding to take immediate advantage of the situation, the girl pinches him with incredible strength so that he will remember it forever. Having received a little satisfaction from the small place, she says that she would gladly accept such an offer again. Vincent follows his partner and reflects on how she has very evil hands and an evil heart. Sitting down on the couch, Valerie expresses her concerns that even if the 3 suspects win, they will not have proven anything. Vincent demonstratively turns away and shows with his whole appearance that he does not intend to listen to his partner. In order to at least somehow return it and pass on its additional disciplines, she hits him with a fan right on a serious bruise. After that, she smiles slyly and asks him if he thinks she's right about this. Vincent says he agrees with this confirmation, but right now it's all speculation without any evidence. Valerie hits him with her fan again and says that they need to figure out how to make the first move. If they provoke him, then maybe they can find out something. Vincent grabs Valerie's hand and asks her what suggestions she has, to which she replies that all these people have relatives they cherish. Without thinking twice, she looks slyly at her interlocutor and asks him what would happen if they just went and kidnapped them. Vincent is amazed by the incredible resourcefulness and willingness to go beyond the limits demonstrated by her partner, who, unlike him, was not a criminal. After this, she unfolds her fan again and asks him what he thinks about this proposal. Placing her fan under his chin, she asks him if he would like to outline his plan, which would be more detailed than this one. Taking him to finish, she gets up from the couch and asks him to contact her when he has ideas. Vincent admires his partner's approach, after which he asks serious questions about why Connor kidnapped his own nephew. He gets lost in his thoughts and thinks that if everything happened as they assumed from the very beginning, then this whole situation was just an accident. Most likely, Connor never thought that he would kidnap his nephew. These three just wanted to rob someone or steal a car. It is quite possible that only after they stopped Vladimir's car did they see 5 children in it who were very scared. The criminals were most likely afraid that Connor's nephew might give them away, so they had no choice but to leave the children in the car. Once they realized that these were children of influential families, they decided to demand a ransom for them. But Connor was not very happy with this plan of action. Kenny and Stifler were very afraid that Connor's nephew would tell his parents everything, so they decided to kill him so as not to leave any unnecessary witnesses. Connor himself could not bear the thought of killing his nephew, and was subsequently sent to a mental hospital. However, Kenny got the bail and started their business, and became very famous entrepreneurs. The flow of the protagonist's brilliant thoughts is interrupted by Valerie, who pinches his ear in order to wake him up. It turns out that all these thoughts came to him at the time when he fell asleep at his workplace, and now he was taken by surprise. Valerie, speaking about the whole team working at night, states that she thought the alarm went off, but it turned out to be just Vincent snoring. Vincent finally wakes up and realizes who is in front of him, after which he immediately switches to polite tones. His head is filled with anxious thoughts that if he hurts her, her mother will use her connections to send him somewhere bad. Hector says that the two detectives are very well suited to each other, but Bonnie, feeling a little jealous, categorically disagrees. After some time, Vincent comes to meet with Stella, who thanks him for deciding to take the time. She cuddles up to him and states that she was very worried that he wouldn't be able to help her with this matter. But Vincent says that now he is her godfather, which means he will help her. Immediately after this, he gently taps his interlocutor on the stomach and asks her how his young godson is doing. The shy girl laughs sincerely and says that they just met their chosen one, and it's still too early for marriage and children. After a while, they hear a greeting from an unfamiliar voice, but it quickly becomes clear that this person has an important connection to the matter. That person is none other than Stifler, who greets Stella with a smile on his face. Vincent immediately realizes that this man is one of the main suspects in this case. His eyes also glow red, and an incredibly insidious smile appears on his face, signaling that the predator has finally found his prey. Stifler turns to Vincent and says that he is in a hurry, so he will be extremely brief so as not to delay himself. Giving him an attentive look, he declares that he really likes his wife and demands to name the price for which he will sell her. A few moments later, his son appears behind him and says that it is none of his business. But Stifler states that while he is getting ready, the best woman will go to someone else. Vincent realizes that Stifler's son has taken a liking to Charlotte, and that he himself has confused him with her husband, which means that this can be taken advantage of. And after thinking for a long time, he smiles sincerely and says that, for Stifler's happiness, he is not greedy, so 8 million will be enough. Charlotte clings closer to Vincent and asks him to stop fooling around, after which she asks how he can sell her out like that. Pleased with himself, Stifler says that all people are the same and will sell their wife for a tidy sum one way or another. Valerie's words immediately come to the detective's mind, saying that if they provoked them, they would be able to find out something. In order to provoke his opponent, Vincent places his hand on his shoulder, then asks him if he is ashamed of doing something as morally wrong as buying a woman. Stifler advises the brazen young man to watch his words, adding that killing him would be as easy as squashing a bug, so he should run away as soon as he gets the money. Vincent immediately slyly states that he forgot to introduce himself, and is in fact a police officer who is in charge of the child kidnapping case in City M. After that, he smiles and says that he is not going to take this dirty money, because then he will not be able to continue investigating this case. Stifler angrily clutches the check he just signed and tells Vincent to tread carefully and not to flinch, otherwise he will lose his life. A moment later, he turns around and leaves, causing Vincent to realize that he hadn't had time to place an invisible wiretap on him. A moment later, he hears an enthusiastic female voice, which says that she did not expect to see such a handsome man. A moment later, Stella's sister lunges forward and crashes into Vincent with her incredible enthusiasm. Vincent helps the girl stop and discovers that, unfortunately, he put such a valuable device on an unimportant girl. After this, he realizes that everything is not so bad, because he managed to place the camera on Stifler, which means he will watch the video without sound. Stella's sister apologizes to Stifler's son and gives him the phone she dropped. Vincent takes a close look at the phone and then sees something that makes him stare in shock. The thing is that on this phone there is a photograph of a woman who looks remarkably similar to the one featured in this investigation. Vincent immediately snatches the phone from the rich man's son, who asks him why he needs it. The police officer immediately grabs the rich son by the collar and asks him who he is, to which someone replies that it is his mother. Vincent wonders why this girl looks exactly like the only surviving child whose body was never found. Looking closer, he discovers that even the woman's birthmarks match her childhood photographs. An angry Vincent turns to his interlocutor and asks him where the woman is now. The stunned young man says that his mother fell ill and died when he was only 1 year old, and then asks why he is asking him about this. Vincent wonders with horror what connection there is between the only surviving girl named Astrid and this man's mother. After some time, he gets to his company's office and enters the code on a special lock. Vincent watches all his actions carefully, feeling that he is already getting sleepy. Having written down the door code, he continues to closely monitor, and is sad that he did not have time to set up a wiretap. After a while, Stifler drops his glass of wine and becomes very nervous, which attracts the attention of the detective, who is already falling asleep. Watching what is happening, he wonders what is happening here, and why the businessman is so nervous. He notices that Stifler has opened a drawer containing a loaded gun, assuming that he is going to commit suicide. However, these guesses turn out to be wrong, and Stifler simply goes to one of his closets to open a secret door. Watching him, Vincent admits that every rich family apparently has its own secret room. Stifler comes to the secret room, and Vincent discovers that there is a woman in the room. Taking a closer look, he realizes that this woman is not some simple prostitute or escort. As soon as the woman turns around, it becomes clear that it is Astrid, who has been in this room all this time. Vincent immediately jumps out of his seat and into the car, after which he sets off to the specified address. He reflects on the fact that there is no evidence on M's case now, and they can't do anything about Stifler. The last hope to resolve this case is that Astrid is the last survivor. Watching his camera, he realizes that if Stifler kills her and disposes of her body, then everything will end. Vincent also wonders who could have called him, and what kind of person could make him commit murder so suddenly. Remembering his recent conversation with one of the suspects, he guesses that it was most likely Kenny. The most obvious version is that his relatives told him that the police had come to see them. The detective understands that there is absolutely no evidence right now that it is indeed Astrid, which means he needs to act as quickly as possible. He also remembers that the police cannot help him, so he is forced to figure it out on his own. He glances briefly at his pig watch, remembering what Valerie gave him so he could contact her at any time. He also remembers that this watch can track his location and decides to take advantage of it immediately. A smile appears on his face again, which helps him not to lose heart in such difficult moments. Moments later, Captain Valerie receives a call and decides to take it immediately, seeing that it is Vincent calling her. Deciding to play out a small dramatic scene, he immediately shouts to her that he has found Astrid and demands that she come here immediately. Immediately after this, he demonstratively crashes into a garbage bin and goes into a controlled skid. Running out of the car, he awakens his inner actor and pretends to fight with someone. He also then throws his phone to create a real simulation of the fight. The phone successfully falls to the ground and breaks, without dropping the call. Valerie jumps up from her chair tensely and asks Vincent what the hell is going on and where he went. Without waiting for an answer, she realizes that now she will have to somehow track him down in order to get him out of trouble. Meanwhile, Vincent realizes that the remaining responsibility falls on Valerie's shoulders and takes out an invisible cloak. He expresses his sincere hope that his battle girlfriend will be able to gather enough troops to help him. Guards stationed near the entrance to a large building suddenly find that the door behind them has opened quickly, and then closed. They talk to each other and wonder if their building is haunted. Vincent continues to explore the office and discovers that, unfortunately, Stifler has posted guards right at the entrance. Sneaking closer to them, he decides to act quickly, since he doesn't have much time left. In order not to waste time on idle actions of getting invisible, he makes a powerful knockout blow. One of the guards looks at his comrade in surprise, who suddenly passed out, and asks what happened. Before he can raise the alarm, Vincent delivers another palm strike, slamming his head hard into the wall. After making sure that there is no one near him, he quickly dials the required number combination. Once inside, he receives a notification that the time for using the invisible suit has expired, and now the disguise is no longer effective. Taking a few more steps forward, he breaks into a run so as not to waste a single second. Meanwhile, Astrid finishes taking a shower and decides to leave the bathroom to talk to her husband. Stifler himself is preparing to commit the vile murder that is necessary to ensure that he remains free. However, at the last moment, he hears a mysterious question behind him, which attracts his attention. As soon as he turns around, Vincent delivers a powerful blow to him in a jump and says that he does not dare attempt on the life of this girl. Immediately after this, he begins to strangle his opponent and declares that now he will definitely be finished. However, before he can incapacitate the dangerous criminal, a bullet fired from a pistol pierces his back. He quickly turns around to see who is shooting at him and freezes briefly in surprise. The problem is that a frightened Astrid grabbed the gun and fired one bullet into it. Vincent says that they came here to save her, and then wonders if Stifler brainwashed her. The girl looks at her savior and begins to tremble and cry, trying to understand what to do in this situation. Stifler slowly gets up and yells at his hostage, telling her to shoot and kill Vincent immediately. The unfortunate girl gets scared and puts her hands with the weapon away, thereby making it clear that she will not kill anyone. Stifler lunges forward to take the gun from the girl before it's too late. Vincent, watching what is happening, realizes that the situation is getting worse, since this man does not want to grab the gun to kill him. He knows for sure that this pathetic scumbag's target is the only witness who can ruin his life. In order to prevent this terrible event, Vincent performs a fake kick that knocks the weapon out of the villain's hands. However, as he falls forward, he pushes the unfortunate girl, who hits her head on the nightstand. Vincent quickly glances at the fallen girl and asks her if she is okay, but she does not answer him. He quickly bends over her and wonders if she is okay, and expresses hope that she just passed out. In order for the girl to come to her senses, he takes off his jacket and carefully covers her. Immediately after this, he rushes forward and shouts at Stifler that he still won't be able to escape, even if he really wants to. As soon as the criminal reaches the door, he receives a powerful blow that makes him fly back several meters. Vincent watches in surprise as his target lands on the floor and turns his head towards the door. The valiant Valerie comes to the aid of our detective, preventing the enemy from escaping from the hands of justice. Vincent smiles as he looks at his savior and says that he is very glad to see her here. Valerie does not share his premature joy and rushes forward, telling him that he must move immediately. Immediately after this, she falls on him, and several bullets fired from a pistol fly past them. It is only by chance that these bullets pass just a few centimeters from their faces. Vincent looks up to see that armed guards have already arrived and are preparing to fire another round of shots. In order to prevent anyone close to him from getting hurt, he orders Valerie to lie still and keep her head down until he deals with them. Immediately after this, he activates an invisible body armor, which also nullifies any injury received from being hit by a bullet. Thus, he easily approaches the guards, who continue to shoot at him, but do no visible damage. The armed men wonder what is wrong with this guy, and why he is still standing after being hit so many times. Without giving them a chance to come to their senses, Vincent smashes two guards' heads together, rendering them unconscious immediately. Valerie jumps to her feet and grabs Vincent by the shirt, asking him why he rushed there so fast, then asking if he is hurt. Vincent turns to her with a smile and tells her that he almost died while he was carrying out his special operation. Valerie hits him on the head and tells him that he needs to stop acting and tell her what happened here. Vincent reveals that Astrid is in this secret room and that Stifler has been holding her hostage for 26 years. He also asks her how she got here, to which the girl replies that she did not have a search warrant with her, so she had to force her way in. She also says that the others will arrive soon, before using her shirt to cover her comrade's wound. Vincent looks at her with a smile and says that he didn't expect to receive care from her, which makes Valerie wonder why he is flirting with her even in such a situation. Valerie finishes bandaging him and asks him where Stifler went, to which Vincent says that he must have escaped. Immediately after this, he rushes out and asks her to look after Astrid while he catches him. However, after a few moments he stops, realizing that they now face a much more serious problem. This problem is presented by a whole horde of villains who are preparing to finish off Vincent and Valerie. Our hero has no choice but to stay and fight in order to stay alive. Vincent is left wondering if this bastard really sent his entire guard here. Looking at each other, he realizes that all these people have undergone special training, which means that it will be extremely difficult to deal with these people together. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him as the guards begin to rapidly close in on them. A moment later, the lights in the room go out, leaving all opponents in pitch darkness. Vincent smiles as he has a suitable solution to deal with such a problem. He immediately takes out his invisible night vision goggles and recharges the electrical interruption device before rushing forward. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy can't see anything, he grabs them by the head and delivers a powerful blow. None of the guards have time to realize that defeat is getting closer and closer to them. The guard, who miraculously remained conscious, calls for reinforcements, saying that they are facing unprecedented difficulties. Vincent quickly finds him, hearing him calling for help, and puts his hand on his shoulder to silence him. Quickly turning his target towards him, he delivers a powerful attack right to the face to instantly knock out the guard. Valerie, who had been expecting an attack from any side all this time, wonders why it has become so quiet. Vincent looks closely at the camera feed and realizes that Stifler still has quite a few guards left. After this, he approaches Valerie and puts his hand on her shoulder, which provokes a lightning-fast response. Vincent immediately calms his partner down, saying that it was him, and she lets go of her hands so as not to harm her comrade more. Immediately after this, he recommends that she follow him, and Valerie finds herself in that very secret room. Taking a closer look at the girl lying on the floor, she also recognizes Astrid, who is the spitting image of her sketch. Vincent closes the door and states that if Stifler manages to escape this time, he will be much harder to catch, so he will go after him. Turning around, he asks his partner to stay here, protect Astrid, and wait for reinforcements in order to evacuate her. Valerie tries to stop her comrade, saying that such wounds are very serious, and he could easily die. Vincent tries to calm her down by telling her that he has something very important to tell her. Taking her hand, he tells her that once he leaves here, she should not open the door no matter what, even if he cannot catch Stifler. He also says with confidence and heroism in his voice that she will need to protect their only clue, which is Astra. Finally, he says that only she can confirm that this bastard killed 5 people, after which he begins to dramatize, stating that he may not be able to survive. To an incredibly surprised Valerie, he declares that he truly loves her, since she is his ideal type in appearance and character. After this, he smiles and says that before leaving, he would like to receive one last encouragement. And after thinking for a long time, he takes a step forward and kisses his partner, thereby expressing his incredible sincere feelings. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, preparing to break into a run and thereby catch up with his target, no matter what. He quickly goes out into the corridor and opens his inventory to gain a small advantage. Using a camouflage suit, he muses that Valerie is a bit naive to seriously believe that he would sign her death warrant. After some time, he escapes from the building in order to get to his comrades. The officer asks him where Valerie went and looks around to find out what happened. Vincent advises his colleagues to slowly enter the building, adding that there is a secret room inside Stifler's office, but there are many guards near it. After telling his colleagues that there is also a single witness in the room, Astrid, he approaches Hector and another colleague, asking them to follow him. Immediately after this, they get into the car, and the first thing they do is begin an armed pursuit. Hector asks his friend why they are going in the opposite direction from the group's opera. Instead of answering this question, Vincent asks his comrades if everyone in the car is buckled up, to which they answer in the affirmative. Immediately after this, he intercepts the steering wheel of his comrade and jerks it to the side so that the car turns sharply to the right. Because the car was traveling at quite a decent speed, it immediately jumps off the bridge, heading forward and down. A moment later, she falls onto the lower road, thereby blocking the path of a stopped taxi. Luckily, none of the participants in this chase were injured, as the car was designed with safety in mind. Vincent immediately kicks down the door in order to get to the stopped taxi as quickly as possible. The disguised driver is Stifler, who was caught off guard by this maneuver. Vincent easily rips the door out of the car, but the man opens fire on him with his pistol. Luckily, due to stress, he hits the bulletproof vest 3 times, thereby not hitting vital and unprotected parts of the body. Vincent reaches forward and squeezes Stifler's hand hard enough to make him drop his weapon. Immediately after this, he begins to throw himself over himself in order to disable his opponent. Hector and another officer, who arrived in time to help their comrade, discovered that Stifler had already been neutralized. Vincent twirls the handcuffs and mentally congratulates himself for being smart enough to attach a tracker to the man. Immediately after this, he handcuffs himself to the criminal and asks his colleagues to take a photo of him immediately. Hector asks his comrade why he didn't tell them about his plan, to which he states that in that case they wouldn't have received the bonus, to which they respond with gratitude. After some time, the scene moves to the police office, and the system notifies the protagonist that he has completed the happy meeting 105%. Bonnie informs her mentor that Astrid is the girl who survived, but due to many years of isolation, it is very difficult for her to interact with people. Hector also says that Stifler will be the most troublesome, because he hired the most famous lawyer in town. He also says that even Captain Valerie couldn't get anything out of him during the hours-long interrogation. Vincent turns to his friend with a smile and says that he doesn't have to worry about it, after which he asks him to find Stifler's son's medical records. After some time, he arrives on another floor to find Valerie near the interrogation room. Seeing her, he waves his hand to her from afar, saying that he is very glad to see her here. Valerie says that Vincent can abandon all his hopes that he places on this interrogation. She also adds that this guy is as mute as a fish. But Vincent unexpectedly kisses her again, taking advantage of the fact that she did not expect it. Valerie steps aside a little and covers herself with her hand, looking at the main character with embarrassment. She asks him what he is doing, to which Vincent replies that great risk comes with great reward. Valerie smiles, saying that it is indeed true and she had completely forgotten about it. Immediately after this, she demonstrates to him the elbow grab skills he demonstrated to her, and asks if this is enough of a reward. Vincent turns approvingly towards his partner and says that this is not enough, after which he suggests that they play out their performance again during the interrogation. After a while, they both enter the interrogation room, and Vincent unceremoniously sits down on the table in front of the criminal, saying that he has good news. Looking at the completely emotionless Stifler, he reports that his accomplice named Connor committed suicide. Valerie watches in surprise and wonders why he just said that, as it would give the criminal confidence. Vincent also points to Valerie behind him and states that his colleague is the most heartless woman in the group. Valerie reflects on how her fists are itching to watch Vincent start clowning around. Vincent also states that this woman has the perfect plan to extract absolutely every piece of information from him. Immediately after this, he asks Valerie to leave the room, saying that this plan will definitely work. After this, he briefly presses his face against her ear and whispers to her that she can rely on him. As soon as the doors are hidden, Vincent immediately approaches the criminal and shows him a photo of a child, asking if he is asking for this girl. He adds that this is one of the kidnapped children who was killed by him, but continues to calmly look away. The detective states that even if Stifler has forgotten the girl's name, you should remember her father, who once ran a business with him. Vincent reminds Stifler that he killed many children. It is on his conscience, which means he is worried about his son's safety, but there is always a malak around him. After that, he informs him that he looked at the medical record of his son, who has been visiting the dentist since he was 16 years old. Also, to the surprise of the notorious scoundrel, he states that it quickly became clear that he went there to change the tracking devices in his teeth. Vincent shows him the geolocation and states that even if this man is kidnapped, he will have his location in his hands. He asks a few leading questions, trying to find out why his son has not yet left the city and is on a suspicious street. After receiving no response, he says that all he has to do is press a button, and his son's location will be sent to his nemesis's phone. Vincent points out that he killed his only daughter, so everything will be fair. But Stifler accuses him of trying to commit murder. As soon as he gets closer to the officer, the latter, with sincere emotion, spits right in his face. Getting up from the table, he says that a bastard like him doesn't dare tell him anything about killing other people's children, because he himself took 5 human lives. He adds that absolutely all the parents of the dead children would like to lay hands on Stifler if they had the opportunity. Vincent states that if his son dies, the blame for it will lie solely on him. Feeling that he is already breaking down, he asks his tormentor for mercy, saying that he will tell absolutely everything. Raising his face full of tears, he declares that his son is absolutely not guilty of what happened. He also asks in general for his son, who knew absolutely nothing about his father's affairs. After some time, Vincent comes into the office from the body, and with a theatrical movement, takes the glass of water from Valerie. The girl looks at him with interest, after which she asks him if he managed to find out anything at all. Vincent leans on the table and says that there is no doubt about it, after which he asks how she thanks him. Valerie leans towards him with a smile and tells him that if he wants to talk, they can talk right now. After that, she tells him that if he has nothing to say, then he should get the hell out of here. Vincent quickly strokes his interlocutor on the nose and says that he really likes it when she behaves so tenderly. Immediately after this, he leaves the table and says that he will accept this as an incredible thank you. Valerie immediately grabs him by the neck and tells him that he has 1 second to say his last words. Vincent shows her a pen-shaped voice recorder and then asks her if she would like to listen to the criminal's confession. After this, he puts his hand on her shoulder and declares that besides him, she will be the only one who will know the whole truth. Vincent states that this is very important information and suggests finding a secluded place to listen properly. Valerie decides to play the game again and playfully asks him if he'll take his clothes off during the audition too. Vincent begins to celebrate his victory prematurely and agrees to this offer incredibly quickly. A moment later, He is slapped on the back of the head, and his hands are tied with his own t-shirt, while Valerie begins to listen to the confession. According to Stifler, this year, when his son was just a month old, his wife fell ill with an incurable disease. Kenny offered him a way to make some quick money, adding that if everything went as planned, they would still have money left over even after paying for the operation. The man, desperate from incredible grief, immediately agreed, declaring that he would do everything to save his wife. Kenny asked him if he knew Jack, adding that he was a famous millionaire who owned all the mines. This man had already made enough money and considered him an obstacle, so he hired people to deal with him. Having spent their last money and bought one of the mines, they finally came across a silver deposit. They realized that such a find could bring in millions of dollars, and Stifler's wife would finally be saved. Unfortunately, this news reached Jack, who brought people with him to break their contract. Because they failed to get the money they needed, Stifler's wife died due to lack of proper treatment, and they decided to take revenge on Jack and kidnapped him for ransom. To steal the car, they needed a car, but none of them knew how to steal them, so they decided to rob a random car in a tunnel. Unfortunately, it turned out that Connor's nephew was in that car, and there was no turning back. Anyway, they discussed a new plan to ransom these children and spent a lot of time trying to persuade Connor to cooperate with them. It took a lot of effort to persuade him, since he could not demand ransom for his own sister. The plan was successful because Stifler was familiar with the geography of the area and guided the family members to the correct location. Once Stifler received the ransom, he went to the opposite edge of the cliff and climbed up the rope they had prepared earlier. The police were concentrating all their attention on the cliff where the money was dropped, so they waited until evening before leaving. They soon returned to the mine, but Kenny, who was looking after the hostages, knocked out Connor, as it was dangerous to leave him conscious. Immediately after this, he planted dynamite in the mine, since they had originally agreed that the hostages would remain alive. The only exception was little Astrid, who looked exactly like his wife when she was young. They set the dynamite on fire, but the driver heard it and suddenly ran towards them, crashing right into Stifler, causing him to drop the bag containing the ransom. The man was strong and Stifler couldn't move, so in a panic he stabbed him several times. He needed to go back for the bag, but the dynamite was about to explode, so Kenny just pulled it out. Connor burst into tears as soon as he woke up. But they decided to stay and start a business with the ransom money they received. They used a hole in the mine to get rid of the van, and Stifler built a basement in his house to hide Astrid. Their business grew at a terrifying rate, but Connor was soon sent to a mental hospital due to severe trauma. He kept saying that it was his fault, and that if it weren't for him, his nephew would still be alive. All this left them with no choice, and they found a man who added a deadly drug to his IV. On the very day Stifler was arrested, he received a call from Kenny, who ordered him to get rid of Astrid immediately. Stifler claimed that for 26 years this unfortunate girl had always been his emotional salvation, and he could not do it. Vincent asks his partner if she's interested in this twist, to which she replies that everything happened as she thought. Immediately after this, she suddenly grabs him by the collar and says that apparently Vincent was trying to play a joke on her. After this, she states that she is almost 100% sure that no one could have kidnapped Vincent. Vincent recalls how he staged his own kidnapping to play on his partner's emotions. Valerie looks at him confusedly and angrily states that she risked her life trying to save him while he lied to her. She also asks him how he knew that this was the man who kidnapped Astrid. Vincent claims that he has magical friends who help him learn some secrets, but he cannot prove it. Valerie doesn't believe in such evidence and says that it's all just nonsense, and he just placed a wiretap on Stifler. Valerie asks him if he has any idea how dangerous it was, causing a smile to appear on Vincent's face. Looming over his partner, he tells her that she has been worried about him all this time, and then asks her if she has mutual feelings for him. Immediately after that, he slowly runs his finger over her lips, not daring to do anything more risky. Valerie slaps his hand away, saying that if he died, it would be very bad for solving this case, and then asks who could possibly like him. Vincent looks at his partner with a sincere smile and tries to understand how he builds his relationship. A moment later, information comes into his ear that Harold was not the kidnapper, despite what he initially thought. Valerie quickly pushes him away and asks what the hell he's frozen for. Vincent helps her up and tells her that his magical friends sent him a message, and that he has a lead in Astrid's case. Immediately after this, he invites her to join him, and Valerie wonders in surprise what he really has in mind. After some time, they go to visit Stella's sister, who says that her car was scratched, so she decided to check everything, but ended up witnessing Harold's kidnapping. Vincent asks her if she knows this man, to which the girl replies that he was her neighbor when she was little, adding that he behaved very strangely. She also adds that he kept staring at her legs. and Vincent claims that he placed a wiretap on her due to a series of coincidences. Looking at the invisible listening device on her hip, he realizes that he has finally found the evidence. Valerie notices the direction of Vincent's gaze and pinches it forcefully, asking him quietly if he is also attracted to her thighs. Vincent suggests that the police will need to borrow the camera that was in Stella's sister's car because it contains important evidence. The girl also agrees to give them this device, saying that she will bring it right away. Vincent says goodbye to the girl, says that he will take this device for some time, and thanks her for her sincere cooperation. Left alone with her own thoughts, the girl wonders how they know there is a camera in her dashboard. Sitting in the car, Vincent and Valerie decide to carefully study the information that came to them on the phone. The detective tries to put his hand on Valerie's shoulder again, but he realizes that now is not the best time to do so. The girl says that this is a recording of what happened on the same night when Captain Astra was killed. The camera footage clearly shows the bar near which Harold lost consciousness. They find a man walking up behind an unsuspecting ex-convict and stunning him with a bat before driving away with the van. Vincent honestly admits that he has a hard time making out the numbers on this car. Placing his hand gently on his partner's shoulder, he says that these cars are very popular and widespread almost everywhere. From his point of view, the criminals chose this particular car precisely in order to cover their tracks and blend in with the crowd. After watching the entire video, they realize that it is the perfect alibi for Harold. Valerie states that she still remembers that Astra died from a wound to the back, meaning that her killer was a real professional. Valerie becomes lost in thought and says that, apparently, all the wounds on her chest were made only as a distraction. Immediately after this, she looks at Vincent, saying that he too is seeing this recording for the first time, and then wonders why he is so sure that there is an important clue here. Vincent looks at her playfully, then asks if she really wants to know the answer to that question. With these words, he moves a few centimeters closer to her and says that he will tell her if she kisses him right on the lips. Valerie first starts looking at him with embarrassment, after which she briefly lowers her gaze and says that she agrees. Vincent begins to celebrate his victory prematurely again. A few moments later, he receives another reality check in the form of a powerful kick and a demand to get lost immediately. Once again, having made peace quite quickly, Vincent and Valerie go on business in order to make some inquiries. Stopping near the right building, Valerie says that they have finally arrived at the place. Vincent gets out of the car and tells his partner that they have a video that could keep Harold under control and wonders if they should turn it over as evidence. Vincent states that he feels like the gang that attacked Astra was quite strong, and there is definitely a mole among them. However, he states that it is rather disadvantageous for them to continue to conduct the investigation in secret. The best solution that Vincent comes up with is to depict a great miracle. Valerie looks at him in surprise and tries to understand what he is up to. Vincent enthusiastically invites her to join him, saying that they should chat for a bit. Valerie looks at her comrade in surprise, trying to understand what his detailed plan is. After this, she again allows her playful side to come out in full force and carefully removes her seatbelt. She then asks him if he could be a gentleman and open the car door for her. Vincent runs to the door and tries to pull the handle towards himself, but the door won't budge. A few awkward seconds pass, and Valerie presses the special button that slowly lowers the window. Immediately after this, she shows him the middle finger, smiling slightly, and then returns her hands to the steering wheel. Before Vincent can even comprehend anything, the girl steps on the gas pedal and drives away, splashing the detective with a puddle along the way. Vincent slowly wipes his face, realizing that this woman evokes the most vivid emotions in him. Looking after her, he understands that he clearly made the right choice in choosing the object of his love. After some time, the scene moves to an awards ceremony for detectives who distinguished themselves during the investigation of M's case. The deputy director says that she would like to start by inviting Vincent on stage so that he can tell how he solved the case. A moment later, the electricity in the hall goes out, and all the remaining spectators look at each other in surprise. Before they can figure out what the hidden meaning of this action is, the lights come on, and the recording that Vincent received appears on the big screen. The deputy director watches what is happening with incredible surprise and tries to understand where this recording came from. The audience quickly rises from their seats and looks at Harold, after which they menacingly say that this bastard killed their captain. The deputy director loudly asks the others who turned on this recording. Valerie is responsible for turning on the spotlight and making sure everyone is looking at the screen. The thing is, half an hour ago, Valerie asked Vincent about his plan, and he replied that they needed to go all in. From his point of view, their powers are limited and they are vulnerable to underhanded tricks. So if they continue to investigate in secret, they will be exposed. He also adds that these people will stop at nothing and can use the same methods on them that they used on Astra. That's why the detective's plan was to publish this video. The rest of the police officers carefully study the video footage and come to the conclusion that this man was indeed set up. Vincent watches from afar and wonders if the spy is right there. After some time, he manages to find a suspicious figure who looks a little different from the others. Vincent smiles and reflects on how amazing his face must be right now. He sincerely regrets that he cannot see this right now, but decides to act according to the plan. Valerie also decides to follow the plan and slowly walks up to the stage to give her speech. As viewers watch this, they wonder what Captain Valerie is doing here. The brave girl says that they recently received this video, recorded 20 minutes before the incident with Captain Astra. The deputy director asks his interlocutor in surprise if this person is not a criminal, then who is behind her murder. Valerie approaches the principal, reminding him that he saw the footage too, and it clearly shows Harold being dead drunk, knocked out and dragged into the van. The director, surprised, asks his charge why she did not provide such important evidence earlier. Valerie says they have good reason to believe that Astra's murder was a carefully planned scheme, and that the perpetrator knew when Astra would be heading home. Valerie leads everyone to the conclusion that there is a very high probability that the criminals had inside information from within the police department itself. This information makes everyone wary again. Valerie says they had evidence, but they were afraid that something might happen to them. She also says that this was their only option. And now that they have this video, the others must issue warrants to conduct a reinvestigation. One of the captains says that the source of the reliability and effectiveness of this evidence has yet to be verified, and they cannot make rash decisions. The captain also says that he can't just take words for granted, and they need to make sure that it's evidence. Hearing this, Vincent laughs heartily and interrupts the attempts of a captain named Gilmore to steer the discussion in another direction. He claims that everyone here is perceptive enough to understand that there is not one or two people behind Astra's murder, but a large organization. Coming closer, he puts his hand on Gilmore's shoulder and says that in his opinion, anyone who wants to prevent the case from being reopened is a rat. Gilmore turns around in irritation and asks Vincent what kind of nonsense this is and why he allows himself to do such a thing. Vincent continues to look at him slyly and asks why he is so worried. The department director demands that this farce be stopped immediately, after which he rises to his feet. He says that Valerie should write a detailed report as soon as possible, as he will pass it on to the higher authorities. If they are going to conduct an investigation, then he will devote himself to it completely. Vincent and Valerie decide to watch the broadcast from the auditorium after some time to find out who the spy might be. Vincent assumes that the man was following her after Valerie suddenly appeared, but the girl notes that everyone looks quite worried. Vincent says that they were probably afraid that they might be killed, to which Valerie replies that this way they will never get to the truth. Hector says they used the latest facial recognition technology on the video of Harold's abduction and had an expert create a sketch. Valerie says that this is good news and they are finally making progress, when suddenly their colleague runs into the building. He reports that the director who wanted to continue this investigation was suddenly removed from office. The new director, named Bob, says he received only 2 important orders before he was appointed. After this, he continues his uninteresting speech, while the other detectives wonder what the hell happened. Vincent speculates that this is most likely the work of whoever covered up Astra's murder. Valerie is also wary of the question of who is involved in this matter. Bob states that his other orders are to immediately cease all activities related to the investigation into Astra's murder. He adds that trying to deal with this matter on his own would be regarded as the highest breach of discipline. Vincent and Valerie realize that they will have to continue to operate in secret from the others. After some time, the main character goes into one of the rooms and hears his colleagues discontentedly asking why the management made such a decision. Vincent wonders what's going on and why they're making so much noise. Bonnie states that they just discovered that all data related to Astra's murder case on that computer has been erased. This kind of interference in his professional activities causes Vincent incredible indignation. He immediately asks who did it, and then heads to Gilmore's office. As he gets closer, he hears the strange cries of a protesting officer. Looking inside, he finds Valerie beating the arrogant captain with all her might, who had allowed himself to go too far. Looking at her honed blows, he understands that this woman really deserved a place in his heart. Vincent is in no hurry to help his colleague and admits to himself that he loves Valerie very much. After some time, a colleague comes to the captain's aid and asks Valerie why she is hitting her colleague, despite the fact that he followed instructions. Valerie threatens another colleague, saying that if he wants it badly, she can beat him up too. She also turns to Gilmore and asks him how he could have quietly deleted all the data, adding that he acted like a pathetic thief. Gilmore says it was an urgent order, adding that he not only had to delete everything, but also make sure they didn't have a backup. Valerie begins to get angry and prepares to attack again and beat up her colleagues, Vincent intervenes, carefully hugging his partner from behind and calling her by name in a soft voice. Valerie turns around in surprise to find Vincent standing behind her, realizing that they urgently need to talk. Throwing her lightly over his shoulder, he says that they need to go outside and get some fresh air. Once they reach a secluded spot, they decide to have coffee, and Valerie sternly says that they should have followed standard procedures. After that, she says that they deleted the data while it was gone, which makes them commercial assholes. Vincent says that, nevertheless, it was done quite thoughtfully. But Valerie immediately forbids him to play both sides. Vincent says that he never even intended to do something like this, and then notes that recent events prove that something is wrong here. He tries to calm his colleague down by telling her that she should trust him, because they will definitely investigate the case themselves. Hector also says that they have found a suspect in the murder of Officer Astra. Hector asks his allies if they have heard of Special Forces H, to which Valerie replies that it is an anti-terrorist group that was disbanded a year after its creation. Hector says that everything is correct, and adds that only one of the kidnappers in the video is wearing a mask, but the one without it has distinctive features. He adds that he has an old database of missing people, and to understand what he looks like, he compared him with the faces of criminals in the recording. He also discovered the number 8, which is the sign of this unit. And through some simple manipulations, he came across a former member of the Special Forces named Christopher. Vincent says that they can no longer mention the case they are investigating within the department, and must operate in the strictest secrecy. After some time, Vincent finds himself in a nearby park, which is located not far from Christopher's place of residence, and reflects on the fact that it is difficult to act alone. However, he comes to the conclusion that his colleague has already died, and he cannot allow this to happen to anyone else. Looking around, he finds an elderly man and asks him if there should be a row of old buildings here, to which he replies that they have already been torn down. Vincent decides to talk to him and asks if he knows anything about the location of these buildings. Valerie also patrols the area and reflects on the fact that the coordinates of this park were chosen in a very strange way. After some time, Vincent returns to the police station and wonders where Valerie went. He asks his colleagues where she went, to which they reply that she went on a field investigation. Vincent wonders why she spent so many days doing field investigations. Hector says that he heard that Captain Valerie went to the armory to get a gun, but because she recently beat up a colleague, she was not given one. Vincent wonders with horror whether she really went to look for Christopher alone, as he assumed. He quickly turns around and says that he will go look for her, and asks her to send him her location. He, frightened, goes through his thoughts and expresses hope that Valerie is now safe. After several missed calls, Vincent's patience begins to wear thin. He wonders why she doesn't answer his calls and what could have happened to her. Following the beacon, he realizes that Valerie is in this building, but it is unclear on which floor. Looking up, he realizes that there are 10 floors here, and finding her will be quite problematic. He also discovers that the girl has been in this place for a long time, which can only mean the worst possible outcome. The thought occurs to him that the girl has already been captured because she behaved very eccentrically. The worst-case scenario is that his dear colleague was killed. Vincent decides not to lose hope and tries to call her again. At a certain point he succeeds, and he immediately hears painful groans coming from the phone. Vincent instantly loses his composure and loudly asks his colleague where she is. Valerie tells him that she is in office 1003, and he immediately starts running to the nearest elevator. As soon as the elevator opens, it becomes obvious that it will be extremely difficult for him to reach the desired floor due to the great desolation. The detective realizes that every second counts and quickly turns around, pushing a random passerby. A disgruntled civilian says that he only ate one piece of this expensive ice cream. Vincent pays no attention to all these things, and begs Valerie to wait for his arrival. As he climbs one flight of stairs after another, he realizes with horror that Valerie is left alone against everyone and without a weapon. He finally reaches the right floor and expresses his hope that she will not be harmed in any way. Looking around, he quickly finds the necessary office and quickly opens it, looking around. To his surprise, he found himself in a massage parlor where people get rid of muscle tension. Vincent realizes that he looks pretty weird, so he decides to embarrass himself to the end, after which he picks up his colleague in his arms. Valerie asks him what he is doing, reminding him that all this is happening in front of everyone. The manager of the establishment says that Valerie did not pay, but Vincent states that the police are investigating, and this woman is a suspect. Valerie asks him why the hell they call her a suspect, and then demands that he immediately release her to the ground. Vincent yells at her loudly, saying that they were going crazy while looking for her, adding that he already thought that she was killed. Valerie admits that she has been looking for this man for several days, but has not yet found his trail. After this, she states that she is really tired now, so she relaxed and had a cosmetic procedure at the women's club. Immediately after this, she begins to playfully look at her partner, asking since when he cares about her so much. Vincent looks closely at his interlocutor and tries to understand whether it is working, whether she really did not understand anything from his previous words. After this, he decides to tease her and says that they have already kissed, which means he must be responsible for her. Valerie understands what he is getting at and begins to scream loudly, demanding that she be put on the ground immediately. Vincent says with a serious expression that he won't even think about it, adding that he intends to carry her home in his arms. Valerie continues to squeal and demand to be put on the ground, but Vincent does not react to these requests at all. Needless to say, such noise immediately attracts the attention of onlookers, who will be extremely surprised by what they see. Passers-by pay attention to them and ask questions about whether this woman is cold, and also try to understand why she is dressed only in a robe. Valerie turns to Vincent and says that he is crazy. The detective advises her not to move, arguing that if her clothes fall, it will not be his fault. Valerie calls her partner's preference extremely perverted. Vincent asks her what she means by this, but she doesn't say anything in response. Reaching the car, Vincent quickly opens the door and throws her onto the soft seat. Immediately after this, he partially climbs into the car so that his disobedient partner does not do stupid things. Valerie finds Vincent lowering his hand lower and lower towards her shore and tries to understand what is happening. She asks her partner what he is doing, but Vincent is in no hurry to answer the question. Immediately after this, he says that he decided to take the wallet, after which he asks why Valerie was so nervous. He approaches her again and wonders what indecent thing he could do in broad daylight. Somehow everyone can see them. Having closed the door and taken a few steps away, he says that he needs to go into the store to buy a bottle of water. Valerie watches him leave in confusion and tells him to slip and hurt himself badly for what he did. Immediately after this, she remembers that her salary has not arrived yet, so she will have to use Vincent's jacket. She starts looking very carefully for the jacket in the back seats of the car. After some time, she manages to get hold of some outerwear that she can cover herself with. Without thinking twice, she gets out of the car and heads to the store to knock her partner over the head. Vincent takes a bottle of water and reflects on how he is dying of thirst and is about to melt. As he approaches the checkout, he wonders where the man they are looking for could have disappeared to. The cashier asks Vincent if he will pay for his purchase, to which he replies that he has a couple of coins lying around somewhere. And finding the cashier staring at the suspect's photograph, he asks him if he knows the man. The cashier says that the face seems a little familiar to him, and then points to the person behind him, saying that this person just walked by. With these words, he points to a suspicious man who is holding a small cake in his hands. Vincent takes a closer look at him and quickly recognizes the familiar outlines, which match those on the video recording. Coming closer, he calmly places his hand on his shoulder in order to attract his attention. The man turns towards him and Vincent asks him if his name is Christopher by any chance. This causes an immediate attack of caution in the former Special Forces soldier, and he decides to act quickly. Without thinking twice, he delivers a lightning-fast blow with his cake in order to knock down his opponent. Vincent, fortunately for himself, is a very trained man who easily blocks this attack. Christopher tries to escape from the hands of justice, but the latter, with a rare throw, sends a cake in his direction. The cake immediately hits the enemy's body, leaving a noticeable mark on it. Vincent licks the sweet bits of frosting and thinks that Christopher is unavoidable this time. Without thinking twice, he dives forward to catch up with his victim. However, this time luck is not very favorable to him, because he finds himself in front of a huge crowd, in which it is difficult to find the person he is looking for. He begins to quickly circle his eyes in all directions, and almost immediately finds Christopher. Looking at his back, she calls him a pathetic nobody who, nevertheless, runs well. Vincent accepts the challenge and quickly rushes forward down the escalator to avoid missing his target. He understands that soon there will be the last floor, and it will be much more difficult for Christopher to get rid of the pursuit. However, to his surprise, he quickly jumps onto another escalator to head down. Vincent watches his opponent's every move and knows he needs to keep up. His physical form allows him to mimic his opponent's movements, and he quickly grabs the handrail. In just a few moves, he manages to jump over them and find himself very close to his target. Before Christopher can react, Vincent unleashes his full force on him. The former Special Forces soldier turns towards his opponent. Vincent squeezes him as tightly as possible. Thus, both fighters fall down at full speed and receive severe bruises. Vincent struggles to his feet, admitting that this fall was very difficult for him. Unfortunately, the Special Forces soldier turned out to be much faster than the detective. Vincent reflects that this man fights like a real bear, but now is not the time to admire him. Christopher attempts to choke his opponent, but Vincent activates an invisible breathing device in time. Immediately after this, he feels a little relief, and realizes that he was almost sent to the next world. In order to irritate his opponent, he turns towards him and asks him to push a little. Christopher loses his temper and says he's going to rip this bastard to shreds before tightening his grip. Vincent just laughs wickedly, then sticks his tongue out at his opponent. A few more seconds pass, and he asks his opponent if he is still trying so hard. After this, he strains his strength and declares that he has no time to play childish games with him. They both fall into the pool, but Vincent has an incredible advantage over his opponent in the form of an endless supply of oxygen. Christopher tries to hold his opponent underwater, but Vincent only teases him with rather ridiculous but funny gestures. After a while, Christopher gives up and tries to surface in order to take more air into his lungs. This attempt is immediately interrupted by Vincent, who pulls his opponent closer to him with an arm lock. Christopher tries to free himself and places his hands on his opponent's neck. He also finally emerges almost completely and greedily grabs a huge amount of air with his mouth. Immediately after this, he begins to strangle his opponent and loudly screams at him to die immediately. Vincent muses that the breathing device still has 10 minutes of life left, so he might even be interested in seeing how long he can choke him. Unfortunately, this experiment is not destined to come true, as Christopher is immediately hit in the face with a powerful kick. Vincent watches what is happening in amazement and learns that the powers in this woman are surprisingly familiar to him. He immediately climbs out of the water to take a closer look at his savior. Looking at Valerie, he begins to smile sincerely, despite the fact that a small fish is stuck in his mouth. He reflects on the fact that this woman came for him, which means she is definitely worth the time he will spend to achieve her. Once the enemy is neutralized, Vincent decides to clap heartily in order to cheer Valerie up. He also asks her if she needs help in tying up this scoundrel. Valerie asks him to move, adding that she feels very uncomfortable walking around like this. Vincent says there is no problem with it, and then suddenly becomes much more serious. The reasons for this are that Christopher quickly came to his senses and decided to counterattack Valerie, who had lost her vigilance. Vincent comes to the rescue quite timely and sharply intercepts the attack of a trained Special Forces soldier. Looking at his opponent, he calls him a strong, healthy guy, after which he says that this is not how things are done. Immediately after this, he declares that attacking in this manner would be unmanly and delivers a powerful two-finger attack to the opponent's eyes. Briefly disoriented, Christopher asks his opponent if he really thinks such techniques are a man's fighting tactic. Vincent says he never said he would fight fair himself, adding that when a damsel is in distress, absolutely any move seems justified. Valerie advises Vincent to stop talking and snatches the handcuffs from his pocket to use them. Immediately after this, she looks at the criminal and prepares to carry out the arrest procedure. Christopher looks at the officers approaching him and thinks that these two are crazy. Immediately after this, he turns sharply and begins to run away rapidly in order to ensure his freedom. However, Vincent and Valerie are not far behind him with their outstanding physical skills. After some time, one of the police officers runs towards the escaped criminal and orders him not to move. Christopher tries to turn around in the other direction, but there is a police squad in his path again. Neither option seems safer to him, as the feds are waiting for him in the courts. Finding himself backed into a corner, Christopher realizes that he has only one normal solution left in this situation. Approaching the edge of one of the floors, he decides to use his impressive parkour skills. Vincent rushes right after him and asks if he still has hope of escaping from here. However, a moment later he realizes that this man's plan was not to somehow escape. A moment later, Vincent finds himself in free fall and trying to figure out how to stay alive. Turning quickly to the side, he reaches out to grab the handrail at the edge of the floor. However, this time luck is not on his side, and his hand slips a few millimeters from the saving surface. Vincent realizes that there is absolutely no way he can save himself now, and he needs to accept his death like a man. However, fortunately, Valerie managed to react in time and catch him during his rather fast fall. The girl strains her strength to the maximum in order to prevent her partner from falling from a great height. Vincent looks at his fighting friend in surprise, trying to understand how she had enough speed to do everything. Immediately after this, he hears a loud female scream and briefly lowers his gaze downwards. Taking a closer look, he realizes that his opponent's plan was not an attempt to escape at all. The poor residents, who had no idea what was happening here, say that some man jumped from a great height and crashed. Vincent looks at the criminal's corpse and wonders why he decided to commit suicide. A variety of thoughts fill his head, but he still cannot come to a single answer. Valerie asks Vincent if everything is okay, adding that she can no longer hold him. Vincent extends his other hand to her, then makes an active attempt to pull himself up. He manages to do it with ease, but Valerie can't stay on her feet. Vincent lands safely on his partner and remains motionless for a while. Valerie gets to her feet faster than the protagonist and asks him if everything is okay with him. She declares that he has definitely gone crazy, not noticing that part of her robe is beginning to unravel treacherously. Vincent realizes that he needs to act as quickly as possible to save his battle girlfriend. To do this, he stretches his head forward, and thereby blocks the movement of the edge of the robe. Vincent states that he feels incredibly disgusted and dizzy. He also tries to put his hand where it shouldn't be, but now the singing police officers are putting handcuffs on him. They state that Vincent has been arrested and will be taken immediately to the nearest police station. After some time, he arrives at the office of the head of the department, who says that an employee of the respected criminal police team was detained by ordinary patrolmen. He continues to berate them, saying that they are a public safety hazard and that they have caused him a lot of trouble. Valerie says that they were pursuing a man who was directly involved in the murder of Officer Astra, but he chose death by jumping from the roof. The head of the department says that no matter how strange these circumstances may seem, it no longer concerns them. After some time, the director calls Vincent and Valerie to him, after which he gives them the data on Astra that was on their computer. He also claims that the appointment of a new director is an emergency measure and a response mechanism in the police, and not some kind of conspiracy. Vincent asks the director not to beat around the bush and finally say what is really going on here. The director says that Astra was a worthy leader of the forensics team, and therefore she would have sensed any ambush if everything was that simple. Vincent and Valerie look at each other in surprise as the director continues to explain that it was all done out of revenge. He recalls that her father was once an undercover cop and helped the police take down a criminal gang. He also recalls that the father of the head of that criminal group recently returned from abroad to avenge his son. The director claims that this man hired a group of people like Christopher in order to take revenge on everyone who was involved in the death of his son. He also recalls that their boss also participated in this liquidation operation and was a commander at the time. The director states that he has suddenly been informed of evidence of a considerable number of crimes, so higher authorities are conducting a secret investigation. A smile appears on the director's face, and he thanks Vincent and Valerie for being able to find Christopher. Finally, he states that if the special group fails to sort out this case, he will definitely turn to them for help. After a while, Vincent and Valerie are lounging on the couch in the lounge, deciding that they can now relax a little. Vincent says that if it weren't for Valerie, he would have been crushed into a pancake, after which he suggests celebrating this with a kind word. Valerie says that Vincent needs to get some rest and take care of his wounds, and then agrees to have dinner. Without thinking twice, she suggests going on a picnic the next weekend, to which Vincent replies that he is an expert in combat and open terrain. Valerie realizes she's had enough professional problems for today and delivers a weak blow to Vincent's chin. After this, she indignantly gets up and says that he cannot say 3 words without mentioning his profession or bragging in some way. Next week they arrive at a cozy picnic spot. Valerie listened carefully to her partner's story and asked him if he had bought a bottle of water and had already met the suspect. Vincent says that this is how it all happened, but Valerie says that absolutely no one will believe this nonsense. Colleagues watch their verbal spat and admit that it would be strange if these people did not quarrel constantly. Vincent continues to fish and says that he has a brilliant explanation for his incredible talent. He asks her if she will believe that it is the gods who help him find suspects in the most convenient places. Valerie says that she really wants to know the truth, not paying attention to the fact that a laser dot appears on her chest. Valerie continues to talk to Vincent and asks him not to cover himself with any gods or coincidences in order to get away from them. Vincent realizes that his dear friend is being targeted by a sniper who, for some reason, wants her dead. Without thinking twice, he rushes forward, advising Valerie to find shelter as quickly as possible. A moment later, he throws her off the rock and drops her into the water, hanging over her to shield her from the shot.